Spencer. Narrated by Gabrielle Baker. Chapter 1. Lady Phoebe Bellamy stopped yet again to wait for her younger brother Daughtry, or Doddy as his family called him, who had been dragging his heels in a way that only 14-year-old younger brothers could do. Phoebe huffed out an exasperated sigh and turned to scold him, but Doddy wasn't behind her. No, the only thing she saw was a rather spectacular butterfly. "Why, look at you," Phoebe murmured, pausing to admire the large black and crimson specimen. "What are you doing all by yourself, Your Grace?" The butterfly hovered closer and then landed on her shoulder. It was an entrancing insect, large, brilliantly coloured, and sufficiently ducal, and only the second Duke of Burgundy that Phoebe had ever seen. If there was a butterfly within 1/4 of a mile, it would land on Phoebe, and if she stood there long enough, more of the gentle, shy creatures would find her. "Have you seen my brother?" she asked the butterfly, which was opening and closing its wings in a languid, showy fashion. "Yes, that is very nice," she said absently, raising her hand to shield her eyes against the sun, and scanned the area for Doddy. She shifted the parcel of old clothing she was holding and clamped the awkward bundle between elbow and hip so she could cup her hands around her mouth. "Doddy!" Her voice sounded unnaturally loud, and Phoebe felt ill-mannered to be caterwauling amid such pristine quiet. It certainly convinced the Duke of Burgundy to flutter away and seek a quieter resting place. She listened for a reply, but all she could hear was the low buzz of insects and the occasional tweet of a bird. "You little wretch," she muttered, laying her Sisyphean burden in the grass before stomping back down the path that led to Queen's Bower, the quaint Tudor house she shared with her family. Phoebe never should have invited the little monster to come along, but he'd been so downhearted lately that she had given in against her better judgment. Not that Doddy was the only one who was downhearted. It was difficult to remain cheerful when one's circumstances worsened daily, and one's mother took every opportunity to point out said worsenings to one's father, loudly and often. Phoebe cursed her brother beneath her breath as she trudged back in the direction she had just come. She had hoped to deliver the clothing and be back in time to speak with Mrs. Parks, their housekeeper/cook, about the weekly menu. It was Phoebe's task to stretch the meagre weekly food allowance so that it would feed not only the 8 members of her family, but their 3 remaining servants as well. Mrs. Parks would be delighted to hear that Phoebe had, thanks to several small economies, scraped together enough money to afford a leg of lamb for Sunday dinner. After Phoebe finished her marketing, she wanted to nip over to Nanny Fletcher's cottage to help with her weekly baking. At 90 years of age, and nearly blind, the old family retainer shouldn't be allowed near a hearth, but she dearly loved her cream buns. It was a shame that Nanny couldn't live with them, but there simply wasn't room for her at Queen's Bower. There was barely room for family, as her mother, the Countess of Addiscombe, was so fond of reminding her husband and children. Phoebe had been so busy gathering wool that she was halfway home before she noticed. Blast! She stopped and shouted again. "Doddy! Over here, Phoebe!" She shrieked at the sound of Doddy's muffled voice. "Where?" "By the stream." "You little rotter," she muttered. "Just wait until I get my hands on you." Phoebe stepped over a fallen log and picked her way through the trees, glimpsing her brother's bright flaxen curls. Yet another reason to be irritated with him. Why would God give a glorious head of hair like that to a mere boy? Phoebe shoved the thought aside, along with the long, snaky bramble that reached out to snag her skirt. Her brother was standing beneath a monstrous horse-chestnut tree, staring up. "You promised you'd behave and not make trouble, Doddy." Daughtry Bellamy's blue eyes were enormous, limpid, and deceptively innocent as he turned to her. Her brother reminded Phoebe of the brightly coloured jungle creatures that her sister Aurelia was frequently paid to illustrate. The animals were lovely, but only so they could lure their prey close enough to sting, bite, or poison them into submission. Doddy looked like an angel, but he was a hellion from the soles of his scuffed boots to his curly blonde head. He pointed up at the immense tree. "It's Silas. He won't come down." "You brought your rodent to deliver clothing to the poor." His mouth tightened ominously. "He's a squirrel, Phoebe, as you are perfectly aware." "Don't call me Phoebe." Phoebe lived in the rapidly dwindling hope that her family would stop using her appalling pet name if she was adamant enough. "To answer your question, Phoebe, I didn't bring him. He brought himself. Silas is his own master and goes where he pleases." "Fine, then let him find his own way down from the tree." "It's too dangerous." Phoebe had to bite her tongue. She would only look like a fool if she argued with her irrational little brother about his verminous pet. She planted her fisted hands on her hips. "Call him, then." Doddy squinted up into the tree's frilly canopy, his brow furrowing. "I did. He is refusing to come down." "I'm sure he can find his way back home." Phoebe gestured to the parcel she had tasked him with carrying. The brown paper bundle was dirty and battered, as though he had kicked it all the way from Queen's Bower. "Pick up the clothes and come along. We've not got all day." "I can't leave him here." "He's a squirrel, Doddy. He'd be happier living outside. He probably hates living in a hatbox in your messy room." "He only ever lived inside. He wouldn't know what to do out here, all alone." His lip quivered. "Ha! Nicely done, Doddy." Her brother's pitiful, beseeching expression dissipated faster than a cream cake at tea. Phoebe clucked her tongue. "You little faker." Doddy looked proud at the accusation and crossed his arms over his chest. "Either you help me get him down, or you can take the clothing yourself." "I can't believe you'd forego your duty to deliver much-needed clothing to your very own people to fish a rodent out of a tree." "Do you really believe Mrs. Tompkins wants my worn-out knee breeches and your threadbare old petticoats?" He fixed her with a sneering look that made him appear far older than his years. Phoebe thought of it as his Lord of the Manor look, which would serve him well when he became Earl, if there was anything left to become Earl of. "Give me a moment to get him down, and I will go with you." Phoebe scowled. "Fine. What do you want me to do?" Doddy's triumphant grin showed off 2 rows of white, straight teeth that were more perfect than they had any right to be. Phoebe self-consciously tongued the chip in her own top front tooth, a result of sliding down the banister at Witch House when she'd been 10. "I'll do the hard part," he told her. "You just stand as close to the base of the tree as you can." "Why do I need to do that?" she demanded. "Because if you're near the trunk, he won't see you." "Why does that matter?" "He won't jump down if he sees you." Doddy gave her a head-to-toe dismissive look. "He doesn't care for you." Phoebe snorted. "I'm crushed. If you don't have your rat by the time I've counted to 100, I'm leaving without you. And then you can explain to Mamma why you didn't do what she asked." Fear of their mother's wrath put him in motion. He went to the lowest branch, which was still a good 6 feet off the ground, and sprang straight up like a monkey, chinning himself up to the next branch before throwing a leg over it. "Do be careful, Doddy." He grunted, but otherwise ignored her, scampering up the tree as nimbly as the creature he was trying to capture. She watched until he disappeared into the canopy, and all was silent but for the rustle of leaves. Phoebe examined her gloves while she waited. They were a disgrace. Her little finger poked out of a hole in the left glove, and she could see her right index finger beneath a few strained threads. The leather had originally been a buttery tan, but was now dishwater grey. "Found him!" Dotty called down in triumph. Phoebe looked up to see a section of the tree shaking. "You're terribly far up. Please be careful." "I'm coming down." Leaves cascaded around her, and Phoebe's heart pounded like a runaway horse. She had to bite her lower lip to keep from screeching instructions and startling him. But when his foot slipped, a shriek broke out of her all the same. "Bloody hell!" Dotty's curse was punctuated by the distinctive sound of wood cracking. Phoebe was staring straight up, mouth open wide, when a rectangle of reddish fur fell from the sky. "Dotty!" Her screaming joined with high-pitched rodent squealing, and Phoebe staggered blindly away from the tree, as if she could outrun the creature scrabbling on top of her third-best hat. Something boy-shaped slammed into her, and rough hands grabbed her shoulders. "Hold still, you balmy female! Here, stop squirming and let me get him! You're terrifying him!" "Get him off me!" Phoebe shrieked, backing into the tree. Dotty's fingers dug into the flesh of her upper arms. "Bend down, Phoebe!" She hastily dipped her head, her eyes squeezed shut in case the little rat got through the hat, which Phoebe could hear it chewing. "Will you please hurry up?" Dotty yanked her down, and Phoebe slid to her knees, reaching out to break her fall and encountering an exposed tree root which ripped the thin palm of her glove. "Ow!" "Oh, hush!" he muttered, tugging on her hat hard enough to yank it off her right ear. "Wait, Dotty! Let me untie it!" Phoebe jerked the frayed old ribbon from her chin, taking some skin with it, and then shoved the hat, with the squirrel still attached, at her brother. "Careful, Phoebe!" Dotty chided. Phoebe shoved her hair out of the way and gaped at the straw wreckage in his grubby hands. "Oh, Dotty! Just look at my hat! It's ruined!" In less than a minute, Silas had chewed a hole the size of a grouse egg into the crown. "My hair!" Phoebe's hand flew to the top of her head, and she heaved a sigh when she didn't encounter a bald spot. "You're a very naughty squirrel, Silas." Dotty's loving tone was completely at odds with his scolding words. The small rodent wrapped its tiny hand-like claws around her brother's finger, and then scampered up his arm, crouching low on his shoulder beneath his ear. Its black, shiny eyes fastened on Phoebe. She made a sound of disgust. "That little brute knows exactly what he did to my hat." She snatched her ruined headgear from her brother's unresisting hands. Dotty rubbed his cheek against his pet. "He didn't mean any harm. It must have terrified him when I slipped." Phoebe didn't bother telling her pest of a brother what his near fall had done to her heart, which might never be the same. Just like her hat. She frowned at the battered crown and shook her head. "Do you want to go back to the house and change your kit?" Dotty asked. "Mamma would have you beaten if she heard you using such cant as kit." Dotty shrugged. "So, don't tell her. Are we going back or not?" Phoebe wanted to change her clothes, but if she returned home, she'd have to endure a lecture from Mamma about going out dressed like a ragamuffin. Besides, if she went back, then she'd never have time to go to Nanny's and keep her from scalding herself or burning down her cottage. Phoebe sighed. "No, Mrs. Tompkins will hardly care about the wretched state of my hat." "Maybe you should stuff it in with the other cast-offs," Dotty suggested with a laugh. She scowled up at him as she struggled to her feet, clutching her battered hat in one hand while she beat the dirt off her skirt with the other. Her dress had a tear near the knee, and dirt smudges where Doddy had pulled her to the ground. Her brother might be right. Perhaps Phoebe would do better to ask Mrs. Tompkins for her cast-offs. They took a few moments to fix clothing, hair, hat, and, in her brother's case, situate Silas inside his coat, where he caused a slight bump under the lapel. Soon they were on their way. Having the squirrel in his coat made carrying the bundle difficult, and he kept dropping it as they made their way back down the trail. "Oh, give it to me, Doddy. I'll carry it until I collect mine, but then you'll have to take it, because I can't carry both. Look!" She held it up for her brother to see the tear in the brown paper the housekeeper had wrapped around it. "Everything will spill all over the road if you don't show more care." Doddy ignored her. Instead, he pulled his mouth harp from his pocket and launched into one of the merry jigs he'd no doubt learned from some stable boy, back when they'd still had horses and servants to care for them. Phoebe ruffled his hair, unable to stay angry at him for long, and couldn't help noticing that her little brother was now taller than her. Which meant little, as Phoebe was only a smidge over 5 feet. In addition to his spun gold hair and limpid blue eyes, Doddy had also inherited their father's lithe, slender build. Phoebe, on the other hand, was neither lithe nor slender. She'd once overheard her mother describe her as a stout little dab, and had cried herself to sleep for a week afterward. But that had been years ago, and she had long since accepted the fact that she was the plainest among her siblings, all of whom were exceptional in their own way. She would never be willowy and elegant like her elder sister Aurelia, golden and angelic like Selina, slender and green-eyed like Hyacinth, or an auburn-haired beauty like her youngest sister Katie. No, she was just brown-eyed, brown-haired, stout little dab Phoebe. "Phoebe? Do you think Papa will lose Queen's Bower to Dunners, and we shall be without a home?" Phoebe stopped and turned to her brother. "Wherever did you hear such a thing?" He shrugged, the skin over his high cheekbones flushing. Phoebe had a pretty good idea of where he'd heard the rumour. They only had 3 servants left, and Doddy loved to loiter in the kitchen. She would need to speak to Mr. and Mrs. Parks and Maisie about curbing their gossip in front of her brother. Of course, it was their father's fault that the servants possessed such gossip to begin with. The Earl had sold the last of their horses, 2 rather aged hacks, and got rid of their remaining groom and stable lad just 2 months earlier. Doddy had been inconsolable since then. It had been the first real hardship he'd had to endure. The rest of them had been living through their steady downward spiral into poverty for years. First, they'd been forced to lease Witch House and move into the far smaller Queen's Bower. Then a much truncated season for Aurelia, who'd been relieved rather than hurt. Right on the heels of that, the London house had to be leased to bring in much-needed money. No house in London had meant no season at all for Selina, which was criminal, since she had to be the most beautiful girl in England. Finally, 2 years ago, her father had sold the London house. Now there was an ugly rumour that her father might be forced to sell Queen's Bower if he couldn't find a tenant to lease Witch House. "Phoebe," her brother prodded. "We won't lose Queen's Bower," she assured him, with far more confidence than she felt. "Mrs. Parks said Papa gambled it away." She gritted her teeth. Yes, she'd have to speak with Mrs. Parks. "Papa doesn't play cards any more, Doddy." "Yes, he does. He plays all day long in the library." "I meant that he no longer plays for money." "Then why did we have to sell Castor and Pollux and let Jem Philpot go?" His narrow boyish features were pinched with anguish. Phoebe's heart bled for him. He would one day be the Earl of Addiscombe, and she doubted there would be anything left. Not that the future looked any rosier for Phoebe and her sisters. Unless one or more of them could marry, and who would marry dowerless girls, they would soon need to find positions as governesses or companions just to keep a roof over their heads. Phoebe looked into her brother's worried blue eyes and forced a smile. "Come, let's walk, and I'll try to explain why we had to sell the horses and let poor Jemmy and Ned go." Phoebe started walking. It was getting hot, and she already felt as though she'd been marching back and forth on this road for hours. "Which house is empty now, and until Papa can find another tenant, we must pay the servants and all the other expenses. Everything will be fine once there is a new tenant." "Why does nobody wish to lease it? Which house is beautiful." Their family home was magnificent, but it was in dreadful repair. Oh, Phoebe wanted to weep just thinking about it. The home farm hadn't produced enough food to supply even the main house in years. Worst of all, her father had sold off all of the unentailed property, so there was very little land that went with the estate. The few tenant farms that remained were in such poor condition that half of them were uninhabited or had very short, unprofitable tenancies. But she couldn't burden her little brother with all that. Instead, she said, "Which house requires a very special tenant, Doddy? Someone who won't mind spending a great deal of money on a house they can never hope to purchase. In other words, only an idiot would want the ramshackle property at the price her father was asking." They arrived where she'd left the parcel on the side of the dusty lane. Phoebe handed Doddy the bundle she'd been carrying. "Here, hold out your arms." He did so, and she had to bite back a smile at the picture he made. He'd outgrown his coat, and the sleeves exposed bony wrists and arms as thin as toothpicks. His breeches had belonged to their father and had been remade for him, but with a growth spurt in mind, so they hung off his narrow hips like drapes. Doddy was at that awkward point between boyhood and becoming a man. Something about that made Phoebe's throat burn, and she swallowed down a sudden urge to cry. They resumed their walk. Phoebe had hoped her brother was finished with the subject of which house, but it was not to be. "If Papa cannot find a tenant for which house, then perhaps we might move back in and he could rent Queen's Bower instead." It was far more likely that her father would have to sell Queen's Bower, and they'd be forced to rent somewhere small and horrid where they would languish, waiting for somebody to lease which house. Once again, she did not say that. Phoebe shifted the parcel higher onto her hip and held it in one arm, draping her other arm around Doddy's angular shoulders. "Things might seem grim right now, but we'll come about. There have been Bellamys at Witch House for 600 years. We've weathered civil wars, plagues, and worse. We'll weather this." He smiled up at her, but she could see he wasn't convinced. Well, neither was Phoebe. By the time they'd dropped off the clothing, much appreciated, it turned out, and joined the Tompkins for tea, it was the heat of the day. Doddy's steps slowed, and his cheeks became flushed as they walked, his blonde curls sticking to his forehead. The road offered no shade until they reached the shortcut they always used to avoid walking past Witch House, a view which all of them except Doddy found unspeakingly depressing. "Do you want to rest?" she asked. He shook his head, even though he had bright spots of red on his pale cheeks. He'd been terrifyingly ill 2 years earlier, and had not been robust since. Phoebe was just about to insist they stop when the sound of galloping hooves came from just beyond the rise ahead. They'd just stepped off the packed dirt into the weeds when a horse and rider crested the slight hill. Doddy made a noise of male appreciation, and Phoebe couldn't help staring either. The horse was big. Huge, in fact, perhaps 17 hands. Even so, its massive rider dwarfed the giant beast. The man belatedly noticed them and slowed his pace to a trot. His clothing was that of a gentleman, but he was built like a farm labourer, or, more accurately, like an ox, and what seemed to be acres of black superfine stretched over massive shoulders. He wore no overcoat in deference to the heat, but even his black claw-hammer coat must have been uncomfortably warm on such a day. His cravat was blindingly white and simply tied, his breeches a dark buckskin that was almost black, and his boots, even with a haze of dust on them, were the finest, glossiest pair Phoebe had seen in years. A high-crowned beaver was rakishly tilted on short but stylishly cropped dark brown hair, and his face, Phoebe saw as he drew closer, was not at all handsome. Indeed, he was downright ugly. His jaw was chiselled but heavy, his lips thin and unsmiling, and his nose an aggressive jutting blade. His eyes were cast in shadow by the brim of his hat, which he didn't bother to tip or remove, and his expression was flat, dismissive, and arrogant. "I'm looking for which house, boy?" His voice was as harsh as his person, and the flat vowels were those of a cit and completely at odds with his gentlemanly attire. Doddy was so enwrapped by the horse that he didn't appear to hear the question. He approached the monstrous black beast with his hand outstretched. "Boy!" The word was like the crack of a whip, and both Phoebe and Doddy startled. "Are you daft?" the man demanded, holding his head at such an angle that she could finally see his glaring eyes. They were a shockingly pale grey, the pupils mere pinpricks against the blazing sun. "Step back," he barked rudely. "Cole would love nothing more than to take a chunk out of your hand." Cole. What a perfect name for his magnificent horse, which was a deep velvety black. The horse looked no friendlier than its master as it stood with its neck arched, eyes disdainful. Indeed, the beast, which was better groomed than Phoebe, seemed to study her chewed-up hat, ripped and stained skirt, and sweat-sheened face with derision. "The directions to which house, and be quick about it, boy," the man repeated. Doddy's eyes narrowed at both the stranger's tone and being called boy. Suddenly his normally straight shoulders sagged, and he doffed his hat. "Oh, aye? Which house?" He scratched his ear. He glanced about gormlessly, scuffing the dirt into little puffs with the toe of his battered boot. Phoebe had to bite her lip to keep from laughing and giving away her brother's masterful performance. The stranger heaved a sigh, reached inside his coat, and drew out a small leather purse. Doddy's eyes widened comically. "Ah, which house?" he said in sudden comprehension, his greedy gaze on the purse. "Go back the way ye came, but take a left at yon fork. It be less than a mile on." When it looked like Doddy might hold out his hand, Phoebe grabbed his arm and yanked him away, forcing him to turn his back on the rude stranger. The sound of hooves followed them, but Phoebe refused to turn. A deep voice called out, "Look sharp, lad!" The tone seemed impossible to disobey, and both Phoebe and Doddy spun around just in time to see 2 coins sailing toward them, glittering under the bright sun. Phoebe glared up at the giant stranger with open loathing, but he never even glanced at her. Instead, he lightly spurred his horse, turned the beast in a half-circle, and galloped back the way he'd come. Doddy dropped to his haunches in the scrubby weeds beside the road. Phoebe gave a disgusted huff. "Look at you, Viscount Bellamy, scrabbling about for a penny." "I'm not too proud, Phoebe. Besides, I think one of those coins was a half-guinea." Phoebe couldn't help smiling. even though it physically pained her to see the next Earl of Addiscombe behaving like a street urchin. "Ha!" Doddy grinned up at her and held out his grimy palm, on which not one, but 2 half-guineas glinted. "Cool, Phoebe! He must be as rich as Croesus to throw away so much money." "Indeed he must," Phoebe mused, her eyes narrowing as she looked at where the arrogant, obnoxious man had disappeared over the rise. So, he was looking for which house, was he? With his accent, he was probably a secretary for a wealthy merchant, the sort who called themselves men of business. No doubt his employer was looking for a fancy aristocratic estate to use as a showpiece where he could bring all his vulgar merchant friends. Phoebe snorted softly. Well, luckily for her family, which house would not be what he wanted, and they'd not have to bear the thought of such an encroaching cit living in their ancestral home. "Do you think he wants to lease which house?" Doddy asked. His furrowed brow told Phoebe that her brother wasn't sure how he felt about that. "I dare say he is a servant employed by a wealthy man to find suitable property." "His employer must be terribly rich if he can mount his servant on such a horse." "Indeed." Phoebe smirked as she pictured the arrogant man's expression when he saw their lovely but terribly neglected family home. "I doubt which house will be up to his standards." She turned to her brother. "If I were a wagering sort, I'd bet your new coins that today was the first and last time we'll ever set eyes on that crude, overbearing cit." Phoebe would have good reason to remember those words later. Chapter 2. As Paul rode away from the ragged and rather witless-looking boy and his companion, whose battered straw hat looked as if it had been ravaged by weasels, he shook his head in disgust. He wasn't just disgusted by the poorly garbed yokels he'd just encountered, which were walking, talking proof that the Earl of Addiscombe failed to take care of his people, or the neglected state of the farmland on both sides of the road. No, what really disgusted him was that he had ridden all this way to see the state of the place when he should have guessed how matters lay. Paul was mad at himself for being such an idiot. He also reserved a little anger for his man of business, Harold Twickham. It had been Twickham who'd piqued Paul's curiosity and sent him to the Earl of Addiscombe's god-forsaken little corner of the world. "The Earl of Addiscombe is desperate for funds, Paul. I dare say he'd offer you a lease for a song," Twickham had said a mere 2 weeks earlier at their monthly financial meeting. "I don't want a lease, Twickham. I want to build my own house, not pour money into some knob's cast-offs." The older man had winced at the word knob. Twickham was something of a knob himself, as he was the grandson of a baron. But his family had fallen on hard times when he'd been a young man, and he'd been forced to seek employment. That was how he'd met Paul's father, John Iron Mad Needham, almost 50 years earlier. "I have seen the architect's plans for the house you wish to build, and it will take at least 2 years to finish it," Twickham said. "It was my understanding that you were looking for somewhere that Mrs. Kettering and her daughter could live in the interim." Paul had sighed. "I can see you won't be happy until you tell me more about this Earl. Addiscombe? I've not heard of him." That wasn't exactly unusual. Even though Paul was the second Viscount Needham, he eschewed moving in tarnished circles. "The Bellamys are one of the oldest families in Britain, and now that has to be one of the stupidest things toffs say about their families," Paul scoffed. "Everyone comes from somewhere, Twickham. Even the lowest chimney sweep could trace his bloody lineage back 600 years if he had the leisure and money to do so." Twickham ignored the interruption. "Their country seat is Wych House." "Wych House? What the devil kind of name is that?" Twickham sighed, his features wearing the patient expression he probably used with his fractious 2-year-old grandson. It is W-Y-C-H, as in Wych Elms. Several fine specimens of such majestic trees can be found on the grounds of the estate. This is not the original house, which burnt to the ground during the Civil War, but its replacement, which was built in the late 1660s, and is an excellent example of the Carolean style. He hesitated. Carolean means... Paul threw back his head and laughed. Lord, man, you're worse than my old housemaster. I know what it means. Latin for Charles. That would be Charlie II, not to be confused with his headless papa. Twickham pursed his lips and shook his head at Paul's disrespectful levity. Wych House is a spectacular structure in need of a great deal of maintenance, and the Earl is looking for someone who will lease the property. What a surprise. I suppose this spectacular property includes a great many dog-eared tenant farms and falling-down outbuildings. The current Earl sold off 32,000 acres several years ago, which was everything that wasn't entailed. What remains is 4,000 acres and the home farm. I don't suppose you know who bought the land? Albert Fremantle. Fremantle. Paul frowned. He just lost his shirt, and probably his breeches, when that hurricane sank 3/4 of his fleet. That is true. He is eager to divest himself of property, which is one reason I am recommending you to look at the house. I know you had your eyes on another piece of land in Devon, but this might be had for a song, and you could lease Wych House and be close during the construction phase of the new house. How long has the house been sitting vacant? A naval man leased the property for 4 years, but broke his lease 3 years in, forfeiting his last year's payment just to get away. Paul laughed. So, I will have to pour my money into the Earl's estate if I want to live comfortably. Then in 4 years' time, or less, I can hand it back to him in pristine condition. A sly expression flickered across the older man's face. Actually... Yes, Paul prodded. I know that expression, and it usually means something that makes us both a great deal of money. Leasing is only one part of the plan. Go on, you've got me interested now. The Earl is amenable to an action for common recovery. Paul shook his head. I'm confused. If his heir would offer no resistance to breaking the entail, then why is he fussing about with leasing? His son is not yet 15. Then he'll have to wait years, 6 of them, until the boy is no longer a minor to begin an action in common recovery. Well, that is true, in a way. What do you mean, in a way? Either the lad is a minor or he isn't. Paul frowned. Why do you look so damned guilty, Twickham? The older man cleared his throat. While a minor may void a contract, the contracts entered into by minors are not in themselves void. Why is that relevant? Have you heard anything about the sale of Lord Hightower's property in Cumberland? I know the matter was dragged through the courts for several years. Why? While the case yielded no firm precedent, it created some interesting possibilities. Paul sighed. Speak plainly, please. Well, what happened in Hightower's case was the usual recovery action, which is already a twisted legal fiction, Paul couldn't help pointing out. Twickham didn't deny it. In Hightower's case, the buyer turned around and sold the property almost immediately to a third party, who in turn sold it to another and— Good God, Twickham! Is there a point to any of this? I'm getting to it, Twickham insisted. These transactions happened 4 years before Hightower's heir reached his majority. The last sale took place between buyers that were far removed from the action in common recovery, and the court, in this case at least, was unwilling to overturn the sale. Bloody hell, that's confusing. And it also seems unethical. even to Paul, whose morality on matters of business was more than a little elastic. I agree it appears a bit murky, but not when you consider Addiscombe is on the verge of losing the little cottage where he and his family have lived since being forced to abandon Witch House. When that happens, he either must move back into the house, which he cannot afford to operate, or take his family to a less than desirable location. The man really has no other choice. Paul stared for a moment before asking, "How do you know Addiscombe would be amenable to such an idea?" "Because he's been casting out lures." He hesitated and then added, "Nathan Malvern is his first nibble." Paul gave a hoot of derision at the mention of his long-time nemesis, a conscienceless shipping magnate who had never forgiven Paul's father for receiving the title that Malvern himself had aspired to for decades. "You are only dropping Malvern's name to pique my interest," he accused. Twickham didn't deny it. "I know there is something you aren't telling me, Uncle." Twickham wasn't really his uncle, or any relation at all, but he was closer to Paul than his own father had been. The papery skin over Twickham's cheekbones darkened once again at Paul's words. "Out with it, you old scoundrel." "Addiscombe has 5 daughters, all unmarried." Paul laughed. "It is past time you remarried." Twickham clucked his tongue at Paul's teasing, hesitated, and then said, "I know you promised your father on his deathbed that you would. If I were you, Twickham, I wouldn't be so eager to bring up my father's ambitions for me. I'm sure you recall what happened the last time I tried to please him," Paul said, no longer amused. Especially since the last episode was the reason Paul was still unmarried at the ripe old age of 35. Twickham looked so chastened that Paul felt guilty about snapping at him. "Fine. Tell me about these daughters. I take it all of them are brand-faced," Paul said. "No. I recall seeing the eldest daughter several years ago, and she was lovely. The second oldest girl, who must be in her early 20s now, is said to be a diamond of the first water. Why is it I've never heard of this nonpareil? Addiscombe hasn't been to London since selling his townhouse. It is my understanding that they don't even socialise much in the country. I dare say that isn't from choice, but from the need to retrench." "Lord, he really must be skint if he can't even take his daughters to country assemblies," Paul sighed. "Other than your desire to match-make, what do his daughters have to do with all this?" he snorted. "Is Addiscombe actually requiring potential buyers to marry one of them as part of the bargain?" "No. In fact, it is Malvern who is insisting on marrying the second oldest, the beautiful one." Paul's stomach churned with disgust. "Good God! The man is a revolting, diseased deviant. Is Addiscombe really considering it?" "He isn't happy about it. Nobody in their right mind wants to have anything to do with Malvern. But the man is too wealthy to ignore, especially for somebody as desperate as Addiscombe." Twickham, wily old bird that he was, let Paul stew on that thought for a moment before adding, "Even if you decide not to marry one of the Earl's daughters, this is an incredible opportunity, Paul. Witch House might need a great deal of money, but you could never build a house even half so grand. And with your interest in agriculture—" "I only have a scientific interest in farming, Uncle, not a desire to become an actual farmer. Besides, I doubt there's enough land available." "There would be if Fremantle could be brought to sell," Twickham insisted. "To even support this massive pile of bricks," Paul finished, ignoring his uncle's interruption. Twickham was undaunted by Paul's arguments. "Even if you aren't able to buy the land from Fremantle, you don't need it to be self-sustaining." No, Paul's pockets were deep enough to support a dozen witch houses. "But I know you, Paul. You love a challenge. Unlike many of these aristocrats, who are unwilling or unable to adjust to the changes, you have the skill and ambition to make such an enterprise sustainable. It is men like you who will own this new age, Paul. Paul wasn't interested in engaging in philosophical discussions about impoverished aristocrats or money-grubbing merchant cits like himself. You might be right about the property and land, Uncle. But what in the world makes you think I want a wife? You've spoken about wanting to establish your daughter, Paul. A bachelor cannot launch a young girl, if you should ever decide to do so. And how do you think my prospective wife will feel about launching my bastard daughter? How will an earl's precious daughter feel about my reputation, my life, my background? Women of the aristocracy are bred to overlook and endure such things, Paul. He laughed, but there was no humour in it. Bloody delightful. So she can pinch her nose and close her eyes whenever she needs to look at, speak to, or fuck her barbaric husband? Twickham sighed. For all that you like to behave like a barbarian, Paul, you are a highly educated man, and we both know it. No matter what pains you take to hide it. And it astounds me how you refuse to accept that you are also a peer in your own right. My title is so new as to be offensive to this sort of people. Not only that, but I am, unapologetically, a merchant. I will continue to engage in business no matter how much money my father put into turning me out like a lord. We both know that would horrify an aristocratic woman. It is true that your title is new and that you are not accepted by the highest sticklers. But with a proper wife, you could enter the upper orders of society. Yes, but why would I want to? Paul retorted. Lucy is 13, Paul. If you have any hope of establishing your daughter as anything other than, I don't need any advice about my daughter. Paul didn't raise his voice. In fact, he lowered it, but it had the desired effect on the other man. And yet Twickham's words had stayed with Paul and caused a noxious stew of guilt and anxiety to grow in his stomach. Neither Lucy nor her mother, Ellen, liked London, and Paul knew the city was bad for Ellen's health. She needed clean country air, but refused to go to any of the usual seaside towns or watering holes, at least not without Lucy. And Paul, selfish man that he was, didn't want to be away from his daughter. Paul had been searching for somewhere to lease, a place the three of them could move quickly, because the house he was going to build would take so long that Ellen wouldn't live to see it. Paul sighed, met Twickham's eager gaze, and said, "Where did you say this witch house was?" Twickham struggled to smother a grin and failed. "Near the market town of Little Sissington. A picturesque village unspoiled by coaching inns, or commerce, or collieries, or iron works?" Paul asked wryly. "Ah," Paul snorted. "Don't worry. I might own such places, but I don't wish to live near them either." He narrowed his eyes at the older man. "But before I go anywhere to look at anything or talk to anyone, I shall want you to get me more information." It had taken Twickham a few weeks to gather the Earl of Addiscombe's disastrous financial details, and Paul had also hired a private equerry agent to pay a visit to Little Sissington and collect some information about the Bellamy clan and their much reduced circumstances. First, there was Queen's Bower. The quaint Tudor manor where the family now lived was all Lord Addiscombe had left to sell if he didn't find a wealthy, clueless tenant. Soon. Second, there were Addiscombe's 6 children, all of whom were unmarried and living at home. At 25, Aurelia Bellamy, the eldest, was an attractive and accomplished artist who'd been supplementing the Bellamy family income for years by illustrating naturalist publications under the alias Jacob Forrester, Aurelia was the only Bellamy who'd had a season. Next was Hyacinth, who, at 22, was something of a dark horse. The sparse information the agent had dug up painted a picture of an awkward woman of no great beauty, who lacked both the social aptitude and desire to socialize. Like her elder sister, Lady Hyacinth did her part for the family economy by dressing as a boy. The agent had noted the disguise was entirely convincing, to play cards in the rural gambling dens around the area. Unlike her father, Lady Hyacinth had come away with money in her pocket all 3 times the agent had followed her. Selina Bellamy, at 21, was widely considered the most beautiful woman in the county. She possessed no peculiarities or odd hobbies like her older sisters, a fact which made her number 1 on Paul's tentative list of marital prospects. Not that he had decided to offer for one of the Earl's daughters, or connive with him to break entail. A 4th daughter, Phoebe, was 20 and agreed to be the least accomplished or attractive of the Bellamy brood. She spent most of her time taking care of household matters at Queen's Bower and shouldering tasks that should have belonged to her mother or father. Interestingly, Phoebe was the only Bellamy sister to have been betrothed. Her engagement to Sebastian Lowry, the son of a local squire 3 years earlier, had only lasted a few months before she ended it. The consensus is that she broke off the betrothal after discovering her father had dissipated his daughter's dowries. Whether she received pressure from Lowry to end the engagement is unknown. Catherine Bellamy, at barely 17, was reckoned to be both a beauty in the making and something of a hoyden. The heir and only son, Dauntry, Viscount Bellamy, also called Doddy, was almost 15. He'd never been to school and was tutored by the local vicar and his elder sisters. And then there were Pater and Mater Bellamy. The Earl and Countess, by all accounts, hated one another's guts, and had done since their fecund and infelicitous union began 26 years earlier. Lady Addiscombe was born plain Helen Framling, the daughter of a wealthy dry goods merchant from Bristol. Helen brought a much-needed infusion of brass to the tottering earldom, which her new husband set about spending at an alarming rate. Gerald Bellamy, 7th Earl of Addiscombe, had been a close associate of the Prince Regent for decades. The Earl was generally liked by his peers, although acknowledged to be something of a loose fish. He'd not sat in the Lords since leaving London, and had done precious little in his capacity as Earl before then. By all accounts, he was a man infected with a fatal case of gambling fever. All that information had combined to pique Paul's interest enough that he was currently sitting astride Cole and staring at a crossroads. The road on the right led to London, and the road on the left, according to the young ragamuffin who directed him, led toward which house? Paul was literally at a fork in the road. The symbolism did not escape him. Twickham had known exactly how to describe which house, the Bellamy family, and the Earl's desire to break entail in such a way that Paul, a man whose instincts for profit were as deeply ingrained as a shark's instincts for blood, had packed a bag and ridden all the way to Little Sissington. Although he had not yet seen the famous, or infamous, witch house yet, the air of neglect that pervaded the village, the surrounding area, and its impoverished denizens was palpable, and was causing him to regret setting off on what increasingly felt like a hare-brained journey. "Hare-brained? Not at all. This is a perfect opportunity for you, my boy," said a wheedling inner voice that sounded exactly like his dead father. Paul wanted to ignore the voice, but it was as loud and insistent as his father had been in real life. "With your wealth, you can elevate everyone in the area, Paul. Not just save a noble old house. That little village you passed through sits on land the Earl sold to Fremantle, and it is dying of neglect. If you bought the house and surrounding property, it would be your land, and the inhabitants would be your people." Paul snorted at the absurd claim. "You make it sound as if I'd become a feudal lord, Father. Besides, I already own a great deal of land around my houses, so why would this be any different? Here you wouldn't be the ugly son of a grasping upstart. Here you could build yourself in a new image and become a proper lord of the domain." Paul laughed aloud. Although his social climbing father was long dead, this entire arrangement was exactly what John Needham had dreamed of all his life. Somewhere he wouldn't be known as Iron Mad Needham, but Lord Needham. "This was your dream, Father, not mine." "You promised me, Paul. Remember?" Paul snorted. "I'm unlikely to forget the foolish deathbed promises you squeezed from me." He sighed and patted the stallion on his glossy black neck. "Well, Cole, what do you think? Should we turn tail and scuttle back home? Or would it be cowardly to leave without even seeing this so-called masterpiece of architecture?" His horse shifted restlessly, but offered no opinion. So, the decision was up to Paul, then. "Very well, old boy. You asked for it," he muttered, and then urged his mount toward the left-hand fork and the road that led to Witch House. Chapter 3. "Describe him again, Phoebe," Aurelia ordered. "Good Lord, Leah, I've already described him 3 times, Phoebe complained, squinting at the 3-inch rent in her skirt that she was trying to mend without leaving a trace. It wasn't likely to happen, as she was a dreadful hand at needlework. All 6 Bellamy siblings were sitting in the large attic room that had been packed with rotting furniture and chests full of mouldering old clothes when they'd moved into Queen's Bower. Lady Addiscombe had showed no interest in the dusty, stuffy, cobweb-festooned place, so the 6 of them had salvaged what they could of the moth-eaten furniture, gradually creating what they affectionately referred to as the lair. It might be hot and miserable in the summer and freezing in the winter, but it was the one place in the house their mother was unlikely to come looking for them. Selina held out a hand for Phoebe's mending. "Here, give that to me, Phoebe. You're making a dreadful hash of it. I'll see to it while you tell us about the man again. This time, leave nothing out," she chided gently. Selina did everything gently. Even though her sister was firmly on the shelf at 21, she seemed to grow more lovely with each passing year. She had a complexion like fresh cream, golden blonde hair with a natural curl, and thickly lashed sky-blue eyes. Not only did she look like an angel, but she also possessed the temperament of one. "Describe him again," Katie urged when Phoebe hesitated. "Oh, very well. Why not?" she muttered. After all, what else did they have to talk about? They never socialized or went anywhere interesting, so encountering a stranger who might want Witch House was the most exciting thing to have happened in months. He was an immense man. Quite the largest. "He was even bigger than Papa's old tenant Zeb Cantor," Doddy cut in from his position on the floor, where he was lying on his back with his squirrel lying on his chest, the 2 of them gazing lovingly into each other's eyes. Phoebe glared down at him. "Excuse me, my lord, but would you like to finish this story?" "I'm sorry," he said, not very convincingly. "Yes, he was even bigger than Zeb," Phoebe said, although his expression was far less. "Witless," Doddy suggested, as he scratched Silas behind one ear and reduced him to a drooling lump of fur. "The word I was going to say was pleasant. Anyhow, he was dressed in clothes just as nice as Papa's." Katie snorted. Then perhaps he wasn't looking to lease the house at all, but was an impoverished peer seeking a game of cards. "Katie," Selina admonished softly. "Sorry," Katie grumbled. At barely 17, their youngest sister was sharp-witted and sharp-tongued. She also bid fair to rival Selina as the family beauty, but without the gentle temperament. Phoebe continued. It was clear he'd purchased his clothing from the finest clothier in Bond Street. "Just like Papa," Katie murmured, unsuppressed. This time Selina didn't bother scolding her sister. After all, what Katie said was true. While the rest of them remade their gowns and wore cast-offs, their father still visited London twice a year to purchase new garments. It was hardly fair that the person who had done the most to plunge them into penury was the least affected by his actions. But then, life wasn't fair, was it? "Phoebe," Dotty whined, "are you going to tell it, or should—" "As for the rude stranger's horse," Phoebe said loudly, talking over him, "he was—" "Smashing! Bang up to the knocker!" Doddy cut in. "Mamma will confine you to bread and water for a week if she hears such talk coming out of your mouth," Katie said. "It was the finest piece of horseflesh I've ever seen," Doddy went on, his tone reverential. "Oh, and you are such an expert on such matters," Katie taunted. Doddy bristled. "It's better than being a stupid girl who is afraid of a little spider and cries if she gets a splinter in her finger and—" "Children," Aurelia warned. Doddy opened his mouth to argue with his eldest sibling, one of his favourite hobbies, even though it was as hazardous as bear-baiting with a sister who was more likely to box your ears than report you to their mother, when Hyacinth spoke. Their second eldest sibling was so quiet that it was often easy to forget she was in the room, and she spoke so rarely that everyone paused to hear what she had to say. "You say he was dressed like a gentleman, yet spoke like a cit. If his horse was of the calibre you claim, then he does not sound like a rich man's servant, but a rich man himself, coming to inspect a country house. That sort of man likes to be in control. They don't delegate important details to mere servants. That is something Papa would do. Trust High to reduce matters so quickly and easily." Their quiet, introspective sister was the cleverest person Phoebe had ever met, which was not something Phoebe envied High. After all, being an intelligent woman was considered a defect among their class. Added to High's unfortunate intelligence was her unwillingness to speak more than 10 words a week. Her narrow face was pale and freckled, and her hair was as orange as, well, an orange. She was so tall, thin, and gangly that she resembled a boy, even though she was a 22-year-old woman. When you added all that together, you had a woman who was unlikely to catch a husband, even if she'd been an heiress. Phoebe's chest hurt just contemplating High's future. Of all the Bellamy children, she was the one least likely to escape the dreary future of living and dying at Queen's Bower with their parents. "Whoever he is," Katie said, cutting into her grim thoughts, "he doubtless took one look at the dreadful state of poor Witch House and ran as fast as he could back to his manufactory or coal mine." Katie's words were flippant, but her tone, just like all their moods, was pensive. While none of them wanted some merchant upstart in their ancestral home, what would happen to them if their father could not find a tenant for Witch House? "I received a message from our Aunt Fitzroy," High said, speaking for a second time in one day. "She wishes me to come to London for the season." The lair erupted in gasps. "But High, you would hate it, wouldn't you?" Phoebe asked. Before she could answer, Katie piped up. "Why didn't she ask Aurelia? She is the eldest and should be—" "I already had a season. I don't want another," Aurelia declared coolly. "I trust Mamma knows of this?" Selina asked, If she does, then you shan't be able to escape the invitation, dearest. She knows. I am to leave in 4 days, Hi said, as expressionless as ever. A stunned silence filled the room. Surprisingly, it was Doddy who broke it. You cannot go to the city and prance about in gowns at balls, Hi. He pushed himself upright, dislodging a sleeping Silas. You hate that sort of mummery. It would kill you in a week, he snorted. Or, more likely, you would kill somebody else. His slight smile slid away. None of you will sacrifice yourself like this. I shan't allow it. He met each of their eyes in turn, 6 centuries worth of aristocratic breeding, turning his angelic features hard, determined, and far too old for his age. I will be Addiscombe one day, and it is my duty to save you. His blonde brow snapped into a straight golden line. I am the one who is going to marry a rich, vulgar heiress, and we shall all live together at Witch House. I'll settle monstrous sums of money on each of you, and you shan't ever have to marry unless you wish to. He grimaced, once again resembling the boy he was. And who the devil would wish to marry if they didn't have to? He shivered, demonstrating just how selfless the offer he'd just made was. His chivalrous words diffused the sombre atmosphere High's announcement had created, and all 5 sisters jumped on their beloved little brother, kissing him, ruffling his hair, and generally horrifying him. Phoebe knew that as much as they might laugh and play now, behind all their smiles were crushing worries just waiting to erupt. If the cit they'd seen today, or another one like him, leased their ancestral home, it would be just one more humiliation. But if he didn't want Witch House, well, that would be 100 times worse. Once they had tickled Doddy breathless and driven him from the room, Selina turned to the rest of them, her expression firm and resolved. Let us not allow our imaginations to run away with us. Nobody needs rescuing from anything. Yet. A scant 3 days later, Selina had to eat those words. 4 months? That is all the time Papa has to pay the money on the loan. If he cannot pay, they will eject us from Queen's Bower, Katy said, eyes wide. Normally, Aurelia would scold their youngest sister for her nasty habit of listening at doors, but this time she remained quiet. It was just Phoebe and her sisters in the lair. Doddy was at the vicarage, where he took his lessons 3 days a week, which was just as well, since the last thing their little brother needed to hear was something like this. As Aurelia put aside her mending, Phoebe couldn't help noticing that her older sister did not appear as surprised as the rest of them. You knew about this, didn't you, Leah? Phoebe asked. Aurelia nodded. Mamma told me. Why didn't you tell us? Selina asked, clearly hurt by her sister's omission. Because I needed some time to think. Think about what? Katy asked. About what we should do. Aurelia looked around at the rest of them, her expression one of grim resolve. We cannot depend on Papa to save us. If we're going to find a way out of this horrific disaster, we'll need to find it ourselves. The words were unsettling when said out loud, but Phoebe knew it wasn't anything they'd not all thought privately. Leah is right. We need to get the money, Hi said quietly. But how? Phoebe demanded. Hyacinth and Aurelia exchanged a look that Phoebe couldn't decipher. Marriage? Selina suggested, her face paler than ever. But we never go anywhere or meet anyone. That needs to change, Hi said. I'm off to London tomorrow, and I've been thinking about our aunt's invitation. She looked at Selina. It should be you who is going to have a run at a season. You would actually enjoy it, and you want to get married. I can hardly thrust myself into your place, Selina said. No, Hi agreed. But Aunt Fitzroy mentioned one thing in her letter that was very interesting. Her mother-in-law needs a companion, and our aunt is on the hunt to fill the position for the 4th time. She must be a difficult old lady, Katy said with a grimace. Dealing with a crotchety old lady is more in my line of things than going to balls, Hi pointed out. Nobody argued with her. Hi had more patience than the rest of the family combined. What are you thinking? Phoebe asked. I shall suggest to Aunt that I am the solution to the mother-in-law dilemma. At the same time, I'll let her know Selina is champing at the bit for a whack at the season. Phoebe smiled. Knowing Hi, she would use exactly that same street cant to speak to their aunt. What if she has already engaged somebody as a companion by the time you get there? Katy asked. If she's already run through 3 ladies in only 2 months, then I'm guessing the position will be vacant soon enough. But... Phoebe bit her lip. Yes? Hi prodded. I don't see how a companion position will get the money we need. The rest of them nodded. Hi's pale cheeks flushed faintly, an unusual sign of emotion in their normally phlegmatic sibling. I have saved up almost £300. Everyone gasped. Aurelia clucked her tongue. Oh, Hi, cards? Hi flashed one of her rare smiles, a humorous glint in her pale green eyes. Yes. But, dearest, we've all seen how risking one's luck at the card tables turns out, Selina said. What we have seen is how a terrible card player fares. Her lips curved into a faint, almost predatory smile. I do not rely on luck, and I'm a far better card player than Papa. I've won this much money, and that was only by playing for chicken steaks. In London, I would have access to far better games. But they'd never let a woman play, Katy said. They don't let a woman play here, Hi pointed out dryly. Only Aurelia didn't gawk at their sister. You knew she was dressing up and sneaking out, Leah, Phoebe accused for the 2nd time that day. I did, Aurelia admitted. And while I can't approve of cards, I have to admit that Hi knows what she is about. She shrugged. Hi is a woman grown. It is her own decision. You really dress like a man? Selina asked. Yes, and nobody has ever questioned me, she said, looking unperturbed at the admission. I can at least make enough money to hold us over until one of you, does the deed. Phoebe glanced around at the others, expecting to see disbelief or disapproval. But her sisters looked thoughtful. Truth be told, they were simply too desperate to rule out any possibility, even dreaded cards which had led their family to ruin. It doesn't seem fair to put all the burden on Hi, or Selina, if Aunt Fitzroy invites her, said Phoebe, her mind racing how she could help. But she had no way of earning money, and the only gentleman who'd ever shown any interest in her had turned out to be a repulsive, manipulative cad. Aurelia cleared her throat, and they all turned to her. I respect Hi's plan to save Queen's Bower, but it has become increasingly clear that we cannot stop our father from... Aurelia paused, obviously searching for some way of calling their father a feckless, thoughtless gambler without using those words. Losing our home, Katy supplied grimly. Aurelia nodded. Yes, losing our home. So that is why I've come up with a plan of my own. She reached into her needlework bag and took out a folded sheet of newspaper, which she handed to Phoebe. It was an advertisement for an illustrator. The suitable applicant would be required to work with field journals and samples at the employer's residence for the duration of the project. Ability to collect data, whatever that meant, would be an added benefit. The job was expected to last 6 months, with a salary to be agreed upon. "Surely the employer will expect a man?" Phoebe asked, handing the clipping to Selina. "I applied for the job under my nom de plume," Aurelia admitted, "and I included several drawings. When the gentleman, Lord Crewe, offered me the position, I wrote to him and confessed my identity. He wrote back and said my gender was irrelevant, but that I must begin work by the end of the month if I wanted the position." They all spoke at once. "A lord?" Phoebe repeated. "Is he wealthy?" Katie demanded. "Is he married?" Selina asked. "I read about Crewe in the London Examiner," High said. Aurelia answered her sister's comments in order. "Yes, I don't know. No, and so did I." She smiled and added, "He is a widowed gentleman who is a naturalist of some renown, and was badly injured on his last expedition to America." "His wife was killed by a wildcat, and he was badly mauled," High said. "A cat?" Katie scoffed. "It was a panther," Aurelia said quietly. "And yes, he was severely mauled. His wife was also a naturalist, and the two had always worked together. It was quite a tragedy." "Is he an invalid?" Phoebe asked. "I don't know," Aurelia said. "Is it wise to live in a widowed gentleman's house?" Selina asked. "Won't it harm your reputation beyond repair?" Aurelia shrugged. "I will use my alias on his work. In the past, that has kept our family name free of any scandal that would come from being associated with a woman earning money. Besides, although I know it is selfish of me, I really do not care if I ruin my reputation. This is the best opportunity I will ever get. Lord Crewe is a fellow of the National Geographic Society. If my work pleases him, the potential for new commissions is immense." "Well done," High said softly, her pale green eyes glinting with respect. The others nodded. Aurelia flushed at their quiet praise. "I know it will not be enough to save Queen's Bower or do anything about Witch House and poor Doddy's situation. But if the sum Lord Crewe and I agree on is indicative of how much this sort of work pays, then I could eventually afford a little cottage." She gave one of her rare smiles. "It might be a bit cramped for us all, but at least we wouldn't have to live in fear of it being taken away." The room was quiet as they considered their sister's words. Phoebe finally broke the silence. "The rest of you have already put so much thought into how to help. I've done nothing." Selina squeezed Phoebe's hand. "Oh, dearest, you are invaluable here. You are the one who makes sure we have meat to eat and a bit of sugar for our tea." "You knew who to summon when the ceiling collapsed in our bedchamber," Katie chimed in. "Without you to manage the accounts, there would be even fewer little luxuries," High added. "And someone will need to watch over Doddy, and you are by far his favourite," Aurelia pointed out, unjustly in Phoebe's opinion. Their little brother loved all of them equally, and would miss his sisters desperately. "If High wins a fortune, or Selina marries a wealthy, handsome gentleman who adores her, then you can come home, Aurelia," Katie said, her brow creased with hope. Aurelia sighed. "I know this will sound ungrateful, but I don't wish to be a pensioner in any of your homes if you marry. And while High might earn enough to avert disaster for the family this time, who is to say what will save us the next?" She gave a bitter, very un-Aurelia-like snort. "The last 10 years, especially since leaving Witch House, have been filled with constant worry and dread. Henceforth, I wish to make my own way." High nodded. "That is wise. While our goal should be to keep Queen's Bower and preserve something for Doddy when he inherits, we should pursue our plans regardless of whether the others succeed or fail." High glanced around. "Pax?" The four of them nodded. "Pax," Aurelia, Selina, and Phoebe murmured. "Wait, what about me? I want to help," Katie said. "What can I do?" Selina smiled. "You are too young to either seek work or marry. Mamma married at 17. And look how that turned out," Phoebe said tartly. "Phoebe!" Selina gasped. "Phoebe only said what all of us have thought on more than one occasion," Aurelia said. "I want to say one more thing. I know we are all hoping to rescue the family fortunes, but let us agree that none of us will form a union as ill-advised as that which our mother and father did. You must all promise me you will not sacrifice your own happiness for the rest of us. I would not want to save our family at the cost of your happiness." Again the others nodded. Phoebe wondered if any of them would really let their own personal happiness impinge if there was a chance to save the others. She knew what she would do if faced with such a decision. Chapter 4. 11 days later. Phoebe nervously smoothed her already smooth skirt. Again. Katie fidgeted on one side of her, and Aurelia remained as motionless as a statue on the other. Phoebe couldn't help envying High and Selina, whom their Aunt Fitzroy had invited, just as High had predicted, who were not sitting in a row like items perched on a shelf in a shop window. "For sale. 3 females of various ages and appearances. Maidenheads guaranteed intact. Inquire within." A nervous giggle bubbled up in her throat, but Phoebe prudently forced it back down. She twisted slightly to look at Aurelia, but her sister appeared to be entirely consumed by her embroidery. If this horrid meeting had occurred even one day later, then Aurelia would have escaped it entirely. Because tomorrow she would board the mail coach that would take her to Scotland to her new job. Phoebe was proud of her sister, who'd stood her ground even when their mother had harangued her to stay every day for the past 3 weeks. But Aurelia was serene and immovable, and tomorrow she would be gone. "Katie!" Lady Addiscombe's voice was like the crack of a whip in the quiet, cramped drawing-room. "What is it, Mamma?" Katie demanded, looking up from the lovely embroidery piece she was working on. For all that her younger sister was often scuffed, stained, and dirty as Doddy, she possessed the most exquisite needlework skills in the family. But she squirmed, seemingly unaware of her body's gyrations. "Will you cease your incessant thrashing, or must I bind you to your chair?" "I'm sorry, Mamma." Their usually irrepressible hoyden of a little sister murmured. Not even Katie, the bravest of all the Bellamy children when it came to open defiance of their mother, was foolish enough to antagonize the Countess today. Indeed, nobody had wanted to be in the same room with the Countess after she had learned that Viscount Needham, one of the wealthiest industrialists in Britain, was to lease Witch House. "Needham is not tonish," her ladyship had conceded. "But situated as we are—" The Countess had shrugged, not needing to complete the thought. That, thanks to their father, the Bellamy family could not afford to be choosy. Unfortunately, it wasn't the leasing of Witch House that had them all sitting and waiting in the parlour. No, they were there because Lady Addiscombe was determined that Viscount Needham would marry one of her daughters. "I am actually relieved Selina is in London," the Countess had said earlier. Your sister would be positively wasted on such a man." It had been difficult to keep a straight face. "Do sit up straight, Phoebe." Phoebe stiffened immediately at the sound of her mother's command. Once again the room settled into silence, only the warring ticking of the ormolu mantel clock and long case clock disturbing the tomb-like atmosphere. They'd been assembled and waiting in the drawing-room for over an hour, since well before the Viscount's arrival. He'd arrived in a sinfully luxurious travelling coach that was pulled by 6 matched black horses. "Oh, poor Doddy," Aurelia had murmured. "It is a shame he is missing those horses." Phoebe had certainly never seen the like before. The animals were identical, their coats glossy black, their tails and manes stylishly plaited. Of the Viscount himself, all they'd seen was a pair of long legs in buff pantaloons, monstrously broad shoulders, and a top hat. Phoebe had seen enough to say, "Yes, that was the man Doddy and I saw." So, not a servant after all. "There is nothing vulgar about either his equipage or his servant's livery, Phoebe," Katy had rightfully pointed out. "I didn't say that he or his possessions looked vulgar," Phoebe had protested. "Everything is of the first elegance," Aurelia had commented. Phoebe had to agree. His swaggering postilions and grooms wore tasteful black coats and breeches that matched the glossy black carriage and horses. It was all unimpeachingly stylish. She was still struggling to reconcile such opulence and luxury with the harsh, ill-spoken creature who'd barked at them and flung coins. The door to the sitting-room opened and snapped Phoebe from her reverie. "Ah, yes, here they are," the Earl said, as if he hadn't known exactly how long they had been waiting. Phoebe had believed that her memory had exaggerated the man's size, but the opposite was true. He was bigger than she remembered. He towered over the Earl by at least 6 inches, and seemed to be twice as broad as their slender father. Gerald Bellamy, at 60, looked a good decade younger than his wife, who was his junior by almost 15 years. Phoebe had never been able to decide if her mother's premature aging resulted from living with her father or from giving birth to 9 children, 3 of whom did not survive infancy. Whatever the reason, her father had remained handsome and youthful, no matter how little he might deserve it. The Earl smiled vaguely at his wife. "My dear, may I present Viscount Needham?" He nodded at the tall peer. "Needham, my wife, the Countess of Addiscombe." The giant took her mother's hand and bowed over it, his movements neither clumsy nor especially graceful, but merely perfunctory. Phoebe hadn't seen him so closely the last time. Also, the sun had been glaring in her eyes, and his face had been shaded by his hat. But her first impression had been correct. His features were harsh. He had a heavy square jaw and a chin that was determined and jutting. While it would have been unfair to call him ugly, he was very close to it. And yet he was not difficult to look at. Indeed, it seemed hard to look away. He appeared to possess that undefinable quality that drew one's attention. Perhaps it was his great size, or the aura of power that hung about him. He was, Phoebe realized, the most masculine man she had ever encountered. Not that she was entirely sure what that entailed, or what about him had led her to that conclusion. Indeed, never in her life had she considered what constituted masculinity. But something about the Viscount encouraged such thoughts. Just like his impeccable clothing, his dark brown curls were fashionably cut and tousled. Everything about him, except his size, face, and abrupt manner, was that of a gentleman. Phoebe's face heated at her thoughts. Was that really what made a gentleman? Fine features, an impressive lineage, and courtly manners? Suddenly that struck her as being terribly shallow. She pushed away the sobering thought and studied their guest from beneath lowered lashes. His pale grey eyes, his only attractive feature, were fringed with black spiky lashes and heavy-lidded. In fact, they were so hooded that he appeared to be brooding. Maybe he was brooding. He certainly wasn't smiling. Judging by the harsh brackets around his mouth and the downward pull at the corners of his thin lips, he was a man who was a stranger to merriment of any sort. "Thank you for receiving me today, Lady Addiscombe." His lips curved faintly, almost mockingly. The Countess flushed at the slight emphasis on her title and what his sly look implied. That Lord Needham and the Countess were cut from the same merchant-class cloth. Lord Addiscombe's eyes bounced between Needham and the Countess, and he looked positively gleeful at the Viscount's needling and its effect on his wife. He turned away from the show with obvious reluctance. "This is my eldest, Lady Aurelia." Needham bowed, his expression once again brooding rather than mocking. "Lady Phoebe." If looking at him was distracting, being looked at by those pale green eyes was, well... Her face heated, and breathing seemed like something she had to force herself to remember. The Viscount's lips flexed, but no smile reached his eyes. He inclined his dark head and turned to Katy. And then he deliberately turned back, and his eyes widened in recognition. Amusement transformed his face into something that, if not handsome, was certainly appealing. His cruel-looking lips curved, and kept curving, until Phoebe saw a flash of white teeth. The skin around his eyes crinkled, and his eyelids lifted enough to expose more of those remarkable irises. "Lady Phoebe," he repeated, humour glinting in his gaze. "We've met." His flat vowels confirmed her memory that he spoke like a clerk, although not with the heavy northern brogue one would expect. Because his disgraceful behaviour that day deserved no answer, Phoebe merely inclined her head. His smile grew broader, his bold gaze moving over her face, throat, and bosom in a way no decent man would look at a woman. Phoebe swallowed hard and blushed harder. Wretched man. Her parents looked confused, and Phoebe realized that neither of them had put this man together with the stranger from several weeks earlier. "Last but not least is my youngest daughter, Lady Catherine." The Earl's smile spoke louder than words. Katy, although only just turned 17, had been brought out for Needham's inspection, just in case the wealthy peer preferred her dewy freshness over Aurelia's superior but more mature beauty. As for Phoebe, well, Phoebe harboured no illusions that Needham, who was as rich as Croesus and would have his choice of beautiful debutantes, would ever be interested in her. "We have 2 other daughters who are visiting their aunt, Lady Fitzroy," the Earl said. "I hope you will call upon them when you return to London." He beamed. "You can introduce yourself as our newest neighbour." Phoebe cringed, ashamed of her father's willingness to barter his children, especially when it was all to pay for his mistakes. "Perhaps I shall," Needham agreed quietly. He wore a faint derisive smile, obviously amused that the Earl was hawking his daughters as if they were bloodstock. "Please have a seat." The Earl gestured to the only chair that was likely to hold the Viscount. Needham flicked aside his cutaway tails to sit, briefly exposing a glimpse of hips and thighs that were so thick and muscular they filled the entire chair, his shoulders broader than the wingback. For all that he was so large, He seemed to be utterly at home in his skin, his posture one of ease, as if he were lounging in his own home rather than visiting strangers. Phoebe bristled at such arrogant confidence, and resolved not to fawn over him, no matter what the Countess had ordered when she'd learned that he was coming to inspect them. "Lord Needham will commence occupation of which house immediately," the Earl said. Phoebe could see by the lights in her father's green eyes that he was already mentally spending the money. "How nice it will be to have somebody at which house," Aurelia said, in her cool, well-modulated voice. Needham looked amused by her haughty tone, and inclined his head. "Thank you, Lady Aurelia. I look forward to deepening my acquaintance with my neighbours." Phoebe couldn't help noticing that even her unflappable sister's pale skin tinted beneath Paul Needham's raptor-like gaze. The silence stretched, and the Countess gave Phoebe a pointed look. "Will you have any family living with you?" Phoebe asked. "As a matter of fact, my daughter Lucy will join me." The Countess stiffened at this information. "I must apologize, my lord. I wasn't aware that you were a widower." "I'm not. Lucy is my natural daughter." Nobody moved or spoke. The shock that pervaded the room was so thick it was palpable. "My daughter is just turned 13, and has always lived with me," the Viscount went on, as if nothing were amiss. And then his eyelids drooped even more, and he added, "as has her mother, Ellen Kettering." An odd, almost animalistic noise came from Lady Addiscombe right before her hand flew to cover her mouth, as if she might be physically ill. Phoebe was almost more stunned by her mother's unprecedented public display of emotion than she was by their guest's outrageous declaration. She could only assume their parents were terribly mistaken, that Viscount Needham was not in search of a wife, and they had all made fools of themselves today. Phoebe turned to her father, wondering what he would do, what he would say. Would he call Needham out for saying such crude things in front of them? Rather than glaring angrily at the Viscount, the Earl was smirking at his wife. Phoebe recognized the gleam in her father's eyes and knew, without a doubt, that he had engineered this meeting to punish and shame his wife. The Countess's hand was still over her mouth, but otherwise she'd not moved. Her face was chalky white, with 2 bright spots of colour, and her chest was rising and falling in shallow, rapid breaths. "Share your good news with my wife and daughters, Needham," the Earl said, as if nothing were wrong. Needham swept them all a slightly contemptuous gaze, which Phoebe was beginning to suspect was his natural expression. His eyes settled on her, and did not move. Phoebe swallowed. The weight of his stare was like being slowly squashed. "I will give a ball at which house as soon as I have settled in," he finally said. "I hope you are all able to attend." Their mother shot to her feet, followed instantly by the Earl and Needham. The Countess swallowed convulsively, her eyes darting wildly between her husband and the monster in gentleman's clothing who'd invaded her sitting-room. I beg you will excuse me. I have just remembered—" her hand fluttered like a frantic moth. "Something—" She bolted for the door in a swirl of dove-grey muslin, but Lord Needham needed only 2 long strides to get there before her and open the door. He bowed. "My lady." The Countess fled. The Earl clapped the enormous man on the shoulder. "Jolly good, my lord," he said, grinning up at his wife's newest tormentor. "I'm sure all the young ladies in the neighbourhood will be in high spirits looking forward to a grand ball at which house." Needham ignored her father and turned to Phoebe and her sisters. "Your father tells me you have always used the estate woods, walked its trails, and enjoyed the stream. You must continue to treat Witch House and its environs as you've always done. It has been a pleasure meeting you." He bowed and turned to the Earl. "I shall see myself out, my lord." Their father opened his mouth, but Needham left before he could get a word out. When the door shut soundlessly behind him, the Earl turned back to his daughters, his smile dimming at whatever, likely shock and anger, he saw on their faces. "Well," he said rather lamely, and then turned and left without another word. Katy was the first to recover from the shock. "When he said her mother, did he mean—" "Katy, darling," Aurelia broke in, "will you look in on Mamma and make sure she isn't in need of something?" Phoebe and Katy could only stare. If there was any child Lady Addiscombe cared less for than the others, it would be her wild, auburn-headed youngest daughter. Sending Katy to wait on their mother was like throwing pitch onto a fire. Aurelia tilted her chin down and gave Phoebe a significant look. "Ah," Phoebe said, seizing her sister's meaning. "Yes, Katy, find Mamma. Tell her we will be up to wait on her shortly." "But—" "Katy!" When Aurelia used that tone, remarkably like the Countess's, it usually got her siblings moving. Katy flounced toward the door. "Oh, very well. I know you are just sending me away so I won't ask questions." Neither of them denied it. Katy slammed the door behind her. "Do you—" Aurelia began. "How could—" Phoebe started. They both stopped. "You first, Leah," Phoebe urged. "I don't believe I've ever heard such a thing before. I certainly haven't, but perhaps we might look on the bright side." "Which is?" "At least this puts an end to our worries that Mamma would force one of us to marry him." Aurelia gave an unamused bark of laughter. "Are you so certain about that?" "Are you mad, Leah? Neither Mamma nor Papa would consider such a union. Papa only did what he did today to torment our mother. You know how the two of them are. But neither of them would allow one of their daughters to marry a man who keeps his love-child and his mistress in his house and make no bones about it. No, impossible." She shook her head vigorously. "He is so far beyond the pale. There should be a new phrase for it." "He is beyond the pale," Aurelia conceded. "Unfortunately, his great wealth will cause all the influential people in the area to flock to him." She frowned, deep in thought. "I dislike admitting this. But if it looks like the neighbourhood is on the catch for Lord Needham, then Mamma will relent. You know she would encourage us to marry Beelzebub himself if she thought one of her neighbours might marry him and inhabit Witch House as its mistress." Phoebe stared at her sister as the horrible truth of what she was saying sank in. "Mamma is upset right now," Aurelia continued. "But by the time Needham's wretched ball comes around, one of us will be engaged to marry him. Mark my words. She will exert all the pressure she can to encourage one of us to capitulate. As for Papa, I suspect he has formed some arrangement with the odious man." "An arrangement? You mean you think Papa has agreed for one of us to marry that monster? Would you consent to such an arrangement?" "We might none of us have a choice, Phoebe." How could her sister sound so calm? "But Aurelia, now that Papa is leasing Witch House, surely the money problems have been settled?" Phoebe asked. "Surely they won't expect any of us to do such a thing?" "Have they been settled?" Aurelia's eyes were flinty and grim. "Will Father ever settle such problems? And what about us, Phoebe? Do you believe Father wants the burden of 5 unwed daughters for the rest of his days?" Phoebe's brain raced to come up with a convincing counter-argument. What her sister was saying could not be true. Could it? "I don't believe it will be me Viscount Needham wants," Aurelia continued relentlessly. "Nor do I think it will be you or Katie. Thanks to Papa's invitation to view his other daughters in London, the Viscount will take one look at Selina and want her. Who wouldn't?" "No!" Phoebe jumped to her feet. "Absolutely not! It is unthinkable!" But even as she spoke, she knew Aurelia was right. And Selina, their selfless sister, was so kind and sweet that she would sacrifice herself for them. Unless one of them came up with a way to stop him. Chapter 5. Aurelia left the day after the dreadful meeting in the sitting room. "Do nothing rash or foolish," had been her last words to Phoebe. The Countess did not leave her room for 3 days, not even to bid Aurelia goodbye, and when she finally did emerge, she didn't say a word about the vile cit occupying their ancestral home. Indeed, after a week had passed with nothing being said at home or in the village, Phoebe was feeling as if the entire episode had never occurred. But then the invitation to Needham's ball arrived. Even though the glorious event was still weeks away, the entire area erupted with eager anticipation at the treat in store for them. Phoebe had seen their family's invitation, but neither her mother nor father made any mention of it. She wasn't sure what that meant. Had her mother torn it up without opening it, or was she watching and waiting to see how their neighbours reacted? Could Aurelia possibly be right? Would their mother encourage a match between one of her daughters and Needham if it appeared their neighbours welcomed him? 4 days after the invitations had been sent out, Phoebe and Katie were at Burton's Mercantile, when Agnes and Susanna Lowry, Squire Lowry's identical twin daughters, entered the store, chatting 19 to the dozen. They didn't immediately see Phoebe and Katie behind the bolts of fabric, so they made no effort to curb their conversation. "And can you believe Susan's mamma chose that wretched primrose muslin for her ball gown?" one twin asked in a carrying voice. "It makes her look positively pasty," Sister 2 answered. "And here I thought it was impossible for her to look any worse than she did at the Hitchens' ball," Sister 1 said. The 2 tittered like peahens. Sister 1 lowered her voice, or at least tried to. "Mamma says he is worth as much as £80,000 a year." £80,000, 2 repeated in awe. "It could almost make one forget how ugly and huge he is." Her twin gasped. "You are cruel and wicked." Again they laughed. "As hideous as he is, at least he dresses well," 2 pointed out. "Mamma said it was clear that he bought his clothes on Bond Street." "Ooh, Bond Street," the 2 cooed together, and then dissolved into giggles. "We should wear blue, the same shade as a bluebell," one said, suddenly serious. "You chose our gowns last time, Agnes," her twin retorted. "It is my turn now." They began to bicker, their voices becoming louder. Katie and Phoebe exchanged an amused look. As they could hardly lurk in the tiny fabric section all day, Phoebe nodded to Katie, and the 2 of them left their covert. "Oh!" both twins exclaimed when they saw them. "Hello, Lady Phoebe, Lady Catherine," they chimed in unison. The sisters really were identical, and they made it even more difficult to tell them apart by dressing the same. "Aren't you simply delighted about the ball?" Phoebe only knew it was Agnes because her sister had already identified herself. "You must be pleased that you'll be able to attend a ball at Witch House," Susanna added. "Yes," Katie said, with a faint smile. "We're overjoyed to attend a function at our own house." The other women blinked, clearly trying to assess whether this was sarcasm. The Lowry twins would have been Phoebe's sisters if she had married their brother, Sebastian Lowry, the man Phoebe had briefly been betrothed to several years ago. While she did not especially like the girls, she could tolerate their brainless, self-absorbed nattering. Katy was not so forbearing. "Will you be taking a journey to Brighton for your ball gowns?" Phoebe asked, not because she was interested, but so the girls would leave Katy alone. Sir Thomas Lowry wasn't a wealthy man, but neither had he gambled away all his money and daughters' dowries, as Phoebe's father had. He was a generous and indulgent parent, and his children were always the best dressed in the small community, and his son the best mounted. But for all that, they were still country gentry, and not at all tonish. Their brows puckered, and the same expression of discontent shifted their pretty features. "No, not Brighton," Agnes admitted. "But there is a new seamstress in Upper Coombs who has only recently moved there from London." Upper Coombs was a nearby village that was about twice the size of Little Sissingdon. "Oh, Upper Coombs," Katy said with a dismissive smile. "Not exactly the hub of fashion, but I suppose it will do." Both twins scowled, albeit genteelly. Two identical pairs of sky-blue eyes flickered over Phoebe and Katy, both of whom were wearing gowns that had seen better days. "And what about you two?" Agnes asked, a sly smile on her pretty face. Phoebe opened her mouth. "We are getting our gowns in Brighton," Katy said. Phoebe turned to stare at her sister, but Katy refused to meet her gaze. What could Katy be thinking? Yes, which house was leased, but there were piles of bills that needed to be paid and dozens of repairs that needed to be made. Phoebe had already begged Papa to have the roof fixed before anything else, but he had pooh-poohed it because his chambers did not require 3 buckets to keep dry when it rained. Katy knew perfectly well that there would be no new gowns, even if they were going to the ball. The Lowry twins appeared displeased by Katy's lie, a reaction which clearly delighted her sister. Phoebe was about to drag Katy from the store before she told any more lies, when the bell over the shop door rang, and in walked the very subject of their conversation. Lord Needham's strange, pale eyes moved over the 4 of them, his expression one of polite disinterest. "Good afternoon, my lord." The twins dropped graceful and identical curtsies. "Ladies," he inclined his head. "Ah, good afternoon, my lord." Mr. Burton hurried out from behind his counter, where he'd been slowly unpacking a large crate filled with new fabric. The new fabric was the sole reason that Phoebe and Katy had lingered so long. They'd wanted to get a peek at the newest bolts before they were all snapped up. Needham turned to the shop owner. "Good afternoon, Mr. Burton." Although the Viscount spoke quietly, his voice was so low that Phoebe could feel the vibration in her chest even 10 feet away. "Are you here to see about that special order you made, my lord?" "Did it arrive?" "Yes, sir, just this morning, in fact. If you want to inspect it, you can come round back and—" No, that won't be necessary. I'm on my way to London and only stopped to show you a list of items I need. If there is anything on the list that you might have difficulty procuring, then I shall order it in the city." Burton rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling at the thought of a large order. "It'd be my pleasure to take a look, sir." Lord Needham pulled a piece of folded parchment from the pocket of his exquisitely cut coat and handed it to Burton. While the older man studied it, the Viscount turned back to the twins, who'd edged so close they were at his elbow. He smiled coolly. "Miss Lowry, Miss Susanna." The twins' jaws dropped in tandem. "You can tell us apart," the one he'd called Miss Lowry said. "Nobody can ever tell us apart." The Viscount looked amused. "You won't be able to say that again, will you?" Predictably, the twins giggled. He turned to Phoebe and Katy, who'd been inching toward the door, trying to escape before he saw them. "Good afternoon, Lady Phoebe, Lady Catherine," he said, inclining his head. They stopped and dropped curtsies, the gesture instinctive. "My lord," they both murmured. "We have a question for you, Lord Needham," Susanna said, clearly unhappy that his attention had turned away from them. "Yes?" "My papa says you will bring an orchestra all the way from London to play. Is that true?" "Yes, it is." "And he also said—" Phoebe had no interest in hearing their conversation. She clutched Katy's arm and gave it a tug. "Come, we are leaving," she said in an undervoice. "But what about—" "We'll come back later," she hissed. Katy dragged her feet, forcing Phoebe to all but drag her out of the store. "Wait, Phoebe," Katy complained once they were outside the shop. "My sandal is broken." Phoebe glared at Lord Needham's black coach and 6 identical horses, which took up most of the street. 4 outriders stood around the coach, awaiting their master's return. Phoebe sneered. "Just look at that vulgar excess. He travels as grandly as a royal duke." She turned her back on the grand carriage and frog-marched Katy around the corner of the store to where there was a wooden bench. She pushed her sister onto the seat and dropped to her haunches before taking Katy's foot in her hands. Phoebe looked from the tattered shoe to her sister. "Why on earth did you wear these, Katy? They are almost worn through." "I wore them because they looked best with my gown." Her gown was a faded sprigged muslin that had belonged to all 4 of her elder sisters before it had been refurbished for her. Katy leaned forward and pointed to the place where 2 of the 6 straps flopped loose. "Just tie the 2 front straps to the back." "These 2?" Phoebe asked. "Yes." "Why did you drag us out of there, Phoebe?" "Because the last thing I wish to do is stand listening to that vulgar upstart puff off his wealth and consequence to those 2 vapid ninnies." "But we might have heard more news, and now they shall have all the latest on dit." "I find it difficult to believe that vile, hideous, encroaching cit has anything of value to impart about anything," she snorted, "other than the latest developments in ironmongery." When Katy didn't laugh, Phoebe glanced up at her and saw her sister staring over her head, gawping like a stunned carp. A throat cleared behind her. Phoebe tried to turn without standing first and fell onto her bottom in the dirt, sending up a small puff of dust. Lord Needham stood mere feet away. His face was as harsh and expressionless as any other time she'd seen him. For a long moment she thought perhaps she'd been lucky, but then she noticed the faint streaks of colour on his cheekbones. No, he'd heard her. Phoebe briefly squeezed her eyes shut, wishing she could simply burrow into the dirt like a gopher. But there was no escape from this situation. She might have continued sitting there, eyes shut tight, if he'd not said, "Let me help you up, Lady Phoebe." Phoebe forced her eyes to open, to find him looking down at her in that way that made her stomach clench, his huge gloved hand in front of her. Phoebe stared at it. The last thing she wanted to do was touch it, but her only other option was to ignore him and hope he went away. Clearly her insult hadn't driven him off, so pretending he wasn't there wouldn't work either. She took his hand, painfully aware of how grubby her cotton gloves looked compared to the sleek, soft black kid. He raised her up as if she were a feather. The instant she was on her feet, she yanked her hand away. Only then did she realize how close she was to him, her eyes barely inches from the top button of his elegant clawhammer coat. She stumbled back, and would have fallen again if he'd not reached out a hand to steady her. "Thank you, my lord," she said. and then jerked away her elbow with the pretext of swatting dirt from her gown. "My pleasure." Phoebe continued to beat her clothing, even when no more dirt came off. Why didn't the wretched man leave? Why was he standing there? What did he— "I plan to call upon your Aunt Fitzroy on this visit to London." Phoebe's head whipped up at that, and she saw he was smiling down at her. It was the sort of smile that villains in Gothic novels wore right before they shoved the unwanted heroine off a cliff. It was the sort of smile that made hairs she'd never noticed before stand on end. It was the sort of smile one received from one's mortal enemy. "They were not at home the last time I called," he said, the words sending yet another bolt of fear to her belly. Oh no! He had already called on them? "Are there any messages I might pass along for you?" he asked, his grey crystalline gaze so cold and sharp it was like being stabbed with two icicles. Phoebe had to force herself to hold his gaze. She also had to force herself to keep from shouting, "Stay away from my sisters!" Instead she said, "You are most kind, my lord, but I have no messages." It was a lie. She actually had plenty of messages, but not the sort she'd ever tell this man. The Countess had suddenly forbidden Phoebe or Katy to write to their two sisters. When Phoebe had asked why, her mother had snapped, "The last thing this family needs is to spread the news of our disastrous new tenant to London. Your sister may have an opportunity to make something of the season. Just leave her be." Phoebe and Katy had known which sister the Countess had meant. She wondered what her mother would think when she learned Needham was calling upon Selina. Needham's nostrils flared slightly as he stared down at her, like a predator scenting something new and intriguing. Phoebe took another step back. One side of his thin-lipped mouth pulled up into a tiny smile, and he touched his hat. "If you have no messages for me, then I bid you both good day." Only when he turned the corner did Phoebe release her pent-up breath. Katy came to stand beside her, and they both crept closer to the building so they could peek around the corner in time to see him climb into his coach. As well sprung as the expensive vehicle was, it still bowed under his considerable bulk. Neither of them said a word until the grooms resumed their places and the magnificent carriage rolled down Little Sissington's tiny main street and out of sight. "Phoebe!" Katy said, turning on her with eyes as round as an owl. "That was dreadful!" Yes, it had been. Even though he was a man of low birth, who exhibited even lower behaviour, she had behaved reprehensibly. "You could have told me he was standing right behind me," Phoebe snapped, striding toward the path that would lead them back to Queen's Bower. Katy had to trot to keep up with her, even though she was 2 inches taller than Phoebe. "I didn't see him until it was too late, Phoebe. I'm so sorry." She sounded on the verge of tears. "It was entirely my fault," Phoebe said. "But do you think he will change his mind about inviting us to his ball now?" Phoebe laughed at her sister's question, which had been the farthest thing from her mind. "It's entirely likely that our mother won't permit us to go, Katy. Besides," she snarled, becoming more furious at herself, at Needham, with every step, "after what he said in our sitting-room, I wouldn't go to his wretched ball if he begged me on his hands and knees." Chapter 6. "You are going to Needham's ball, and that is my last word on the subject." Sparks flew from Lady Adderscombe's cornflower-blue eyes as she glared at Phoebe. "I am not in a mood to be trifled with." Her mother warned when Phoebe opened her mouth to argue. As if that was something new. As far as Phoebe could tell, her mother had been in ill humour since birth. Normally, Phoebe would have bowed her head like a dutiful daughter, But not this time. No, not this time. How can you ask such a thing of me? Don't you care what he said to you in your very own house, Mamma? Her mother seemed to double in size. Do not think to chide me in my own home, she said in an awful voice. If you believe there is even one aristocratic male in the nation, no matter their lineage, who does not keep mistresses or visit houses of ill repute, then you are too ignorant for your age. Phoebe reeled under her mother's assault. But to bring such a woman into his home? Trust me, my girl, whomever he marries will be grateful for the diversion of having a trollop so close at hand. Phoebe gasped. Mamma! Her mother gave her a dismissive sneer. It will not only relieve his unfortunate wife of certain onerous duties, but she also won't have to watch as her husband drains the family coffers to set up his light skirt in an elegant and expensive establishment. Phoebe had never heard her mother speak with so little sensibility before. Normally, she was the epitome of propriety. Now, suddenly, she was crude and agitated. It was upsetting. Every eligible young miss in the entire county is on the catch for him, Phoebe. Do you really believe I can bear to watch one of those Lowry chits sit at the foot of a table that should be mine? Spittle flew from her fastidious mother's lips, and she didn't even appear to notice. You will go to this ball if I have to drag you by your hair, and you will do your best to secure this vulgar mushroom's interest. Her mother's eyes narrowed, fury in her gaze. Because if you believe the money from the lease is enough to save us all, then you are a fool. The Countess turned on her heel and left Phoebe standing in the middle of the room, mouth agape. Phoebe stared in horror at the letter in her hand. High's chicken-scratch penmanship dancing on the page. Lord Needham took Selina driving in his phaeton, twice. Aunt Fitzroy believes he is smitten. She says Selina may snare him without lifting a finger. Selina is trying to put a good face on regarding the potential match, but I know she is horrified, Phoebe. Given what you said about that dreadful meeting at Queen's Bower, it is shocking that Mother would have written the last letter she did, a letter which all but commanded poor Selina to secure the wretched man's interest. Phoebe dropped her hand, the letter crushed between her fingers. The memory of Needham as he looked outside Burton's mercantile, harsh and satanic, lodged in her mind's eye. Oh, poor, poor Selina, she whispered. What can I do? Phoebe's mind raced round and round as she stood staring at nothing. No matter how long she pondered the matter, she arrived at the same conclusion. There was only one way to save her sister, and there was only one person who could do so quickly. Phoebe shoved the letter under the pillow on her bed, snatched up her bonnet and cloak, and went to pay a visit on her new neighbour. There is a young lady in the sitting-room, my lord. She claims to be one of the Earl of Addiscombe's daughters. Paul's staid butler, Davis, hesitated, and then added, She is unattended, sir. Paul had met all 5 of the Earl's daughters, and there was only one of them who'd looked forthright enough to call, unattended, on a bachelor who'd announced that he would install his mistress and love-child at which house. Paul smiled at his servant. Show her in. Did I mention she is without a companion, sir? Paul almost laughed. Thank you for reminding me, Davies. Send up a tea-tray. The butler's pause was just long enough to convey his thoughts on such behaviour. Very good, sir. Paul pushed aside the stack of ancient architectural plans that lay open on the desk and removed the spectacles he used to read. He'd been at Witch House not quite 3 weeks and had become obsessed by the old structure. It was a magnificent, one-of-a-kind house, Every instance of neglect Paul found only served to make him more determined to help Addiscombe break entail and take the property for himself. Addiscombe had practically broken into song when Paul had accepted his offer. Paul knew the other man had already rushed off to London, ostensibly to speak to his own men of business, but likely to spend the first lease payment. Breaking the entail and acquiring the property was time-consuming and, by necessity, convoluted. So the sooner Paul began it, the sooner he could get what he wanted. Although the agreement with Addiscombe left him with a nasty taste in his mouth, he was not the one who was doing his own son out of his inheritance. No, but you are the vile, hideous, encroaching cit who is making breaking entail possible, a voice in his head whispered. Paul chuckled, just thinking the words. He had been called many, many things in his life, but never had he been so brutally and efficiently summed up. And now the young lady who'd conceived of that delightful epithet had come to pay a call. Paul felt like it was Christmas morning and his birthday all wrapped up in one. The door opened, and Davis ushered her into the room. Paul stood. "Ah, Lady Phoebe. What a pleasant surprise." He glanced behind her, as if looking for something, or someone, even though he already knew she was alone. "Where is your maid, my lady?" She flushed at the implication of impropriety, especially coming from a vile, hideous, encroaching cit, but her jaw set. "I came alone." Paul raised his eyebrows and turned to Davis, who hovered in the open doorway. "Send in one of the maids and leave the door open." "Yes, my lord." "Really, my lord," Lady Phoebe said after the butler had gone, "that is hardly necessary." "Oh, but I think it is." Lady Phoebe looked like a skittish filly, so Paul was careful to keep any amusement from his face or voice. He gestured to a cluster of chairs in front of the dormant fireplace. "Please, have a seat." Paul had just sat when a maid skidded to a halt in the open doorway, breathless, her eyes wide. She dropped a curtsy. "Mr. Davis sent me, my lord." "Yes. Becky, is it?" "Aye, sir." The girl looked pleased that he'd recalled her name, apparently unaware that Paul always remembered servants' names. "Come in, Becky. You may sit in the window seat and rest your feet." He gestured to the window that was farthest from them. Becky nodded, uncertainly, but obeyed. Paul turned back to Lady Phoebe, who was openly glaring at him. "I am not a young, ignorant miss, whose reputation requires protection, my lord. In the past month alone, I've had unchaperoned meetings with a roofer, butcher, and a chandler." Paul was amused at being grouped in with tradesmen and merchants. He ignored her objection and rested his booted foot on his opposite knee, the action drawing her eyes to his riding boots. "I apologize for receiving you in all my dirt, Lady Phoebe, but I wasn't dressed for visitors." He paused and then added, "because I wasn't expecting any visitors, especially not unaccompanied young ladies." She bristled at his criticism of her behaviour. "What I have to say shan't require very much of your time," she said stiffly. He rested his elbows on the arms of the chair and steepled his fingers. "Oh?" "But it is rather private." "Becky is too far away to hear us." She chewed her lower lip as she glanced toward the maid. Paul raised his eyebrows and waited. She swallowed, and he could almost hear the struggle occurring inside her. The door opened, and another maid entered, sparing her from having to answer. "Ah, here is tea." Paul gestured to the low table in front of his guest. "Will you do the honours, Lady Phoebe?" Her eyes slid to the tea tray, which was laden with fancy biscuits and tarts and what-not that Paul's pastry cook baked fresh daily for his atrocious sweet tooth. and such hungry desire flickered across her face that it left him breathless. She wrenched her greedy gaze away from the food. "Tea isn't necessary, my lord. I will not be—" The maid hovered uncertainly. "You may go," Paul said to the maid, who delivered the tray and was hovering uncertainly. He turned to his agitated, clearly hungry guest. "Share my tea with me, please. It seems cook has sent up enough food to satisfy an army." That was a lie. Paul would have eaten everything himself if he were alone, and cook knew it. He watched the struggle take place within her, as if it were a stage play. He was charmed by her innocence, which was completely at odds with her air of competence in more mundane matters. She was as transparent as a pane of glass, with none of the guile a woman her age and class would have if she'd had a few seasons. Paul rarely associated with such young women. He did not attend ton functions in London, although he received hundreds of invitations every year. Nor did he socialize with anyone but men of business when he visited the nation's capital. While he'd enjoyed many lovers in his life, almost all of them had been women of experience. Not that Paul was contemplating taking her as a lover, of course, although the thought gave him pause. While she wasn't pretty, she was attractive, with her flashing hazel eyes and lush figure. Her true beauty, however, was her feisty intelligence. She looked up and caught him watching her. Whatever she saw on his face made her blush wildly. It was a response he'd never had from one of his mistresses, and it made heat pool in his groin. "Will you pour, my lady?" he asked again. She gave a jerky nod and pulled off the most pitiful gloves Paul had seen in ages, perhaps ever. He caught glimpses of pink finger pads where the kid had worn through. Her gown wasn't grey as he'd initially thought, but a faded blue, scrumptiously clean, but so threadbare he could see the warp. And she wore the smallest pair of ankle boots Paul had ever seen. Like the rest of her ensemble, the boots were religiously polished and carefully patched, the leather so old and thin it had moulded into the contours of her feet. She wore these signs of her family's poverty with a quiet pride and resilience that humbled him and plucked at his conscience, a part of his brain he'd only been on nodding terms with for years. What a strange effect she was having on him. "Send her packing right now," his newly awakened conscience ordered. "She's an earl's daughter," his father's voice, gleeful and determined, chimed in. Paul knew that whatever she had come to negotiate, he would end up the victor, just as he always did. Did he really want to be victorious over such an impoverished, unworthy foe? "Since when did you equate a lack of money with unworthiness?" The thought was like a slap, and it shamed him to his expensive, handmade, polished-to-a-gloss boots. Paul pushed his shame away. There was no reason in the world for him to feel ashamed. After all, if the action in common recovery worked, and the Earl could break the entail on Witch House, then Lady Phoebe and the rest of her family would have enough money to afford decent gloves and anything else they wanted. That's if her father doesn't gamble it all away again. Paul blinked at the thought. Well, that would be unfortunate. But it was no problem of his, was it? "How do you take your tea, my lord?" Paul jerked his gaze away from her old boots. Her hazel eyes were cool, but her jaw was rigid with tension. "Black and strong." He watched as she gracefully poured a cup, weaker for herself, and then gestured to the tray of biscuits. "Do you have a preference?" "I am not hungry," he lied. He was hungry, but, oddly, he was even hungrier to observe her without the distraction of eating. Her pupils flared like those of a lover as she surveyed the bounty on the tray. Paul smiled at her covetous expression. She was like a little girl peering in a shop window. And Paul was the shopkeeper who could give her a sack of sweets. But only as a distraction, so you can take something else from her. He scowled at his interfering conscience. Why had it chosen to rear its nosy head now? He had made hundreds of business deals in his life, many of which had been far more inequitable, not to mention downright illegal. Why in the hell was he feeling so guilty about this one? If Paul didn't purchase this pile of bricks from the Earl, somebody else, Malvern likely, would swallow the deal like a hungry trout on a fly. And Malvern wouldn't just take the boy's inheritance, he'd take the Earl's pretty daughter along with it. So why? Lord Needham? He looked up to find her holding a cup and saucer toward him. Thank you, Paul said. He took a sip of the inky liquid. It was perfect. Lady Phoebe had still not chosen a pastry. Her hand hovered over the sweets as if she were frozen by too much choice. Finally, she selected a plum tart, one of his favourites. Paul watched greedily as she took a tiny bite and chewed. Her eyelids dipped slightly, and he swore he could almost taste the sticky sweet delicacy sliding over his tongue and down his throat. The pink of her tongue darted out and swept her plump lower lip for any crumbs. Paul's mouth flooded with saliva, and he swallowed convulsively at her expression of sensual bliss. Bloody hell! It was the most erotic thing he'd ever seen. Paul shook his head in wonder. His cock was throbbing, and his balls were tight, all because this scruffy chit was eating a tart. He had paid thousands of pounds for mistresses who were renowned for their skill in the bedroom over the years. Perhaps he should have just given them pastries to eat in front of him? Paul snorted at the ridiculousness of the situation. She scowled at his ill-concealed laugh, her face flaming as she realized he had been watching her. Once again, Paul witnessed a struggle take place inside her. This time, the fight was between embarrassment and confusion. She could sense the charged feeling between them, but was too naive to identify it as sexual tension. Well, at least it was on his part. Rather than titter or look away, she stared back at him boldly as she struggled to comprehend what she was missing. The way her hazel eyes brimmed with intelligence and curiosity made Paul wonder why he'd always avoided virginal young women. "You're behaving like a vile pig, Paul," his newly awakened conscience chided. Well, that was a bit unfair. Paul wasn't acting on his impulses, but he was certainly thinking like a vile pig. It was a damned good thing he'd possessed the foresight to bring Becky into the room to make sure he towed the line. But the longer she sat there tempting him with her very presence, the harder it would be to continue to deny himself. "Why have you come, Lady Phoebe?" he asked harshly, suddenly quite annoyed that he was the one who had to protect her virtue because she'd been so foolish as to wander into his lair without a chaperone. "I'm here about—" She stopped and bit her lower lip, which made him want to bite her lip. And it was a lovely lip, shapely and far fuller than her prim, prissy upper lip. "Yes?" he urged, impatient to get this over with. "I wanted to apologize for what I said the other day." Ah, so that was it. Paul was more than a little disappointed by her answer. He'd hoped she was there for something less prosaic, although he knew not what. "Oh?" he asked, yielding to his evil imp and feigning ignorance. "What did you say?" Her lips parted in shock, the sight doing nothing for his already aroused body. "Quit being an arse," Paul sighed. I am jesting, Lady Phoebe. I know the words you meant. Vile, hideous, encroaching cit, or something to that effect. Those were the exact words, and they were burnt into his mind. She nodded, cheeks on fire. Yes, that, she said in a small voice. No apology necessary, he told her. That is a fairly accurate summation of me, after all. Her jaw sagged even lower. Was that all you came to say, Lady Phoebe? She closed her eyes, gave a loud gulping swallow, and then, with her eyes still closed, as if she couldn't bear to look at him, asked, "Are you going to marry one of us?" Very little surprised Paul any more, but she just had. He set down his cup and saucer. "Is that what your father told you?" She opened her eyes, and her pupils fluctuated wildly as they adjusted to the sudden light. "No, my father only said you've taken the lease." Paul wondered if his Earl had suffered a crisis of conscience after all, by offering up his daughters naked on a platter. "It was my mother who suggested you might be, seeking a spouse." "Did she?" he asked, struck by her answer. Lady Addiscombe hadn't liked Paul before she'd met him, and after his announcement in her sitting-room, she had looked at him with flesh-curdling loathing. "Actually," Lady Phoebe hesitated, and stared down at the plate of sweets, although Paul didn't think she was seeing them. After a moment she blinked, as if to clear her vision, and straightened her shoulders before looking up. "I think she initially believed you were considering marriage, but was less convinced of your motives after the announcement you made in the drawing-room." Her carefully crafted response delighted him, and, once again, Paul couldn't resist the urge to tease her. "My announcement?" he repeated, wilfully misunderstanding. "You mean about my intention to give a ball?" Her lips parted, but nothing came out. "I assure you, my lady, I have not changed my mind about giving a ball. In fact, my secretary already sent out the invitations." He cocked his head and gave her a look of concern. "Did yours not arrive?" He could almost hear her teeth grinding as she considered her possible responses. Paul knew he was an odious, evil pig of a man to force her to articulate what had transpired at her house that day, but he couldn't stop himself. Something about the proud set of her chin was making him misbehave. Not to mention the fact that she called you a vile, hideous, encroaching cit. Yes, it was possible those words might still rankle. It wasn't her actual insults so much as all the insults it had made him remember, the thousands of slights and cuts he'd endured over the years from people like her. It had started at Harrow and become worse at Cambridge. But it hadn't stopped there. Even in the ballrooms of London and at places like White's, Paul had faced aristocratic derision. While he might have a title, Paul knew that he never would have gained entry to any of those places in 1,000 years, if not for his mountains of money. Money. Oh, the things people would do for money. Is that why Lady Phoebe had come today? For money? If Paul had been a decent man, he would have sent her home immediately. Or even better, he would have sent Davis to tell her he wasn't at home. But he was not a decent man. He was the kind of man who would entice her with lovely pastries and lure her deeper into a dark, dangerous place from which there would be no escape. "No, my lord." She had to force the words through clenched teeth. "I do not mean your intention to throw a ball." "Oh, what do you mean, then?" "I mean about your mistress." Paul felt a flare of respect for her. He wouldn't have believed an earl's daughter capable of speaking such a word out loud. He waited, but she'd become stuck, like a wagon in a deep sucking mud. She couldn't go back, but she couldn't go forward either. A kind, decent man would help her free her wagon. Paul just sat back and waited. When she spoke again, her voice was hoarse. "I understand you took my sister driving in Hyde Park." "Lady Hyacinth?" Her mouth tightened. "My other sister." "Ah, yes, Lady Selina." He nodded his head slowly. "I called on them both. However, it was only Lady Selina whom I took driving. Twice." He smiled and knew it wasn't pleasant. "Your father spoke of her beauty, and I found myself intrigued. I must admit he did not exaggerate. She is an extremely lovely young woman." Phoebe looked as if she might weep, and not because she envied her sister her beauty either. "You are going to burn in hell, Paul." True, but he'd burn for a host of other things first. Paul studied her from beneath lowered lids, unable to pull his gaze from her. He could have told her that as beautiful as Selina was, she had done nothing for him. His cock hadn't swollen from sitting next to her in the carriage, taking tea with her, or at any other point during either of his visits. Paul hadn't wanted to tease and taunt and get under her skin, and he'd had no desire to take her apart and see how she worked. Indeed, other than her impressive physical beauty, he'd found Selina Bellamy to be positively boring. "Selina is not just beautiful, my lord. She is also very kind and good." Lady Phoebe's voice shook, but her gaze was steady. Her throat flexed and produced a laboured gulping sound. Marrying you would destroy her." To his utter amazement, Paul felt a small pang of something deep in his chest. Shame? Chagrin? Anger? At the knowledge that this young woman didn't just think Paul was a vile, hideous, encroaching cit. She actually thought he was evil. "I have made you angry," she blurted. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult you. Again." Her face was a mask of fear, almost terror. Her brow creased with apprehension. Paul suddenly found her opinion of him not only deeply offensive, but painful, like a knife between the ribs. If she thought him such an evil beast, perhaps he should behave like one. He smiled, and she drew back slightly at whatever she saw. "What would Lady Selina say if I asked her to be my wife?" Her jaw tightened, and Paul knew she wanted to lie. But she was a good girl who'd been raised to tell the truth. He could only assume some decent, upstanding nanny or governess was responsible for that impulse, because it certainly hadn't been her parents. "If you asked her to marry you, she would accept," Lady Phoebe finally admitted. "She is a woman grown. Is it not her choice to make?" "She would sacrifice herself for the rest of us." Sacrifice? What a powerful word. Even a man without a heart would find her belief that marrying him would be a sacrifice insulting. Paul tried to focus on the amusement he felt at being bluntly told such a thing. But then he noticed her hands, which were clenched together so tightly her tanned skin and work-scuffed knuckles were white. She was terrified at the thought of her sister marrying him. Not disgusted or contemptuous, but terrified. And yet she had come here to beard him in his den, to save her sister. Paul could not recall the last time, if ever, that he had met somebody so magnificent. Before Lady Phoebe had stormed into his house, Paul had not decided one way or another whether he'd submit to the Earl of Addiscombe's request to marry one of his daughters. "If my son cannot have which house, at least allow its new mistress to be one of my daughters, Needham. Please." the older man had begged at their last meeting. Paul hadn't been so sure that installing a sister of the boy who'd effectively been cheated out of his inheritance was the best path to marital bliss, and so he had told the Earl that he would consider the matter, but had promised him nothing. But as he looked at the fiery, proud woman in front of him, Paul knew what he wanted, and it was Lady Phoebe Bellamy. Nobody was more surprised by the sudden, forceful and bloody, irresistible desire to have her than Paul was. Paul almost felt sorry for her. She had come to Witch House hoping to dissuade him from marriage with her sisters, and she had, without intending it, utterly bewitched him instead. It was like being trapped in a cage with an unpredictable wild animal, one that liked to toy with its prey before killing it. Phoebe had no idea what Lord Needham was thinking. She could see expressions, but they were not identifiable. He didn't appear to possess the emotions a normal person did. She'd been terrified that he would be angry at her or insulted by what he'd overheard. But, if anything, he had looked amused. And yet now he was a silent, brooding enigma. His pale stare was abrasive, like a razor flaying her skin. But she could not look away. He stared and stared. And then his thin, mobile lips curved up at the edges. "You needn't worry, Lady Phoebe. I shan't ask any of your sisters to marry me." Phoebe felt like she did when she stood too fast and her head spun, her vision blackening around the edges. Thank God. She had fully intended to offer herself, a poor substitute for Selina, that was true, but an earl's daughter all the same. And now none of them would be sacrificed. She realized he was waiting for a response and smiled, the first genuine expression she'd allowed her face to show since walking up the front steps to the house. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you." Her face heated at the raw gratitude in her voice when she recalled exactly what she was thanking him for. "You are welcome." She picked up her tea, her trembling hands causing the fine porcelain to rattle, and raised the cooling beverage to her mouth, her gaze settling on the almost untouched plate of delicacies as she sipped. Her hunger, which had fled earlier, returned with a vengeance, and her stomach rumbled, thankfully too softly to be heard. She bit her lower lip. Perhaps she could have just one more. "But I have one condition, Lady Phoebe." She wrenched her eyes away from a particularly tasty-looking cream cake and glanced up to find the behemoth standing. Phoebe put down her cup and saucer with a noisy clatter and pressed her body against the back of her chair, as if she could get away from him. What? I beg your pardon?" "I said I had one condition." "Condition?" He nodded solemnly as he towered over her chair. "What is it?" He dropped to one knee with a swift grace that made her jaw sag. Two huge, warm hands enfolded one of hers. "I won't ask any of your sisters to marry me, as long as you agree to become my wife." Chapter 7. London, 10 days later. "You did what?" Twickham demanded. Paul smiled at the usually imperturbable man's stunned reaction. They were sitting in Paul's study in his London house. He had completed his business in Yorkshire sooner than expected, so he had come to the city for a few days to spend some time with Lucy, the first person he'd told about his upcoming nuptials. She had been delighted to learn that she'd have a new stepmamma and thrilled at the thought of living in the country. Her mother, on the other hand, had looked distinctly unhappy when she'd heard Paul was marrying an aristocrat and relocating them all to rural Hampshire. Well, Ellen had some time to get accustomed to the idea, as Paul wasn't moving them to Witch House until after the ball, which is when their rooms would finally be ready. Paul had needed to engage every tradesman in the county to ensure the formal dining room and ballroom were all fit to be used by the time of the ball. Although work was progressing nicely on the master and mistress suites, Ellen and Lucy's part of the house was taking longer than he'd expected. In his London home, where Paul, Ellen and Lucy had lived together since Lucy's birth, the three of them had occupied the same part of the house. But Paul did not want to further agitate Lady Phoebe by housing his mistress and her child right near their own chambers, so Ellen and Lucy would be in the east wing of the house, which was as far away from Paul and Phoebe's room as a person could be. Phoebe. Just thinking his wife-to-be's name was enough to make him smile. Paul? Paul shook away the mental image of his bride, which seemed to appear often in his head, and looked at his oldest friend. I asked if you were sure of your decision. I thought you wished for me to marry one of Addiscombe's daughters. The old man gave a choked laugh. And since when have you ever done anything that anyone wished you to do, Paul? You are the least tractable, most unpredictable man I've ever known. In fact, you can be counted on to do the most unpredictable thing in every situation. Paul grinned. I hate to argue, he lied, but wouldn't always being unpredictable actually make me predictable? Twickham's nonplussed expression made Paul laugh. Come, old friend, let's not engage in word games. Why don't you share a drink with me? Congratulate me on my good fortune. Paul poured them both a stiff brandy without waiting for his answer. So, Twickham said, after fortifying himself with a healthy gulp of £50 per bottle brandy. She must be as lovely as they say to make you work so quickly. Paul raised his eyebrows. Lady Selina. Oh, I'm afraid you are mistaken. It isn't Lady Selina I'm going to marry. Twickham lowered his glass. Isn't she the one you said you'd come specifically to London to call upon? Thanks to her own father's endorsement. He snorted, a rude and uncharacteristic action for a man of his taste and refinement. Lady Selina is lovely, but she will not be my wife. Ah, you picked Lady Aurelia. Twickham nodded. Good choice. I've seen her myself, and she is quite a beauty. And it is wise of you to take a slightly more mature wife who will understand when it is not Lady Aurelia, but Lady Phoebe who has done me the honour. Twickham's forehead wrinkled as he dredged his mind for the information the runner had provided in his report on the Bellamy family. Oh, but isn't that the plain one? She will be my wife, Harold, Paul said, before his friend could stick his foot any deeper into his mouth. Ah, was all Twickham said. Lady Phoebe flashed into his mind, much as she'd been doing several times a day for almost 2 weeks. While she was not a beauty, neither was she plain. Indeed, he found her far more attractive than cold Aurelia or colourless Selina. It wasn't only one thing that made her appealing to him. Paul liked her lively eyes, her kittenish lips, her small, shapely body, and especially her fierce determination. Even in the face of someone she despised and feared, Paul, she had been valiant in her effort to protect her family. If her father had shown even an iota of his daughter's courage, the family would not be in such a predicament. She had given no thought to herself when she'd blundered into a dangerous situation, and all to protect her siblings. Such loyalty was rare, and he found it stirring. And then there was her natural sensuality. Perhaps there was something to be said for inexperienced ladies after all. Have you told Lucy and Mrs. Kettering you are getting married? Paul sipped and nodded. Yes. Will they stay in London, or will you engage a country house for them? Twickham asked. They will stay with me. I have already prepared rooms for them. Twickham paused, his glass halfway to his mouth. I beg your pardon? They will live at which house? Paul took a drink and smiled at the other man's obvious confusion. You will bring them to which house? Twickham repeated, uncertain. Yes. But you will get married soon? Yes, although the exact date is yet to be determined. Lady Phoebe and I agreed we would wait until after the ball to tell her parents about our betrothal. That is backward, isn't it? Twickham looked appalled yet again. Shouldn't you ask her father first? As the Earl offered me my choice of his 5 daughters, I'd say that would be a hollow gesture. Besides, Lady Phoebe's wishes matter more to me than her parents'. She has asked for a small wedding in the family chapel at Witch House immediately after the ball. That is what she will have. Twickham set down his unfinished drink, shaking his head. But why would you bring Mrs. Kettering and the child down to Hampshire, only to have to move them again? Wouldn't it make more sense to find a place for them where— You misunderstand me, John. They will not be paying me a visit. They will make their home at Witch House. Permanently. Twickham's brow furrowed. Where will you and Lady Phoebe live? My wife and I will also live at Witch House. Twickham gasped. You can't mean to house your wife, mistress, and thus— It is best that you do not use that word. Paul gave the older man a wintry smile. Lucy might be offended, hurt even, if she were to learn that her Uncle Twickham called her such a thing. I would never say such a thing in front of Lucy. Then do not say it behind her back either. And never, Paul added softly, use that word to refer to my daughter in front of me. Twickham didn't seem to hear the threat. My God, Paul, please tell me you will not put your mistress and love-child in the same house with your wife. That is exactly what I am going to do. What do you think your wife will say when she— She already knows, John, as do her parents. But how? Who told them? I did. Twickham's already pale skin drained of all colour. You cannot be serious. You would not have said such a thing. I am, and I did. Several seconds of shocked silence inserted themselves into the conversation. Possessing great wealth does not give you the right to be cruel, Paul. Have you given any thought to what a gently bred young woman will suffer? Not just her reputation, which will be irreparably damaged, but her self-worth. Twickham shook his head. You cannot have thought this through. Paul set down his drink with exaggerated care before looking up to meet the other man's eyes. And would it not be cruel to banish my daughter just because I am getting married? To tuck her away somewhere like a dirty secret? Twickham sputtered. No, of course you needn't do that. You could bring her to live with you without bringing her mother. At least, I should tear a 13-year-old girl from her dying parent, put her in a strange place without the person who has cared for her and loved her all her life, so that the adult woman who is marrying me, knowing the situation well in advance of accepting my offer of marriage, won't be offended by my past. Twickham gawped. Paul's face shifted into an ugly smile. Speaking of great wealth and the attendant responsibilities, perhaps you believe that because I am as rich as the king, or richer in fact, that I should behave as the royal dukes do. I could build a house, a type of stable, where I could install my mistress and put a child in her once a year, and we could call them Fitz-Needhams. And that would be acceptable? Filling a house with a dozen of my bastards while I live with my wife and legitimate children in ignorant domestic bliss? You are twisting my words, Paul. taking them in the worst light, and—" Paul slammed his hand down on the desk. "I might be a vile, hideous, encroaching cit," he said with a bitter smile, "but I am not a hypocrite. I am what I appear to be, a man who will house and care for his ailing mistress and child. Lady Phoebe is coming to me with her eyes wide open." He sat back in his chair. "She is not being forced to marry me." He felt a twinge at his words, knowing they were not necessarily true. He shrugged them away, along with the censorious look Twickham fixed on him. "Your father—" Paul lunged to his feet, raising his voice for the first time in ages. "Do tell, Harold! What would my father, the man who married 2 women for their money and then impregnated his housemaid not once but 3 times while he was still married to his second wife, and then kept them all living under the same roof, say about my behaviour?" Twickham's mouth closed with a snap. Paul nodded. "I thought so. Now," he said, dropping back into his chair and opening the ledger they'd been examining before business had veered into personal. "Tell me how we are getting on with our plans for Witch House and the land purchase from Fremantle." Chapter 8. Every morning Phoebe woke up vowing to confess to her mother that she was secretly betrothed to Lord Needham, and every night she went to bed disgusted with her own cowardice. The Viscount had said he'd return in 2 weeks and talk to her father. Tomorrow would mark 2 weeks. Lord Addiscombe himself hadn't returned from London until yesterday, garbed in new clothes and looking well tended. Phoebe shuddered to think how much money it had taken to achieve such a look. Yet while she hated to think of her father's spending and gambling in London, she had also been grateful that he had stayed away. Without him at Queen's Bower to countermand her orders, Phoebe had hired window glazers, a carpenter, and a man to assess the roof for repairs. In addition to all that, there had also been the preparations for the ball. Lady Addiscombe had been behaving like a woman possessed. Phoebe knew her mother had decided that Needham, however loathsome he might be, must marry one of her daughters. The Countess was so obsessed with the notion that Phoebe was actually afraid to tell her mother about her betrothal. She did not think the older woman would take the news well, no matter how much she believed she wanted such an outcome. The Countess's crazed eyes made Phoebe think of a martyr just as they were about to set themselves on fire. Marrying Needham might solve some of their problems, but aligning their family with such a man would create new ones. Phoebe's own mental state was not much better than her mother's. Although it had been almost 2 weeks since they'd agreed on their betrothal, she still struggled to wrap her mind around the fact that she would be Needham's wife before the month was out. Whenever she thought of him, Phoebe felt oddly breathless, as if confronted by something massive and awe-inspiring. The man was too big, too overwhelming, and simply too much to think about directly. He was like the sun, best approached indirectly with sideways glances and quick looks. Even sleep provided no real release from him. She dreamt of him every night, her brain concocting scenarios she never would have imagined herself capable of even imagining. Scenarios that her body already seemed to know, intimately. At night, in the privacy of her bed, she relived the way he touched her, the hardness of his body, the calm confidence of his kisses, and the wordless promise of more in his black, bottomless stare. During the day, reality impinged on those fantasies. Phoebe would change her family forever by marrying such a man. While some of those changes would be beneficial, there would undoubtedly be scandal. He had made certain of that by housing a mistress and love-child in the same house as his wife. She clung to the knowledge that she could provide at least some financial security for her sisters and brother, although his only words on the subject had been as obscure as everything else about him. "You can stop worrying now," Needham had said that day after releasing her. Phoebe's body had hummed from his masterful kiss, a kiss that had turned her inside out like a stocking. His mouth had briefly flexed into an odd smile, and he'd reached out and feathered his thumb between her brows, his harsh features as unreadable as Latin or Greek, his palm big enough to— "Oh, Phoebe! Look what you've done!" Phoebe yelped, jolted, and her head whipped up at her mother's shriek. For one terrible instant, Phoebe worried that the Countess knew about the exquisite tightness at the juncture of her thighs. But then her mother snatched the dress bodice away from Phoebe's unresisting hands. "Look at this! You've attached the sleeve to the other sleeve! Whatever are you thinking?" The Countess did not wait for an answer. "If you ruin this, there is no chance of more material." Katy took the silk bodice from her mother. "I will do it, Mamma. After all, it is for me, and I am easily the most familiar with the pattern." She cut Phoebe a small, reassuring smile. Lady Addiscombe looked like she wanted to argue, but she scowled, cut Phoebe one last glare, and stalked from the sitting-room. Once she had gone, Katy let her head drop against the back of the settee. "How happy I will be when this wretched ball is over! I can't believe I was ever excited to go to it." Phoebe felt a pang for her younger sister, who was only 17 and should not, by rights, be going to a ball just yet. But the invitation had included her name, so their mother had been adamant. Katy had been thrilled to go before the last 10 days of slaving over their ball gowns, which they were refashioning from several of her mother's old gowns. Although the dresses were dreadfully out of style, they reminded Phoebe that their mother had once been a young girl, an heiress, who had gone to balls and probably dreamed of marrying a handsome lord. And then she had married one. How sadly a person's life could change. "I do wish Mamma would just let me make these dresses," Katy grumbled. "I could do it faster and better without your help." She grimaced. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude, Phoebe." Phoebe smiled. "You are only being honest." "Here." Katy handed back the piece. "Pick out this stitching for me," Katy ordered. "I need to run down and look through Mamma's sewing basket for more thread. I shall be right back." The moment her sister left the room, Phoebe put aside the sewing, laid her head against the back of the settee, and closed her eyes. She allowed her mind to wander back to that afternoon almost 2 weeks ago. "But you said you wouldn't marry any of us," Phoebe had protested, as Lord Needham, quite shockingly, sank down on one knee, putting their heads almost level, bringing his face so close that she saw his eyes were the most mesmerizing crystal-clear grey. His huge hands had been warm and surprisingly soft as they held hers. "No, that is not what I said. I said I wouldn't ask any of your sisters to marry me." She had tugged on her hand, and he'd released her. But he'd remained on his knee, his gaze holding hers like a snake with a hair. "Yes, but I thought you meant me too." Phoebe had flushed at the whine in her voice. "You must allow me at least a basic command of English, my lady. No matter that my vulgar accent may be difficult for you to understand." He smirked at whatever he saw on her face, likely mortification, as if he could see right into her head. "If I had meant to exclude you, I would have said so." She'd shaken her head, unable to put together any coherent sentences. "Does that mean no, Lady Phoebe?" I beg your pardon?" "You are shaking your head. Do you decline my offer?" "What if—" Phoebe had needed to lick her lips, which had become so dry they kept sticking to her teeth. "What if I say no? Will you ask one of them?" "I can't tell you what I will do, but I can tell you what I will not do. I will not consider your sisters as prospective spouses." Phoebe's mind had spun as she tried to keep up with his verbal twists and turns. Then you would ask one of them to be your wife?" He'd smiled at her effort to pin him down. "I won't say that I would not." She had hated him in that instant. Hated him. There he sat, or knelt, rather, in her family's ancestral home, which they could no longer afford. He had servants to take care of his every need. His body was clothed in the finest garments money could buy, eating delicacies she'd not seen in years, and speaking with an accent hardly one step from the servants' hall himself, and— He had chuckled then. "I'm glad you find all this amusing," she'd snapped, and then stood, her action drawing him to his feet as if he were her shadow. She had allowed all her dislike to show, glaring up a good foot to make sure he saw it. He sneered. "Are you really? Because I thought you looked surprised rather than pleased by my ability to see through your unveiled snobbery." Phoebe's face had heated. "I didn't. I never—" "Your disdain for me is obvious. You think me a barbaric oaf who apes my betters poorly and aspires to insinuate myself into a class of people who are so superior to me I wouldn't even dare to look at them in a rightly ordered world. You consider me an odious upstart who would not only soil your family name, but who would destroy your sisters by the mere act of marrying one of them." He'd spoken softly and coolly, but Phoebe had recoiled as if he were shouting, horrified to hear her own harsh thoughts coming from his mouth. Was she really so judgmental, prejudiced, and conceited about her lineage? He had taken a step toward her, and Phoebe, whose legs were pressed against the chair, had nowhere left to go. He'd come close enough that she could feel the warmth from his enormous body and smell the subtle scent of his cologne, something masculine and expensive and utterly foreign to her olfactory organ. Something she had wanted to inhale more deeply. Something— "Becky?" For a moment, Phoebe had believed that Lord Needham had forgotten her name. "No, I'm—" "Yes, sir?" The maid's anxious voice had come from the far corner of the room, reminding Phoebe they weren't alone. "Please fetch another pot of tea. I'm afraid this one has become cold." He stood close enough to Phoebe that the low timbre of his voice sent vibrations through her body. She didn't want any tea, but she'd been unable to form the words. "There," he'd said when the door shut behind the servant. "Now we are alone, the way you initially wished." His hand came beneath her chin, and she jolted. "Shh." He tilted her face until her neck was craned back so sharply it ached. His lips curved into a smile that never reached his eyes. "Lady Phoebe," he whispered, one corner of his mouth pulled up higher than the other. "I've never known a Phoebe before." He caressed her chin with his thumb. His smile faded and his eyelids lowered. "You are the only Phoebe for me." He had lowered his mouth slowly enough for her to pull away if she'd wanted. What Phoebe had done next had shocked her to the core. Rather than shove him away, she had pushed up on her tiptoes to reach him. "You wicked, immoral wanton," a voice in her head had shouted. Phoebe had ruthlessly ignored the scolding, intent on her own destruction. As for Lord Needham, he'd given a low rumble of approval at her indecent eagerness and brushed his lips over hers so very lightly that she wasn't sure it had really happened. The second time he lowered his mouth, his tongue flicked over the damp inside skin of her lower lip, reminding her that her mouth was still hanging open. He'd stroked her again and again, probing her deeper with each caress. Her knees had buckled, and Phoebe would have slid to the floor if his arms hadn't closed around her. "Steady, sweetheart," he'd murmured, drawing her close, until she was plastered against him, his heart beating an amazingly strong thud, thud, thud against her chest. He'd tilted his head, tasting her more deeply, stroking into her more boldly, the broad palm of his hand cradling her head in a way that made her feel tiny and fragile. His other arm had tightened around her waist, pulling her against the hard ridge which pressed against her midriff. "Sir?" Phoebe had squeaked and jolted, but Lord Needham had moved slowly to release her, his actions languid and unconcerned. He looked down at her with eyes as black as pools of ink, his lips suddenly fuller, red and slick. His hand slid slowly down her neck, over her shoulders, skimming her back in a light caress before it disappeared. "Thank you, Becky," he said to the maid, without ever breaking eye contact. "You may place it on the table and leave." They had stood like statues until the door closed. "Sit, my lady. Let us discuss my proposal." Phoebe had fallen into the chair behind her with all the grace of an exhausted toddler, vaguely aware that Lord Needham appeared to be doing something with the tea-tray. "Lady Phoebe." She'd looked up at the sound of his voice, to find him holding out her cup and saucer in one hand, and a plate with a delicious-looking fairy cake in the other. "Oh, thank you." She'd taken both from him with shaking hands, and set them down on the side table with a clatter. "Do you need time to consider my offer?" he'd asked, his eyes no longer black, but a dark grey that glittered as he stared at her. Did she need time? Could she ask for 10 years to consider it? She'd had to grit her jaws until they ached to keep down the hysterical bubble of laughter that threatened to explode out of her. The choices were simple. Either Phoebe accepted his offer, or he might marry one of her sisters. "No," she said. "No, you don't accept, or no, you don't need time?" "I don't need time." She'd wrenched her gaze off her clenched hands and looked up. "But there are some things I wish to make clear." Lord, why did she have to sound like such a bumbling fool? "Yes?" "Just spit it out, Phoebe. If he can say the word mistress in your mother's sitting room, surely you can say it back to him." She looked up at him and saw that his lips were twisted in a smile so faint it was almost worse than a grin. "About your mistress," she'd blurted, suddenly angry that he found her nervousness amusing. "What about her?" "Do you intend to keep—" Phoebe had been horrified by the word choices open to her. He'd cocked his head, as if he were confused about what she was asking. It had been the final straw. "You know very well what I'm trying to ask." His eyes had glinted with humour at her anger. "To answer what I think is your question, no, Ellen and I are not lovers, nor will we be in the future." Heat had bloomed in her belly at the word lovers. "As a matter of fact," he went on, no longer looking amused, "Mrs. Kettering is deathly ill with consumption, and I shall be installing a nurse here at Witch House." Phoebe hadn't known what to say. He was taking care of a dying woman? There was no denying that Needham's impulses were honourable, even if the way he was going about it would cause Phoebe and her family a great deal of discomfort with their neighbours. Phoebe knew men, rich and poor, often took their pleasure and left the women to deal with the results. In fact, she was intimately acquainted with the details of one such incident, because it had involved Sebastian Lowry, Phoebe's fiancé at the time, and a parlour-maid who'd worked at Sebastian's house. The maid had claimed that Sebastian was the father of her child. He had called her a liar and worse, and the girl had lost her job and her family had disowned her. Phoebe had gone to speak to the girl, for that is what she'd been, only 16, who'd told her that Sebastian had forced himself on her not once, but many times. Phoebe had believed her story and had confronted Sebastian. He'd denied it at first, repeatedly. Finally, he had snapped. "Is this the sort of shrew you're going to be if we marry, Phoebe?" His beautiful face had contorted with sullen anger, that of a spoiled boy finally called to account for his behaviour. "I chose you because I thought you'd be sensible about such matters, as you are about so many things." That's when Phoebe had understood why he'd picked her above all the pretty girls in the area. Not because she was an earl's daughter, but because she was too plain to have expectations of him. He had actually believed that she would be so grateful that he'd married her, that she would not care if he raped their servants. Phoebe had broken their betrothal that day. "Did you have other questions or conditions of your own?" Needham had asked, pulling her back from that horrible day 3 years ago. "Yes, I do have some conditions for marriage. First, I would want my sisters and brother to be welcome to live with us, should the need ever arise." He was too intelligent not to take her meaning, which was that she wanted a home for her family if her father lost Queen's Bower, something that was probably inevitable. "Naturally, your family would always be welcome to live with us. Is that all?" Think, she ordered herself. What else was there? You know about one mistress, but what about the others? Because Needham isn't the sort of man to go without a woman. Although how Phoebe knew such a thing, she could not have said. "Are you planning to install any more of your mistresses at Witch House?" she'd blurted. His lips twitched into an almost imperceptible smile. "You would object to that, I take it?" "I object to the fact that I am forced to have a conversation on this subject, as any decent woman would. So yes, my lord, I would strongly object to you moving more of your women into any house where I would be living." "Then I shan't move any other mistresses under our roof." Phoebe had not been impressed by his easy capitulation. Yes, he wouldn't move them into their house, but that didn't mean he wouldn't keep them elsewhere. Well, it would have to be good enough. "Fine. I accept your offer." He'd looked neither pleased nor displeased. "I will take you home and speak to your father." "He has gone to London, and I'm not sure when he will be back." "I shall be away on a business trip for 2 weeks, beginning tomorrow. I will speak to him when I return. After we have told your parents, I propose we make an announcement at the ball." When Phoebe hadn't immediately responded, he'd added, "Unless you were hoping to keep it a secret. Forever." He'd sounded wry, but there had been a hard glint in his pale eyes. "That isn't why I hesitated. I was thinking about the wedding." "What about it?" "I would like to have a small wedding, in the chapel here at Witch House, if that is acceptable." "That is acceptable. When?" Phoebe's first impulse had been to pick a date far in the future, but then that would hardly help her brother and sisters. How did one say, "I want to marry right away," without sounding forward? "Would 3 days after the ball be acceptable?" he'd asked, putting her out of her misery. 3 days? Will that give you enough time to invite your family?" "I have nobody except Lucy. What of your siblings? Do you want to wait until they can return to have the ceremony?" The last thing Phoebe wanted was to have to answer her sister's questions, especially as they'd all agreed that nobody would sacrifice themselves for the good of the others. "No, I don't wish to bring them back. 3 days after the ball will be—" "Phoebe? Phoebe! Phoebe's eyes flew open and she jolted, disoriented to find she wasn't at Witch House with Lord Needham at all, but at home in the sitting room, with Katy staring down at her. What did you say? Phoebe asked, still somewhat dazed. Viscount Needham is here, Phoebe. He has come to call on Papa. Katy's green eyes sparkled with curiosity. What in the world do you think he could want? Chapter 9. Lady Addiscombe's blue eyes were creased with apprehension as they rested on her second youngest daughter. After Viscount Needham's call, the Countess had not left her bedchamber for 2 entire days to recover from the news. She had emerged only a few hours ago, looking pale and gaunt and sorrowful, as if somebody had died, and summoned Phoebe to the sitting-room. While Phoebe was far from feeling settled about her impending nuptials herself, she was furious at her mother for behaving as if she had committed some atrocity and agreed to marry an itinerant tinker rather than one of the wealthiest men in Britain. Lady Addiscombe's air of tragedy was especially ironic, as she had been grimly determined that one of her daughters would capture the Viscount, regardless of what she knew about him, if only to keep any other local girl from marrying him. Perhaps her mother sensed some of her anger, because she greeted Phoebe's entrance with a kinder-than-normal smile. "I was surprised by Lord Needham's visit on Tuesday," she said, as if Phoebe hadn't already guessed. "In addition to his generous settlements, his lordship has also paid the lease on Witch House for the first 2 years, which will allow us to make some much-needed changes." Phoebe would certainly be making some changes, but she didn't think that's what her mother meant. "Daughtry will finally be able to start at Eton next term, just as Bellamy men have done for generations." Phoebe ignored the stab of anxiety she felt about sending her little brother to such a place. Instead, she tried to think of the benefit he would receive from being among his peers for the first time in his life. The Countess cleared her throat. "I am not insensible to the sacrifice you have made for your sisters." She hesitated, and then added grudgingly, "For all of us." Her patrician cheekbones, so at odds with her humble background, flushed. "I am going to speak more bluntly than I would normally. You are no longer a girl, but a woman and about to become a wife. The Viscount made a point to thrust his base, animal nature into prominence with his vulgar announcement a few weeks ago. While his behaviour was unfortunate, I am ashamed to admit that it is far from uncommon for men to have their, her hand fluttered, and words deserted her. "Mistresses," Phoebe supplied. Lady Addiscombe grimaced and winced, as if Phoebe had poked her in the forehead with a fork. Yes, that. Based on Lord Needham's remarks, you will be exposed to a level of crassness that, well, suffice to say that being forced to endure such ignominy is not unknown to many women of our class." She cleared her throat yet again, and then added, "To me." So, the Earl was not only a gambler, but a womanizer. Phoebe wondered if that was why he'd rushed off to London, to set up a mistress with the money her husband-to-be had just given him. It was too depressing a thought to contemplate. "In a way, Lord Needham's behaviour is a blessing." Phoebe raised her eyebrows. "I beg your pardon?" Her mother blushed. "I only meant that Needham will satisfy his, baser needs elsewhere, and come to you only for an heir, or at least it is to be hoped." It was Phoebe's turn to blush. Her mother delicately brushed her fingertips against each other, as if she was shaking away the crumbs of an unpleasant conversation. "As for your wedding," she continued, her expression much lighter, "his lordship has informed me that his secretary will see to all the details of the ceremony and wedding breakfast." She smiled fondly. I recall Mr. Dixon from when he was just a boy. I dare say he has grown into a fine young man." Phoebe was amused. Her mother finally liked something about her betrothed, but it was his secretary. "Although there is so little time before the proposed ceremony, I have sent word to Mrs. Debenham, letting her know we have urgent need of her services. I dare say she will, with proper compensation, be able to quickly make not only a wedding gown but a few other garments for the new mistress of which house." Phoebe felt sorry for the overworked seamstress, who had already needed to engage 4 additional helpers to finish all the orders for ball gowns. "Although I would have wished for a London ceremony for you, I think it prudent to remain closer to home," the Countess continued. Phoebe almost laughed. Yes, it was prudent, especially as the Countess didn't want anyone to know whom her daughter was marrying. Lady Addiscombe hurried on. "Your father has given Lord Needham leave to call on you at Queen's Bower, and he has indicated his desire to ride with you." "But I have no hack, mamma." "You needn't be concerned about that, as his lordship will mount you." Her cold blue eyes flickered over her. "I suppose your old riding habit will have to make do. I wonder. Perhaps his lordship might consider postponing the ceremony for a few weeks, while we go to London to shop for your trousseau. Actually, Brighton would be even better," she hastily amended, clearly remembering she didn't want the news of Phoebe's unfortunate nuptials to make its way to London and damage her other daughter's chances. Phoebe shuddered at the thought of an expensive shopping trip. "My old habit has barely seen any use, mamma." The Countess sighed. "Yes, I suppose that is true. His lordship will doubtless buy you everything you need. After—" she lifted a hand to her temple, as if thinking about the man gave her a headache. "Lord Needham wants to engage a lady's maid for you, and has offered to have Mr. Dixon inquire with an employment agency and engage the most appropriate candidate. If you do not care for her, you may always engage another maid after you are married." "A maid? But where will we put her, mamma?" "You must talk to Mrs. Parkes about such matters." She gave a dismissive wave. "In fact, you may do so now, as I am finished with you." She sighed, as if she'd been awake for 100 hours straight, rather than barely 2. "I am going back to my bedchamber." That evening at dinner, the Earl and Countess had some surprising news to share with Phoebe and her siblings. "We shall vacate Queen's Bower for a few months, directly after your wedding," the Countess announced before the dessert was brought to the table. "But why?" Phoebe, the first to recover, asked. "We won't wish to be here while having extensive roof repairs done," the Earl said. That was a surprising admission from a man who'd always insisted there wasn't a problem with the roof. But their mother's next words were even more shocking. "Your father is right." "Your father is right?" Phoebe, Katy, and Doddy exchanged astounded glances. Who would have believed the Countess was even capable of speaking that sentence? "As to where we shall go, well, several places," the Countess admitted. "I have been feeling terribly pulled these last few weeks, so I shall go to Bath to take the waters." Katy gave an excited shriek and bounced up and down in her chair. "Oh, Bath!" She looked at Doddy. "We shall have so much to do." "No, no," the Countess said hastily. "Your brother must go to a crammer if he is to start Eton in the autumn. He will spend the summer with one of the housemasters, a kindly gentleman who takes a few fortunate boys into his own home to tutor." Doddy looked, rightly, horrified at the prospect of being shipped off to school months early. "But, mamma, surely I don't need to do something so drastic?" It was a night for surprises, because their father said, "Do not argue with your mother, Lord Bellamy. This is not up for negotiation." Dotty's jaw sagged at his father's unprecedented defence of their mother, stern tone, and use of his title. The Earl took advantage of the silence to add, "It is time you did your duty. You will go, and that is the beginning and end of it." Dotty looked positively tragic. "You will have fun," Katy said, her cheerful tone not at all convincing. "You will make lots of friends, and when you come home at Christmas, I shall tell you about Bath, and you can tell me about—" The Countess cleared her throat. "You will not be going to Bath, Catherine." Katy's eyes grew enormous. "Where will I be going?" "You will be going to stay with my sister, your Aunt Agatha." "But, Mamma, you've always said that Aunt Agatha's head was stuffed with outlandish notions and foolishness." The Earl snickered. Their mother flushed and scowled at her youngest daughter. "You must learn to curb your tongue, Catherine." "I'm sorry, Mamma, but, well, doesn't Aunt Agatha live in some horribly out-of-the-way place?" "She lives near Norwich, Catherine, and that is where you will be going." "Why can't I stay with Phoebe at Witch House?" Phoebe was grateful when her mother and father both gave a resounding no. While she would gladly take Katy at Witch House, she really needed a few months to settle in first. Dinner was a grim affair after their parents' announcements, and the meal broke up early, everyone going off to their rooms to deal with the sudden changes in their own way. Katy and Dotty weren't the only ones facing unknown futures. Phoebe's life would soon change forever. Tomorrow Lord Needham would come to take her riding, and she had to admit the prospect of spending time with him excited and frightened her in equal measures. She knew so little of him, and most of that was superficial. He might look uncouth and uncivilized, but aside from his background, size, and slight brogue, he dressed and comported himself like a gentleman. Except for moving his mistress and daughter into your home. Phoebe grimaced at the unneeded reminder. Perhaps it was some defect in her character, but even that was no longer as offensive now she knew the reason for it. While she did not wish to live with her husband's former mistress, she could not fault him for his motivation. Indeed, everything he'd done, from caring for a dying mistress to paying handsomely for a property that didn't deserve it, to giving 2 years' lease money in advance, was what she would consider gentlemanly behaviour. It was befuddling, really. The Earl had dissipated his wife's fortune, frittered away his daughter's dowries, and, according to what her mother had strongly hinted, housed mistresses. And yet he was a friend of the Prince Regent, and received in the best houses in Britain. Yet Needham, her family's knight in shining armour, they were treating as if he were a necessary evil to be endured or a dirty secret to be hidden from the rest of the world. It shamed her to admit that they had held that attitude even before he'd ever mentioned his mistress. Could their snobbery have been part of what motivated him to behave so crudely? After all, Phoebe and Katy hadn't liked it one bit when the Lowry twins had looked down on them for their worn-out, unfashionable clothing. Indeed, Katy had openly lied to the twins that day in Burton's store. Phoebe wondered why, after the way she had insulted him, a man like Lord Needham had settled for her. She had seen by the look of confident amusement in his eyes that day at Witch House that he'd known any of her sisters would have accepted his offer. Yet he had asked Phoebe. Why had such a man chosen her? Phoebe would never forget why Sebastian, her last fiancé, had chosen her. Because he'd thought she was so homely that she would be a meek, grateful wife. What if Lord Needham had picked her for the same reason? Chapter 10. The following morning, Phoebe went riding for the first time in almost 3 years. It had been a joy to take her forest green habit out of its storage chest after so long. Phoebe especially adored the coat, which was of a military cut, trimmed with black piping, complete with dull gold epaulettes. The dashing black shako hat, with a patent brim and peacock plume, was the most modish article of clothing she'd ever owned. She was dressed and ready a full half-hour early, pacing her bedroom, both dreading and anticipating spending time with her betrothed. A light tap on the door froze her pacing. Katie poked her head through the gap, her striking emerald eyes dancing. "Lord Needham is here, and he has brought you the most marvellous gift," she grinned. "I'd marry him myself for such a mount, Phoebe." "You hush!" Phoebe shook her head and gave her sister a gentle push. Needham waited for her outside, standing between two horses. One was the smoky black charger he'd been riding the first day she saw him, and the second was a slightly smaller bay with a black mane and black tail. "My lord?" Phoebe dropped a shaky curtsy under his burning gaze. It had only been 2 weeks, but she'd forgotten how a look from him could discountenance her. "You look lovely, Lady Phoebe," he said, his gaze sweeping her habit like his hands had swept her body that day 2 weeks earlier. "That collar suits you." Phoebe ignored her furiously heating face and took a step toward the bay gelding. "He's beautiful." She pulled off a glove and raised a hand to the horse's velvet soft muzzle. "He comes from one of the finest breeders in the north." Phoebe stiffened at the word breeder and forced herself to look up at him. "Thank you." He ignored her thanks. "The man who raised and trained him named him Brandy, for his distinctive colour. But you must name him as you see fit." "No," Phoebe said, stroking the horse's glossy neck. "Brandy is perfect." She turned to his horse, which looked every bit as magnificent as she recalled. "And his name?" "His name is Cole." "His colouring is so unusual, almost blue-black." "He came from a stud known for unusual colour combinations." He handed his reins to the groom, who must have ridden Brandy over. "I'll assist Lady Phoebe," he said, then turned to Phoebe. "Ready?" She nodded. Instead of cupping his hands for her foot, he took her by the waist and lifted her onto her horse. Although Phoebe was short, she was not especially slender, but his enormous hands made her feel dainty, and he lifted her with ease. He cut her a brief brooding look from beneath his thick lashes, and then held the stirrup for her while she hooked her knee around the horn. Her fingers curled around her leather-covered ankle. "Is this the right length?" She knew it was all in her head, that it was impossible that she could feel warm flesh through her boot, but that didn't stop the muscles in her thighs from tightening. "Thank you," she said in an annoyingly breathy voice. Once he was astride the huge horse, he had to look down a goodly way to meet her gaze. "I'm going to leave the choice of destination to you. After all, it is your home territory." Phoebe guided Brandy toward the prettiest trail, the one that passed through the woods. Once they were out of earshot of the stable, Phoebe said, "I wanted to thank you. My mother says you've been most generous with wedding settlements." She cut him a covert glance and found that he was watching her. When he said nothing, she continued, "She said your early lease payment is what will allow my brother to go away to school." He still said nothing. She turned her body to face him this time. "Have you gone mute, Lord Needham?" "No. You seemed to be warming up to your task, so I was just waiting until you'd finished." She bristled at his dry tone. "I was merely being courteous." "Oh, what does that word mean?" Her lips parted in surprise, but then she saw the humorous gleam in his eye and scowled at him. "That's better," he said. "You are a rude man." He grinned. Better still." She snorted and shook her head. "Tell me, my lord, as I'm not supposed to thank you, then what should I talk about?" He shrugged, his gaze on an old sick wych elm beside the path. "Anything other than thanking me. I don't plan on thanking you for all the lovely things you will do for me." His thin, expressive lips curved into a smile that made her entire body heat. How did he do that? "You don't believe in showing gratitude?" she asked, her voice a bit warbly. "Not for the results of a mutually agreed-upon business deal." "And that's what our marriage is to you? A business deal?" A sly smile curved his mouth, which she was finding more fascinating than she should. "Why, my lady, is there something you wish to tell me?" "Whatever do you mean?" "Is this a love match rather than a business deal?" Her face flushed. "Why must you do that?" "Do what?" "Inject such an element of... oh, I don't know what it is called, but you always seem to take joy in dragging things through the mud." "Always? You speak as if we've been married for 2 decades. What else have I done to so offend your sensibilities in the 4 times we've seen each other?" "You mean, aside from announcing that you would install your mistress beneath your roof the very first time you paid a call on my family?" He turned fully toward her, allowing his horse to find its own way. His expression arrested, all his former amusement gone. "I wondered how long it would take for this to come up again." Phoebe chewed the inside of her mouth, furious with herself for blurting out those words. She vowed then and there that that would be the last time she snapped at the bait he dangled. "Just forget I said anything about it," she said. "Very well," he said mildly. Her head whipped back toward him. He smiled at her, and the lazy, arrogant expression goaded her into breaking the vow she had made to herself only seconds earlier to keep her mouth shut. "After all," she retorted, with more than a little heat in her voice, "I am accustomed to being the butt of local gossip. What difference will one more topic make?" "I take it that was a rhetorical question?" "Rhetorical?" she repeated, an unpleasant thought blooming in her brain. "Where did you go to school, my lord?" "School? What do you mean?" "Yes, school. Surely a man who knows the meaning of the word rhetorical doesn't need me to define such a simple word as school for him." Something flashed across his face. Humor? Respect? "I went to Harrow." Her lips twisted bitterly. Yet again she had been snobby and judgmental, not to mention foolish, to assume this wealthy, well-spoken man was uneducated. He had known what she thought and encouraged it. Paul Needham, she was realizing, enjoyed it when people underestimated him. And that is what Phoebe had been doing right from the start. "You are no stranger at a London season either, are you, my lord?" she asked. "Are you interrogating me, Lady Phoebe?" "Yes." That made him laugh, which relaxed the stern set of his chiselled features. "Why, he almost looks attractive." The thought was like a punch to the midriff and left her breathless. Luckily they entered the woods and had to ride single file at that point, allowing Phoebe a moment to collect herself. When would she stop falling into the same pitfalls with this man? When would she learn he was more than what he seemed? They rode in silence until they came to the spot where Doddy had stopped to fetch Silas that fateful day all those weeks ago. On impulse, Phoebe cut off the main path and guided Brandy toward the stream. This part of the woods felt older, almost ancient, and the lacy canopy filtered the sunlight far, far overhead. Phoebe stopped, and Needham reined in beside her. "There is a pretty stream, the same one that meanders through the grounds of which house. Would you like to see it? We can only reach it on foot." He dismounted without answering, loosening his horse's girth a little before coming to help her down. He lowered her to the ground in such a way that she slid down the front of his body. When her feet hit the ground, he did not release her. She swayed toward him, as if he exercised some magnetic force. He cupped her cheek with one warm, leather-clad hand, staring into her eyes, but not attempting to kiss her. Finally, after 1,000 years, he smiled and dropped his hand. "Lead on, my lady." Phoebe swallowed, thrown off balance by his teasing, flirtatious ways. She walked with the self-conscious gait of a woman who knew somebody was watching her, the gait of a woman whose thighs were tingly. "Are you ready for the ball?" he asked after a moment. Phoebe glanced at him, wondering if this question was yet another of his traps, but he was looking ahead, reaching out a long arm to raise a branch higher for her to pass under. Phoebe wasn't sure why she wasn't elated about the ball. Her neighbours would look at her with respect for catching Lord Needham before he'd even settled in. The gowns that she and Katie had made, while simple in design and not exactly stylish, were attractive enough for a country ball. So what was it, then? "I'm looking forward to it," she forced herself to say. He gave a bark of laughter. "What a little liar you are!" "I am not." But her denial lacked conviction, even to her own ears. "Yes, you are. Is it the ball itself, or the announcement I will make during it?" "My mother said you will seat 40 people for dinner." Phoebe cut him a quick glance, and he nodded. "It has been several years since I've attended a party or dance of any size, my lord. To become the focus of all those people at a dinner table will be nerve-wracking. Actually, I'd planned to make the announcement right before supper, not during dinner." "Oh," she said. "I understand you've invited everyone in this county and the next, so that should be quite an audience. May I ask why you've decided to do it that way?" "If I said something at dinner, then I'd be limited to only one dance with my betrothed during the ball. This way, I can get 2 dances with you, and then make the announcement." She frowned. "Is that really true?" "It is what Mr. Dixon has told me, and I turn to him for all my etiquette questions." Phoebe snorted. "I don't believe that for a moment." "What? You don't believe I have questions about etiquette?" "I suspect you are more than aware of general etiquette, my lord." She gave him a wry smile. "No matter how much you like to behave otherwise. And if you had questions, you would make up your own mind." He gave a delighted laugh. "You know me so well already." She ignored him and continued with her thought. "And if Mr. Dixon told you that rubbish, about when to make the announcement and how that would dictate the number of dances you could have with me, then I don't think much of his knowledge of etiquette. As the gentleman hosting the ball, you should have only one dance with any lady." "Even my betrothed?" "Especially with your betrothed." The tunnel-like path opened into a small glade that bordered the tiny stream. Several towering trees grew along a sharp bend in the river that had created a deep, swirling swimming hole. Phoebe always experienced a deep sense of quiet peace when she came there. "It has the feel of an ancient forest. One almost expects to see fairies slipping between the trees." Lord Needham was surveying the glittering river and overhanging trees with an appreciative expression. She wouldn't have expected such a man to surrender to whimsy. His disconcerting pale eyes settled on her shoulder and widened. "You've got a butterfly." He pointed to her right side. Phoebe turned to find a bright pink and yellow moth with enormous eyes that seemed to be looking at her. "It is an elephant hawk moth," she said. "Normally they are nocturnal, but I suppose it is shady enough under the tree canopy to have fooled him." As if the creature knew it was being talked about, it fluffed up its wings and twitched its antennae. Good Lord! It's just sitting there." A second moth fluttered up and hovered over the first, which turned and gave it an almost irritated look. The second moth disregarded the dirty glance and landed right next to the first, and then both creatures stared at her. Phoebe smiled and turned back to the Viscount. "They like me," she said, her face heating at the foolish announcement. "Obviously." "I appear to have some sort of attraction for moths and butterflies." As if to lend veracity to her claim, something fluttered around her other shoulder, and then a meadow brown landed. Lord Needham shook his head in wonder. "I have never seen such a thing." "I asked a gentleman who came collecting the poor creatures a few years ago, and he said butterflies are known for being attracted to particular people, although nobody knows why." A jackdaw in the tree overhead made a distinctive pew, pew, pew cry, and all three insects fluttered away, no doubt searching for cover from one of their chief feathered predators. "Fickle friends," he said. "Wise friends," she corrected. He looked around him with an appraising eye. "That seems an excellent swimming hole, besides being a favourite haunt of pink moths. Has your family made use of it?" "We used to swim here often, when we were children." "Oh? You came here even when you lived at Witch House?" "No, I meant after we moved into Queen's Bower." "Ah, and that was what, 6 years ago?" "Yes." "You would have been 14, am I correct?" Phoebe didn't know why she was surprised that he knew her age. Perhaps because she knew so little about him. But then, she lacked his money, power, and resources to gather information, and had only herself. "How old are you, my lord?" It was rude to ask such a question, but asking questions, rude or otherwise, seemed like a matter of survival with this man. "How old do you think I am?" he countered. She could hardly pass up such an invitation to study his face, staring directly at him rather than looking only in furtive snatches. Like her, his skin was tanned, and the lines radiating from the corners of his eyes said he'd spent time squinting against the sun. A deep groove ran from the right side of his nose to the corner of his lips, the side of his mouth that usually pulled up when he gave the barely there smirk that he was so fond of making. Although it was only midday, she could see fascinating signs of fresh growth and realized he'd need to shave twice daily to maintain his grooming. His glossy brown hair glinted at the temples, and she noticed for the first time that some of the hair there was a bit of silver. Goodness. Her eyes met his, the unusual light grey of his irises even more distinctive as his pupils narrowed against the light. He cocked one brow. "Well?" "I am bad at guessing such things." "Coward," he taunted. "Fine. I think you are 45. He threw back his head and laughed, his response confounding her yet again. When he stopped laughing, he looked at her with blatant appreciation, making her more confused than ever. "Have you thought about me after that kiss in the library, Lady Phoebe?" he asked, his nostrils flaring slightly. Her breathing instantly became laboured. I beg your pardon?" "You heard me, and you know what I meant." She did. Oh, yes, she did. "Of course I've thought of you," she said, her voice stupidly high and squeaky. She cleared her throat and tried for a more bored, sophisticated tone. "I could hardly not think of you." "What kinds of things did you think about me?" Her voice cracked, and she cleared her throat yet again. "Naughty things? Wicked things?" "No!" she all but shouted, her face scalding. He grinned. "Then what kind of things?" I don't know. I dare say the same type of thing anyone would think. Probably not much different from what you thought." "I somehow doubt that." His voice was even lower than usual, velvet and silk together. "Although I should be very, very pleased if you had." Phoebe wanted with every fibre of her being to ask him what he'd thought about her. What could he possibly think about such a plain, average, unsophisticated woman like herself? The only thing Phoebe had that could possibly appeal to a man like Needham was her threadbare rank. He closed the distance between them with one long stride, standing close enough that their bodies almost touched. He leaned down and kissed her, a closed-mouth press of warm, soft lips, the exhalation of his breath on her face feathery. "I thought about kissing you," he said when he pulled away. Phoebe had to clench her hands into fists to keep from grabbing his coat and yanking him closer again. His pupils swelled, the black swallowing the fascinating silver of his pupil. "Do you want more, Lady Phoebe?" God save her. She nodded. Again he kissed her with an almost frustrating gentleness, but this time he followed up his chaste peck with something far more shocking, and traced the seam of her lips with the slick, pointed tip of his tongue. Phoebe heard herself make the most piteous little whimpering sound, but couldn't bring herself to care. "Open for me," he murmured against her mouth. "I want to taste you again." He gently sucked on her lower lip. Phoebe opened, and he stroked into her, his movements rhythmic, invasive, mesmerizing. His hand slid around her waist, and he pulled her closer, probing deeper, his tongue hot and velvety. He caressed her with increasingly insistent strokes, his hands sliding higher and tightening around her ribcage, his thumbs tauntingly close to the undersides of the breasts. Phoebe arched her back to chase his elusive touch, not realizing what she was doing until the pebbled tips of her breasts rubbed against the smooth, superfine of his coat and the hard body beneath. She gave a frustrated whimper when his hands moved lower and away from her aching breasts, down and down, until he was gripping her hips, strong fingers splaying over her buttocks, digging into her flesh, pulling her tight against his body. He made a noise that started off a groan and turned into a deep, rumbling laugh. "My God," he muttered, as if struck, ceasing his tantalizing stroking. Frustrated by his lack of movement, Phoebe stood up on her toes and boldly mimicked his actions of a moment earlier, running her tongue along his lower lip. Without prompting, he opened to her. Phoebe didn't hesitate to probe deeper and explore his lips, teeth, and even the roof of his mouth, astounded by how such a strange activity could be so pleasurable. When she flicked over his tongue, it was like a prod to a bull, galvanizing him into action. He growled, tilted his head, and captured her mouth, his knee nudging at the juncture of her legs. Shock reverberated through her body at his silent demand, but, more shocking still, Phoebe didn't hesitate to spread her thighs for his invasion. She was distinctly aware of his fingers, strong and insistent, digging into her bottom and lifting her until she was astride his leg, the swollen, slick petals of her sex rubbing against his thigh. "Yes," he muttered, and then enclosed her in his powerful arms and claimed her mouth yet again. An exquisite tension built inside her body, ratcheting tighter and tighter until she began to shake, to come undone, to... "Silas!" Forgetting their tangled tongues, Phoebe screamed and then slammed her jaws shut. Paul jerked back at the sharp pain, his eyes watering and burning. "God damn it!" he lisped. The girl looked up at him, tears leaking from her wide eyes. She covered her mouth with her hand. I'm sorry, so sorry, my lord." Paul gave a half laugh and half gasp and turned away to collect himself. Lord, he'd not done such unsubtle groping and grinding since he'd been a boy. He deserved to have his tongue bitten. He surreptitiously adjusted his throbbing erection in his breeches before turning back to her. That's when he saw Viscount Bellamy standing beside a tree not far away, his blue eyes shrewd and knowing in his boyish face. Paul knew in that moment that the cheeky little cockerel must have purposely followed them. Right before his eyes, the young nobleman's haughty, accusing expression shifted into one of angelic innocence. In fact, he looked so supremely innocent that Paul would later wonder if he had only imagined that initial, almost cynical expression. "Hello, Phoebe. Whatever are you doing here?" Viscount Bellamy asked, turning his hyacinth blue gaze on Paul. "And Lord Needham, too." He glanced around in wide-eyed surprise, giving a performance that was good enough for Drury Lane. "I thought I was all alone out here." His red-faced sister squirmed, looking anywhere but at Paul. "Have you seen Silas?" the boy asked. "Silas?" Paul grimaced and tried again. "Silas?" "Yes, Silas. My squirrel. He must have seen you leave the house and followed you." "Like some other creature we both know," Paul could have said. "Oh, Doddy," his sister chided. "You and that dratted rodent." The boy was obviously accustomed to being scolded by his elder sisters and ignored her. Instead, he tilted his chin at the horses. "That's a slapping bay you bought my sister." "Thank you, Lord Bellamy." "Call me Doddy," he said expansively. Paul had to bite back a smile. Doddy gave him an ingratiating grin that didn't quite meet his blue eyes. "We're going to be brothers after all, aren't we?" "I'm honoured, Doddy. You must call me Paul." The young lord approached the grazing horses with such studied casualness that Paul couldn't help but be amused, suddenly recalling back to when he'd been horse-mad, right before he discovered the more fascinating appeal of the female sex. "He's a beauty," Doddy said, not taking his eyes from Cole, who was cropping grass, but tensed as the boy drew closer. "Do you stud him?" "This will be his first year," Paul said. He considered warning the boy about Cole's temperamental ways, but suspected Doddy knew his way around horses, even though the Earl had sold off all his, so he said nothing. Doddy made a clucking sound and held out the flat of his hand. His stance relaxed and confident. Cole gave him a hard stare, ripped out another mouthful of grass, and then took a few steps toward the outstretched hand until he could rub an ear against it. Doddy grinned, his fingers going to that spot behind Cole's ear that would make a horse your faithful slave. The big stallion's jaws froze in mid-chew, and his eyes drifted halfway shut. "That's a boy, eh?" Doddy gave Paul a look of triumph. "He's a regular lad, isn't he?" Paul couldn't help smiling. "That he is." Doddy glanced around the clearing as he continued his equine massage. "I say, Phoebe, were you about to shuck your kit and go for a swim?" "Doddy!" He winced. "Lord, what are you screeching about?" He turned to Paul. "My sisters are usually at the swimming hole all summer, as thick as flies to a pudding," he explained, not caring how his confession was affecting his sister. He paused his scratching of Cole. "It's wretched hot. Are you going for a dip?" he asked, looking like it wouldn't take much to persuade him. Paul looked at Lady Phoebe's scarlet, horrified face and had to fight a smile. "Your sister was just showing me the sights, but perhaps another time." Right then, a butterfly fluttered toward the red-faced woman, and then, piquantly, landed on top of her hat. Doddy laughed and pointed at her. "You've got one of your friends on your hat, Phoebe." A speckled wood, I think." Lady Phoebe glared silently. Undaunted, her brother asked, "Where you taking him, Phoebe?" "Somewhere else," she hissed, giving him a narrow-eyed look that said she knew he'd been spying. "You'd better go find Silas, hadn't you?" He kicked up a little puff of dust with the toe of his scuffed boot. "Oh, Phoebe! Shoo, Doddy!" The lad shoved his hands into the pockets of his grubby breeches and gave Paul a manly nod. "All right, then. Paul?" Paul struggled to bite back a grin. "All right, Doddy." They watched the boy meander off before Phoebe turned toward her horse. "I think you hurt his feelings," Paul said lightly. "That's unlikely. He's a little pest who likes to listen at doors and spy." "Well, he's certainly got an eyeful today." Paul closed the distance between them to help her mount, waiting for her to acknowledge him. But she continued to stare at the toes of her boot, unwilling to look at him, the tips of her ears a bright pink. He slid his hands around her waist, easily lifting her soft, curvy body into the saddle. "It's a good thing he came along." That got her attention. "Why?" she said, finally turning her gaze on him. He wrapped his hand around the supple leather of her riding boot, holding her lightly as he met her wide-eyed stare. Paul tightened his grip slightly and slid his hand up the warm, smooth leather to her calf, his nostrils flaring at the confusion and desire in her innocent eyes. Bloody hell, but she was a sensual little beast. He couldn't wait to get her beneath him, or on top of him. At that thought, his fertile imagination quickly conjured up an image of her skin rosy and glistening with sweat, thighs spread and astride his hips wearing nothing but her boots. He released her with reluctance. "Why do you think it was a good thing Doddy came along?" she persisted, sounding a bit hurt. "I'm not saying your brother's appearance was good for my sake," he said, surreptitiously adjusting the rampant cockstand in his leathers. "But it was certainly good for your reputation." Chapter 11. Katy stood on a step-stool while Phoebe finished pinning up the hem. "I cannot believe you left this so late," the Countess complained, not for the first time, as she paced back and forth. "You told me you finished ages ago." "I did finish it," Phoebe reminded her, "but you said it was too long," which was why Phoebe was re-hemming her sister's gown. The Countess stopped pacing, tilted her head at the section Phoebe was pinning, and said, "That is crooked, Phoebe." Phoebe had to bite her tongue to keep from yelling. Instead, she removed the last half-dozen pins and started over. Her mother resumed her pacing and complaining. Phoebe listened to her with only half her mind, the other half on all the tasks that still needed doing before her parents left Queensbower. Most of the items on the list were chores her mother should do, like making arrangements for the servants who would remain at Queensbower to draw upon credit at the village shops. But the Countess refused to lift a finger when it came to domestic matters. In addition to Phoebe's long list, there had been the daily visits from her betrothed to contend with. Sometimes Lord Needham merely stayed for tea, sometimes they went for a ride. He did not kiss her again. Indeed, except for lifting her on and off her horse, he barely touched her. Nor did they discuss anything of any importance, like the woman and child he'd told her would move into the house the day after the ball. Instead, Needham had asked her many questions about the area. Not just about Little Sissington, but about the people who lived there, about farming and the village businesses, and most especially about which house. Phoebe had once again wrongly assumed that a city-dwelling merchant would care nothing about rural life or farming, and she was pleasantly surprised by how knowledgeable he was about both. It shamed her to admit it, but Witch House and the surrounding businesses, farms and families were getting a far better landlord than her father had ever been. The sound of carriage wheels on the drive pulled her from her thoughts, and she glanced up from the eternal hemming. "Who is it, Mamma?" she asked. Lady Addiscombe went to look out the window, which was open to take advantage of the lovely breeze. "I don't know. It looks like a job carriage." Phoebe put in the last of the pins and stood, her back and knees aching from so long crawling on the floor. She joined her mother at the window, Katy right behind her. "Those are the prettiest boxes I've ever seen," Katy breathed, as the servant or delivery man pulled out box after box, each of them a dusty pink with wide cream ribbon. He had a veritable mountain in his arms by the time he turned and headed for the house. Katy was at the sitting-room door before her mother could stop her. "Katy!" the Countess called after her. "You come back here, She broke off and scowled. "Oh, that hoyden! Why do I bother?" she asked petulantly. Phoebe ignored her mother and followed her sister, albeit at a more decorous pace. When she reached the small entry hall, Mr. and Mrs. Parks were each carrying several boxes, as was Katy. The delivery driver was hovering, and Phoebe smiled at him. "If you will wait just a moment, I shall give you something for your efforts." "No, m'lady. I was instructed to deny any gratuity. Respectfully, of course. All my expenses are paid. I was to give this to Lady Phoebe Bellamy." He held out an expensive-looking envelope with a familiar crest, one she had seen for the first time on the ball invitation from Needham. "Thank you." The man pulled his forelock and left. "Oh, Phoebe, who is it from?" Katy demanded, bouncing up and down amusingly. "I don't know," she lied, her face heating. She turned to the servants. "Could you bring those boxes up to the sitting-room, please?" The Parks headed up the stairs, with Katy fluttering behind them. Phoebe waited until everyone had gone up before breaking the seal and opening the letter. "Dear Lady Phoebe, I dare say it is unspeakably rude behaviour to provide one's betrothed with a ball gown." Phoebe's face heated, even though there was nobody in the vestibule except her. "I hope I've mitigated my breach of etiquette by asking Doddy's help in the plan. Surely, if your brother has approved the gifts for his sisters, it can't be terribly wrong. Or perhaps that compounded it. In any event, they are yours to wear or not to wear, as you choose. Your servant, Paul Needham." Phoebe folded up the expensive paper, her heart pounding with excitement. A new ball gown? Chosen by a man? How scandalous. "I hope it is all right, Phoebe." Phoebe turned to see Doddy, hands shoved into his pockets, slouched against the door, his expression anxious. "I helped fetch the sizes for the maid he sent and told him your favourite colours," he confessed. "Of course you did right," she smiled. "Under normal circumstances, our father would have provided our gowns, but—" Phoebe shrugged. Doddy, however, wasn't so forgiving. "It was dash cheese paring of Papa to make you sew your own gowns after he went to London and kitted himself out." Phoebe flinched at his flash of anger. "Oh, Doddy, please tell me you didn't tell Lord Needham that." He scuffed a shoe on the marble floor. "I might have." He looked so anxious Phoebe couldn't bear to scold him. Instead, she mortified him by ruffling his hair. "Well, thank you. I'm sure Katy will be over the moon." She hesitated and then asked, "So, what colour did you tell the maid was my favourite?" "Brown." Phoebe's jaw dropped. Doddy grinned. "You're such a pea-goose. I told her pink." He pulled a face to show what he thought about that colour. "That's perfect, Doddy. What about Katy?" "Green. That's right, isn't it?" Katie's loud shriek of delight floated down from upstairs. "It sounds like it," Phoebe said. They both laughed. "I'd better get up there and make sure she isn't overcome with emotion," Phoebe said. "Are you coming?" "Lord, no," he scoffed. "Girl things." Although Lord Needham offered to send his carriage to bring her family to the ball, Phoebe was grateful when her father exerted himself enough to have the family coach, long buried in the carriage house at Queen's Bower, cleaned and polished to a shine. She was not so pleased when she discovered he had purchased a team of horses rather than renting job cattle. It was hardly her place to scold her father for expenditures that seemed to grow by leaps and bounds whenever she turned around. Besides, not only did she have no power over her parents' profligacy, but tonight was the last night she'd see them or her sister for some time, and she didn't want to spoil things by thinking about unpleasantness. It was a shame that Doddy wasn't there tonight, but then going to a ball was his idea of a nightmare. "That is quite a charming necklace Needham sent over," her father said, his amused gaze flickering to their mother, who'd been extremely, vocally mortified by Needham's gifts. She had wanted to forbid the girls wearing them, but for once her father had put his foot down. "Needham will be her husband in 3.5 days, my dear. Let us not stand on pointless ceremony," the Earl had chided. Katie and Phoebe had fled the room after that, leaving their parents to pull each other to pieces in private. But she was grateful to her father, for once. Katie was positively breathtaking in a muslin gown of pale, pale green that had been cut higher in the bodice for a younger woman. Phoebe had loaned her sister her own pearls for the occasion, as Needham had sent her a magnificent parure. It was a lovely set made of delicate gold filigree with gorgeous and large sparkling diamonds. As an unmarried lady, Phoebe could not wear the tiara, of course, but the necklace, bracelet, and earbobs were stunning with her gown, which was a rosy pink silk that had obviously been designed for a woman rather than a girl in her first season. Needham had also been thoughtful enough to send cream kid leather opera gloves and matching slippers, both of which were far more luxurious than any Phoebe had ever possessed. Her new maid wouldn't be arriving until tomorrow, so Katie and Phoebe had enjoyed doing each other's hair. Katie had worked wonders with Phoebe's boisterous chestnut curls, using the curling tongs to straighten the corkscrews and fashion a smooth chignon that made Phoebe's naturally round face appear slimmer and gave her cheekbones. Phoebe felt not only stylish and attractive, but like a princess. And it was all thanks to a man she had done nothing but insult and criticize. What he had done, sending the gowns, had been thoughtful and kind. Neither of their parents had ever done even half as much for them before. If not for the presence of Mrs. Ellen Kettering at Wych House, Phoebe would have felt optimistic and excited about her marriage. Paul returned Sir Thomas Lowry's vapid daughter to her mother, and nodded and smiled his way across the ballroom. He had left the next set intentionally free, even though it would doubtless scandalize all the hopeful mammas, if not their daughters, ostensibly to check with his housekeeper and butler on any matters that might have come up before the supper dance. This was not his first ball by any means, but it was the first one he'd hosted, and he had to admit that doing the pretty with 200 guests was bloody exhausting. Thank God for Dixon, who was making the evening bearable. The dinner party, in comparison, had been quite small, with only 40 in attendance. Paul had allowed Dixon, experienced in such matters, to draw up the list of guests. Since he'd also allowed Dixon to arrange the seating chart, Paul found himself seated between Lady Addiscombe and Lady Lowry, Sir Thomas's wife. As Paul had no wife to sit at the foot, he had given the position of honour to the Dowager Viscountess Daimler, a widowed lady who'd accompanied her 17-year-old granddaughter, a young lady who was not yet out, to the ball. Judging by the frosty way Lady Addiscombe had behaved throughout dinner, barely speaking to him, she would never be a frequent visitor to Witch House, which was just fine with Paul. As irksome as the Countess's snobbery was, the Earl's shallow bonhomie grated on Paul more. Humboldt, the Bow Street runner, who was gathering information on the various projects Paul was involved in, including the action in common recovery with Addiscombe, said the Earl was already dipping deep at several exclusive gambling hells in London. Paul wasn't surprised to hear his prospective father-in-law was quickly wasting the money from the lease to accumulate new bills rather than pay old ones. As much as Paul was disgusted by his prospective in-laws, he was delighted by his bride-to-be. Lady Phoebe wore the gown he'd selected, and she looked vibrant and lovely. Paul had chosen the pattern and rosy pink fabric himself, and had allowed the London modiste, Mademoiselle Sonia, to design the gown for Lady Catherine. He'd not told Lady Phoebe yet, but he'd commissioned a wardrobe from Mademoiselle Sonia. His new wife could go shopping for whatever she wanted after they'd married, but he suspected that she desperately needed clothing now. Although her younger sister was a beauty in the making, Paul found he preferred Phoebe's sweet curves and ripe sensuality to Katie's more classical beauty and willowy elegance. Indeed, as Paul looked out over the assembled guests, there was no other woman he found even half as attractive as Lady Phoebe. While Sir Thomas's twin daughters were certainly more traditionally beautiful, with their pale English complexions and doll-like blue eyes, he found Phoebe's tanned, healthy glow and sparkling hazel eyes far more intriguing. He had opened the ball with her, a selection that hadn't been unusual given that Phoebe held the highest ranking among the unmarried ladies. Because the opening set was a country dance, he'd barely talked with her beyond saying, "You look lovely." She had flushed, and then, the next time they'd been near each other, she'd thanked him quietly on behalf of her and her sister. Now Paul would have to wait for the supper waltz to talk to her further. In the interim, he decided to get a bit of fresh air and slipped out of the warm ballroom onto the terrace. There were couples clustered here and there among the pretty lanterns Dixon had contrived to have scattered about. Paul was just about to sit for a few moments when he saw a flicker of familiar pink disappear behind an enormous old rosebush that sheltered a small bench. Curious, he wandered closer to the rose arbor and heard a very familiar voice before he saw the speaker herself. "And I don't appreciate being threatened with inappropriate behavior, Sebastian. If you don't tell me what you want right now, I am leaving," Phoebe said, her voice strained and taut. "Ah, don't be that way, darling," a male voice, Sebastian's, Paul assumed, said in a wheedling tone that was more than a bit slurred. "Please address me with respect, Sebastian." "I do respect you, and I miss you too. You have no idea how much I miss you, Phoebe. If only you'd been a bit more understanding, you and I could be—" "Is this what you wanted to say to me?" Phoebe broke in. "You are married, Sebastian, and your wife has given you one son and is with child again. You are exposing her to ridicule and embarrassment by behaving this way. Little Sissington is not London, where such behaviour will be tolerated." "Look here, I believe you have been drinking, Sebastian." "Don't be such a shrew, Phoebe. I just wanted to talk to you. You look nice. Very nice. I dare say life will be better now that Lord Moneybags has taken your family's house, and "Please don't refer to Lord Needham in that way. And what he does with my family's home is none of your concern." "Don't speak to me that way." The man's voice had gone from cajoling and sulking to angry. "You should be glad I am even interested in talking to you." Paul scowled. It was time to step in and put an end to this. He strode toward the pair, but Phoebe's derisive laughter stopped him. "I'm sorry I ever even gave you a second of my time, Sebastian. I pity your poor wife. You've been married not even 2 years, and I heard you've pestered one of your maids into quitting. And you think I should be grateful for attention from a man who forces himself on powerless servants?" "You bloody well should. You're a plain, dumpy, sharp-tongued harpy who should be grateful that any man would want to—" Paul surged around the rosebush. The sight of Phoebe cringing away from a man at least 8 inches taller than her, who was grabbing for her, was enough to detonate an explosion in his head. Any thoughts of handling the matter with civility fled instantly, and Paul lunged. One moment Sebastian's fingers were digging into Phoebe's upper arms like grappling hooks, and the next he was just gone. Phoebe's head swiveled around, and she gawped to see Lord Needham holding Sebastian up off his feet and shaking him as if he were a limp rag. "I don't like drunken bounders who insult women, Lowry." His voice was a low, menacing rumble. "And I especially don't like them doing it at my house and to my guests. You're going to head directly to the cloakroom, fetch your hat and coat, and be gone in less than 5 minutes, or I shall make you regret ever stepping foot on my property. Is that understood?" Sebastian made a choking noise. "What's that?" "I think he cannot speak, my lord," Phoebe said, more than a little concerned by the way Sebastian's face was turning purple. Lord Needham turned to her, not relaxing his grip. "Are you hurt?" "No, I am fine. Really, he did not hurt me, and I would have dispatched him myself in a few moments." "I believe you," Lord Needham said, "but that doesn't make his behaviour acceptable." "No, it doesn't. But I think he might lose consciousness if you don't release him sooner rather than later." Needham glanced at the younger man and let him go, making no attempt to catch him when he slid to the grass. 5 minutes, he said, glaring down at Sebastian's heaving body. He then turned to Phoebe and offered his arm. "My lady?" Phoebe cast a glance at Sebastian and decided he would survive. She then had to suppress the urge to kick him. If she'd been wearing her sturdy boots, she might have, but she had on only thin slippers. She laid her hand on Needham's meaty forearm, and he guided her a few feet away before stopping. "You've lost a hairpin, or 2, he said. Phoebe opened her reticule. "I have extra. Can you mend it? I cannot see to do it, and going inside looking dishevelled is not something I wish to do." He nodded, his eyes still on her hair. "I am better at taking them out than putting them in, but I can probably do well enough to last until you can get to the ladies' retiring room." Phoebe's jaw sagged. He smiled faintly and held out his hand. Phoebe shook herself and handed him 1 pin, and then stood motionless as he came close enough to repair her hair. She could smell his cologne, one of the most intoxicating scents she'd ever smelled, and she felt heat radiating off his massive body. He was so big that she was, once again, eye level with the buttons on his coat, which fit him like a glove. "Thank you for helping me," she said, as his fingers moved with surprising gentleness. "I'm sorry it was necessary. I should have noticed he was drinking earlier, or one of the servants should have." "There are many people here tonight. It is hard to watch everyone." He held out his hand, and Phoebe gave him another pin. Once he'd placed the pin, he stepped back and nodded. "It will do, but I dare say it won't hold long. I probably could have done a better job if I weren't so concerned about sticking you in the head." She chuckled. "And I appreciate that." "Are you sure you're all right, my lady?" he asked quietly. "Yes, I am fine. She frowned, sighed, and then added, "We were briefly betrothed, and it ended badly. You probably think me mutton-headed to come out here with him alone, but I saw that he'd had too much to drink, and he was becoming unmanageable, so it seemed preferable to a scene. I never expected that he would attack me." She cut him a quick, embarrassed look. "He usually ignores me when we encounter each other. I thought maybe we could, bury the hatchet if I allowed him to talk, but he had other things in mind than apologizing." He took a step closer, and she had to crane her neck to look up. "I dare say he has regretted that you ended your betrothal." Phoebe couldn't help snorting at that optimistic assessment. "I doubt that. The only reason he ever wanted to marry me was to further his social connections." Phoebe could have added that he'd tried to court her elder sisters, but they'd been too intelligent to have him. But that was something that still shamed her, so she kept her tongue behind her teeth. Phoebe paused and then asked, "How do you know I was the one who ended it?" He shrugged. "People like to talk." "Goodness, people must be desperate for conversation if they told you about a betrothal that lasted less than a month, 3 years ago." He merely smiled and said, "You look beautiful dressed in your finery, Lady Phoebe." Even in the low light of coloured lantern, she saw his pupils swell. "But then you are an attractive and sensual woman without fine gowns and jewels." Phoebe's lips parted, but she could think of nothing to say to such a lovely compliment, from a man who did not appear to make them lightly. He chuckled softly. "You look so surprised. Haven't I made it clear that I find you desirable?" He slid a hand around her neck, cradled the back of her head, and then he kissed her. And kissed her. When he finally released her, Phoebe's body, which had tensed with fear when she had been with Sebastian, was now so relaxed that she sagged against him. He steadied her with his huge, gentle hands, and his mouth flexed into a wry smile. "I'd better take you back inside before I compromise you at my own ball." Chapter 12. Phoebe had only vague recollections of anything that transpired after their wits-obliterating kiss in his garden. Immediately afterward, Needham escorted her into the ballroom and stood by her side in front of 250 faces that blurred in front of her. Phoebe smiled dazedly, while words like "honoured" and "my wife" echoed around her. When she heard clapping, she realized the world now knew she was betrothed, and there was no going back on her decision, if there ever had been. "You are exhausted, my lady. You need to go home and get a good night's sleep and some rest," Needham murmured during the supper waltz. Yet another activity he carried out with grace and ease, while she was as stiff as a plank of wood in his arms. Phoebe didn't bother to deny it. She was exhausted. Not only because of all the work she'd done over the past few weeks to get the house ready for her family's departure, but because of all the worry. That was now over. Her course had been set, and there was no changing it. Relief joined fatigue and exhaustion. "You can slip out early after supper," Lord Needham said as he danced her around the enormous ballroom, his big body moving with remarkable grace. Guilt joined the other emotions swirling inside her. It was hardly fair to abandon her betrothed at their ball, was it? "Oh, I can stay. I'm not that—" "I do not want you ill on our wedding day because you've worked yourself to the bone," he said, his tone gentle but firm. He met her startled expression with a knowing look. "I know you have been busy day and night seeing to your family's arrangements. There are still a few days left, and I doubt you'll be sitting idle. But I want you to get some rest tonight. I shall make your excuses to our guests." Phoebe stared up into his silver-grey gaze, suddenly speechless. Nobody had ever worried that she was overtaxing herself. She was strong, sturdy Phoebe, inexhaustible, unflappable, and as stout as a draught horse. The one who kept their family fed, clothed, and comfortable. Lord Needham's concern created intense and conflicting emotions. On one hand, it was a relief to allow somebody else to shoulder her burdens. On the other, she felt a faint chill at the realization that what was a firm suggestion from Lord Needham tonight, which she might disregard if she chose to, in a few days would be a husband's command. Phoebe was still pondering those thoughts the following morning, when she woke at 8 o'clock rather than her usual 7, even though she had not come home until after 1. Unable to go back to sleep, Phoebe rose and went down to the kitchen. Over the years, she'd got into the habit of enjoying a cup of tea and discussing household matters with their housekeeper/cook, Mrs. Parks. Mr. and Mrs. Parks sprang to their feet when Phoebe entered, something they would never have done before learning of her betrothal. For years now, Mrs. Parks had treated her more like a daughter, sitting with her feet up and complaining, while Phoebe and Maisie, their only maid, helped her peel potatoes or knead dough. All that had changed. "Oh, you're awake, m'lady," the housekeeper said now, visibly at ease. "I'm sorry I didn't send Maisie up with your hot water. I thought you'd be sleeping in." "That is fine. The cool water was bracing." She smiled and nodded at Mr. Parks, who pulled his forelock, which he'd never done before. "Nobody else is awake yet?" Phoebe asked when the two stood looking awkward. "Only Master Doddy, but he's gone to the vicar for his last day of lessons." Phoebe nodded. She'd forgotten all about that. "I wanted to remind you that my new Abigail will arrive today," Phoebe said. "Aye, m'lady," Parks said. "I'll be there to collect her." "After I have my breakfast, I shall want to resume packing up my sister's rooms, Mrs. Parks. Did the additional Holland covers arrive?" "Yes, m'lady. Maisie and I shall see to that, and I've got 3 more girls coming from the village to do a last cleaning before we cover everything." Phoebe hovered for a moment, wondering if she should stay and eat with them, as she normally did. Based on the way they were both eyeing her, anxiously, it was probably better that she let them be. "Please have Maisie bring a tray with tea and toast to the sitting-room, Mrs. Parks. I shall have a working breakfast, and finish the last of my correspondence." Mrs. Parks dropped a curtsy. "Very good, m'lady." Phoebe had debated for weeks whether to tell her sisters about her upcoming nuptials. In the end, she had decided not to tell Hi and Selina about her marriage, because she knew Selina would be horrified and would think, rightly so, that Phoebe was sacrificing herself. Besides sparing her sisters any guilt on the subject, Phoebe also knew their mother would never agree to bring Aurelia, Selina, and Hi back for her wedding. When she had, foolishly, mentioned inviting her sisters to Witch House to attend the ceremony, her mother had given a bitter bark of laughter and said, "If you expect anyone in this family to celebrate such a union, you are deluded." The words had felt like a slap, and Phoebe had needed to clamp her jaws shut to keep from saying something she knew she'd regret. And so she had postponed telling any of them about the impending marriage. But today she would write Aurelia a letter. It just felt wrong to get married without sharing the news with any of her elder sisters. Besides, by the time Aurelia received the letter, it would be far too late for her to talk Phoebe out of her decision. Half an hour later, Phoebe felt a strange sort of lightness and relief once she put the sealing wafer on Aurelia's letter. As if her marriage was now real because she had told her sister about it, even though Aurelia wouldn't read her actual words for days yet. Reinvigorated, she put all thoughts of family and her wedding out of her mind and turned her attention toward the daunting pile of dunning letters and bills that had accumulated in the past month. It was almost 1 o'clock by the time she finished the last bill, and neither Katy nor their mother had emerged from their rooms. Phoebe knew the Earl was in his study, so she took her letters to him to Frank rather than leave them on the salver. Her father was staring at a letter when she entered. He looked up, distracted, and then forced a smile and folded up the paper. "Yes, my dear?" "I have to go to the village, so I will mail these, and anything else you might have." She handed him the letters to sign. He flipped through the letters, grimacing at the number of bills, and then set the whole stack aside on his desk, rather than franking them. "I trust you've arranged for the postponement of these?" he asked, gesturing at the bills. "Yes," she admitted, "but I don't think we can expect them to wait much longer." Phoebe wanted to grab him and shake him. He had the money to pay for everything. Why wouldn't he simply do so? Yet again, she swallowed her words and frustration. She had no power to do anything but beg for more time from their creditors. "I shall see to them all next month," he promised, just like he always did. Phoebe sighed and turned to go, but her father's voice stopped her. "You've only 2 days left as an unmarried lady." Phoebe wasn't sure what his point was, but she smiled and said, "Indeed, the day has approached quickly." "It pleases me to think that which house will have a Bellamy for its mistress." Phoebe was touched by her father's admission. "I shall do my best to care for the house until my brother comes of age and brings his own wife to oversee it." Something flickered across her father's handsome face, and she swore it looked like shame, but it was gone in a flash. "I'm sure you shall, my dear. I'm sure you shall." Phoebe put on a light cloak and bonnet and went down to the kitchen, where she found Mrs. Parks and Maisie. The housekeeper had dismantled the closed oven that was her pride and joy, and Maisie was polishing its various pieces. Both women leapt to their feet when Phoebe entered the kitchen. "Yes, milady?" Mrs. Parks asked. "I'm going to see Nanny on my way to the village. Do we have any clotted cream left? I thought she might like a little to go with scones and her plum preserves." "Aye, milady. The larder is full to overflowing these days," she muttered, and then realised what she'd said, and to whom she'd said it, and flushed and looked away. "Go fetch one of those jars from the still room, Maisie." They stood in uncomfortable silence as they waited. Phoebe didn't know whether the servants were odd with her because she was soon to marry one of Britain's richest men, or if they were ashamed that she was the sort of woman who would marry a man who would openly keep his mistress under his roof, because she was positive that at least the Parks knew a bit of information, if it hadn't yet leaked out to the rest of the village. Whatever their reasons, Phoebe could think of nothing to say that would make relations easier. "Thank you," she said to Maisie when the girl brought the small jar of cream. Phoebe was passing through the entry hall with her basket of delicacies when Doddy came thumping down the stairs. "Where are you going, Phoebe?" "To Nanny's." "Lord, take me with you," he implored. "Mamma's gone stark staring mad and is trying to force me into that new toggery that just came from the tailor. She says I need to make sure it fits well enough for the wedding. She won't listen to sense and will have me looking like a right gaby if I'm not careful." "Where is your wretched squirrel?" "Upstairs, sleeping." She narrowed her eyes. Doddy crossed his heart. "I swear." "Fine, come along, but no foot-dragging or other shenanigans." He muttered something she couldn't hear. "I beg your pardon?" "I didn't say anything." "Daughtry, you come back here this minute," their mother's voice echoed down the stairs. Doddy grabbed Phoebe's hand and pulled her out the door. The sky was cloudy and there was an unexpectedly cool breeze, making Phoebe glad for the cloak. She hoped they could run her errands without getting caught in a deluge. "How was your last day with the vicar?" Phoebe asked. It was dashed uncomfortable. I thought the old fellow was going to start weeping all over me. Phoebe laughed. I dare say he will miss you. That's what he said, although I don't know why he should. Doddy scratched his wild blonde curls, reminding Phoebe that she needed to give him a haircut before the wedding. That would not be easy. Phoebe didn't bother trying to explain to her little brother just how charming and full of life and intelligence he was. He wouldn't listen to her. Or that she, too, would miss him dearly. I thought being sent to a crammer was bad, but I'll be happy when this stupid wedding is over, Doddy muttered. Phoebe gave a scandalized laugh, and his face flushed. I didn't mean it that way, he muttered. I just mean that Mamma has been positively savage about trussing me up in finery. You only have to stand and watch, not actually take part, she reminded him. It would be Phoebe standing in front of God and vowing to love, honor, and obey a relative stranger for the rest of her life. Yes, there's that to be thankful for, Doddy agreed with a look of relief. Phoebe ruffled his hair. You'll come and do the pretty, eat a wonderful meal at Witch House, and then you'll be off to a whole new life. I'll wager that you won't even miss your poor old sister. When he didn't answer, she looked over in time to see him brush a hand across his cheek. Don't be daft, Phoebe. He strode on ahead, not speaking for some moments, before tossing over his shoulder. I have enough money to buy us some of those boiled sweets that look just like raspberries from Burton's. May we pop in for just a minute? She smiled. 1 minute Doddy was a young man, the next a little boy. Of course. But by the time they'd had tea with Nanny, and Phoebe had thoroughly described every detail of her very plain wedding gown, the clouds from earlier had darkened ominously. Perhaps we should forget about going to Burton's today, Doddy, she said, once they'd left Nanny's cottage. Oh, come on, Phoebe. Since when were you afraid of a little rain? Besides, we've only a few days left before you'll be a respectable old married lady and too grand to go knocking about with your scrub of a brother. His expression was genuinely regretful, and it plucked at her heartstrings, because he was probably right. Very well, but if it pours, you know the field will flood. You shall have to pick me up and carry me, so I don't get my feet muddy. He laughed and ran toward the village. I'll race you! Paul was examining the small wooden case of watercolours Lucy had just handed him when the shop bell rang and a flurry of activity sounded near the door. Ah, Lord Bellamy, Lady Phoebe, what a pleasure to see you. Why, you're like two drowned rats. Mr. Burton's voice shook with comfortable amusement rather than reverence at the local gentry. It's my wretched brother's fault, said a voice Paul knew well. He had to have some of your boiled sweets. Let me bring you a cloth to dry off, my lady. I'll return in a trice. Oh, Phoebe, look at this. He's got lemon too. Doddy's youthful voice rang out through the store. I shall expect to get one of those before you gobble them all, you little monster. Paul heard the jingle of coins. I've only got enough for 5. Excellent. That takes care of me. But what are you going to eat? Oh, Phoebe. Might I have it, Papa? Paul turned to Lucy, who was looking from the painting set to Paul. He smiled. Of course you may, Poppet. I really have looked everywhere for the set you gave me for my birthday, but Mamma says it must be in a box we left in London. Lucy bit her lip. I don't like to waste— Shh, you'll not waste anything, love. You'll find the other paints later and use them too. Paul took the box of paints and led Lucy toward the counter. Come along. There are some people I want you to meet. Part of him demanded to know what the hell he was doing introducing his base-born daughter to Phoebe and her brother in public. But another part, the proud and prickly part, was disgusted that he would hesitate to introduce Lucy wherever and to whomever the hell he pleased. After all, he'd paid a pretty penny to marry into the Bellamy family. He was not the one coming to the marriage hat in hand. Besides, now that Ellen and Lucy had moved into Witch House, the news of who they were was likely already burning its way through the neighborhood. He might as well get used to the difficulties he'd created. "Hello, Lady Phoebe. Doddy." The soggy siblings swung away from the glass-topped sweet cabinet, over which they'd both been bent like little children. Paul watched with avidity as his wife-to-be gave him a guarded but pleasant smile, and then looked at Lucy, her smooth brow wrinkling for a moment before her eyes widened and her soft, plump cheeks lit up like fireworks at Vauxhall Gardens. The door to the Burtons' private apartment swung open, and the jovial shopkeeper stepped out with a towel. "The missus only has this one, my lady. The others were out on the line." Burton saw Paul and stopped in his tracks, his eyes darting from the Bellamy siblings to Paul and Lucy, and then back again to the brother and sister, his attention settling on Lady Phoebe. Burton's eyes went so round behind his spectacles that Paul knew the man was aware of who Lucy was. And if one person in the village knew the truth, that meant others did too. Well, it had been bound to happen eventually, so no use crying over it. "Thank you, Mr. Burton," Lady Phoebe said, taking the proffered towel and turning back to Paul, her expression unreadable. Paul gave Phoebe a slight smile. "Lady Phoebe, Lord Bellamy, allow me to introduce my daughter, Lucy." Doddy blinked. "Oh, I say, hello." The lad looked surprised but not shocked, which told Paul that he probably thought Paul was a widower and nobody had bothered to tell him. The boy gave a bow of such smooth sophistication that Paul supposed the action must have been bred into his very bones. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Needham." Lucy's cheeks coloured becomingly, and she dropped a rather shaky curtsy. "The pleasure is mine, my lord." Doddy grinned down at her. "None of that my lording, if we're to be—" He stopped and cut his sister a glance while scratching his water-darkened curls. "Dash it, Phoebe. Will she be my sister-in-law, or—" He flashed a comical look of dismay. "Good Lord, Phoebe, does this make me an uncle?" Lady Phoebe dried her face with the towel. "You will be a step-uncle, and I shall be a step-mamma. But perhaps we can dispense with such tedious titles, and merely be Phoebe and Doddy." She smiled at Lucy, and Paul felt a tightening in his chest at her genuinely friendly expression. She was not the type, it seemed, to be punitive toward a child, although he supposed this might be part of her polished facade. After all, like her brother, her manners were probably as deeply part of her as her hazel eyes or curvaceous body. Lucy's pale face suffused with pink at the friendly gesture. "I am happy you are marrying my papa." The look she cut the young boy was nothing short of adoring, making Paul realize that Doddy was the kind of fine-boned, angelic-looking specimen girls of all ages couldn't help fawning over. Any pleasure Paul had been feeling at how well this meeting was going dimmed. It would not do for Lucy to develop an infatuation for the unattainable young lord. The Earl and Countess had been willing to sacrifice one of their daughters to a crude animal like Paul. They would hardly sacrifice their scion to his illegitimate offspring. Phoebe smiled. "Thank you, Lucy. I am pleased that I will soon have a new stepdaughter, although I dare say I shall think of you more like a sister." She handed the towel to her brother and peered at the box in Paul's hand. "I did not know you were a painter, Lord Needham." Lucy laughed. "Those are my paints, lady. Phoebe." "Lucy is a talented painter," Paul said, not exaggerating. "Oh, Papa." Lucy squirmed with embarrassment and said to Lady Phoebe, "I'm not sure if they really are any good, or if Papa only says they are because he loves me." "I think your Papa is very honest and plain-spoken, and would tell you how he really felt." Paul smiled at his daughter. "Lady Phoebe is correct, Lucy. I am plain-spoken and honest, and I say you are a genuine artist." Lucy's flush deepened, her expression something between pride and mortification. "What are you going to paint?" Doddy asked. "There's a rather lovely yellow bird. I'm afraid I don't know the type. Papa has sent for a guide to birds, but it hasn't arrived yet." "Bright yellow?" Doddy asked. Lucy nodded. "That's a male yellowhammer." "Doddy is the family bird expert," Phoebe explained. He gave his sister a scoffing look. "It hardly takes much expertise to identify a yellowhammer." He turned back to Lucy. "Next spring they'll nest in the witches to have babies." "If Doddy doesn't steal the eggs first." The boy flushed. "Dash it, Phoebe, I've not done that for ages." "A whole 2 years." Lucy watched this sibling exchange with a rapt yearning that made Paul feel a deep wrenching inside. She was such a social child that it had pained him to take her away from the few friends she'd had in London. She was the sort who would have loved having lots of brothers and sisters. Paul's own relationship with his brother Gideon, his only sibling, had been nothing like that between the two Bellamy offspring. Indeed, by the time Paul was Doddy's age, he and Gideon had hated each other's guts. Burton was loitering nearby, his eyes flickering between the assembled customers more rapidly than a bluebottle fly. "A proper summer storm out there," he said when he noticed Paul looking at him. Paul set the paint box on the counter and then gestured to the sweet case. "A bag of boiled sweets. Mixed, please." "2 raspberries and 3 lemons while you're in there, Mr. Burton," Doddy said, pulling out coins and several pieces of lint, an agate and a cobnut. He saw Paul looking at the nut and gave him a sheepish smile. "It's for my squirrel." "You have a pet squirrel?" Lucy asked, her eyes round with awe. "Well, I don't know if he's a pet. Silas is his own squirrel, but he lives with me." Doddy gave his sister a narrow-eyed look. "Although I do look out for him. But I shan't be able to take care of him now that I'm going away to school." His frown deepened. "And Phoebe and Katie both refuse to take him. I'm sure Hi would do it, but she's not here." He looked genuinely miserable. "I'm not sure what I'll do." "The little beast belongs out in the woods," Phoebe said. "Oh, Phoebe." "I adore squirrels," Lucy said. "My friend Jamie had one, but a lady squirrel." She blushed furiously. "And she had babies. He said I could have one, but then we moved." Doddy's eyes widened with hope. "I say, perhaps you might—" Phoebe elbowed him in the ribs. "Ow! What is it, Phoebe?" "Do you need somebody to care for Silas?" Paul asked, sparing the boy's side further jabs. Doddy's smile was like a beam of sunshine. "Yes. He doesn't take much care. He's a very self-sufficient squirrel." Phoebe gave an unladylike snort. Lucy took Paul's sleeve. "Oh, Papa, perhaps we might take care of him." She shot Doddy a nervous glance. "Only when you aren't here, of course. When you come back from school, he would like to be with you, I'm sure." Doddy gave the girl such a glowing smile that Paul suspected female hearts would be breaking all over the county in a few years. "That's jolly good of you to offer." He gave his sister a smug, triumphant look before turning back. "I can see you're a proper right 'un, Luce." Lucy looked ready to melt at his feet at having a pet name. She glanced up at Paul. "Oh, please, Papa, can we take Silas?" Paul cut his wife-to-be a sly look. "You will need to ask Lady Phoebe, Lucy. After all, she will be mistress of which house?" Please, 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 Lucy begged shamelessly, bouncing up and down on her toes. Phoebe's cheeks were as red as Lucy's as she glared up at Paul. I can hardly say no if you approve, my lord. Paul grinned down at her and nodded at his daughter. You may keep him, Lucy. Phoebe waited until Lucy was done cheering before saying to the girl, He will steal your things and make a nest in your clothing and generally be a pest. He will not, Doddy said. At least not if you don't leave your things strewn all about. Paul cut in before the dispute could grow into a squabble. Perhaps you might tell Lucy what sort of care he requires, he suggested, earning another blinding grin. While Doddy and Lucy discussed Silas, Paul paid for the paint and sweets. He turned to Phoebe when he'd finished. I'd like to give you a ride home. Her elegant eyebrows arched. Oh, did you come in a carriage? You are thinking we are lazy city folk who drive everywhere. I was thinking nothing of the sort, but her adorably flustered look told him that was exactly what she'd thought. I wouldn't have thought you were so easy to tease, my lady, he said in a low voice. And I wouldn't have thought a man grown was nothing but a bigger version of Doddy. Paul smiled, unabashed by the accusation. We were going to walk, but thought it might rain, and so, yes, we took the carriage. There is room for us all. Phoebe looked out the bit of window that wasn't crowded with Burton's wares and wrinkled her nose in a manner he found far too fetching. I suppose we had better accept your offer, she muttered ungraciously. It was difficult not to laugh. Papa? Doddy says he should bring Silas as soon as possible, so that he becomes accustomed to me. May he bring him tomorrow? Yes, it's probably better to bring him tomorrow rather than the day after, he said dryly. Doddy grinned. I'd bring him along to the wedding, but he's not got a proper suit, sir. Lucy thought that was hilarious. Thank you for allowing her to keep him, Doddy added, giving him a sheepish smile. I promise you'll hardly notice he's there. Lady Phoebe snorted, but refrained from commenting. Here you are, Master Doddy. Burton handed the young lord his pitiful little packet of sweets. His lordship is going to give us a ride home, Phoebe said, when Doddy peered into the bag, as if hoping there might be more. He looked up at his sister's words. Thanks awfully, he said. That should stop Phoebe from screeching about getting her boots muddy. Phoebe gave her brother a long-suffering look that Paul found endearing. He handed the boy the sack of candies. Here, these are for you. Doddy's eyes widened appreciatively as he reached for the bag. But doesn't Lucy want any? Phoebe asked before her little brother dived into the bag. We've got lots, Lucy said dismissively, her eyes still latched on her new hero. Smashing, Doddy said, offering around the bag to everyone before reaching into it with a grubby hand and pulling out 2 pieces and stuffing them into his mouth. With his cheeks stuffed with boiled sweets, he bore more than a passing resemblance to his squirrel. I don't suppose you brought that bang-up yellow bounder I saw you tooling about? He asked Paul thickly. No, and lucky for you I didn't, or you'd be clinging to the rumble in the rain, Paul said. The boy didn't look displeased by that vision. Don't worry, Lucy piped up. Mamma convinced us to take her barouche, so there will be plenty of room for all 4 of us. Her words were the equivalent of somebody breaking wind, and the small shop became utterly quiet, but for the patter of rain. Luckily for Paul, the Bellamy siblings possessed that very thing he both envied and despised, good breeding, and Doddy refrained from peppering Lucy with questions. But the boy's shockingly blue eyes had gone from open and friendly to confused and guarded. I'll fetch the carriage, Paul said, escaping the shop like the coward he was. Chapter 13. Lord Needham and Lucy did all the talking on the short drive from Burton's to Queen's Bower. Phoebe knew she should make an effort, but the look Doddy had given her, and the questions in his eyes, had rendered her mute with dread. Phoebe had known that somebody eventually would have to tell Doddy about Lucy and her mother living at Witch House, but she had hoped that it wouldn't be up to her. How in the world could she explain this to her little brother? At not quite 15, he was no longer a child, and Phoebe shuddered to imagine what sort of things he would get up to with the other boys now that he was going away to school. But that thought didn't make what she had to tell him now any easier. When the luxurious carriage rolled to a stop, Viscount Needham opened the door before his footman could come around and flip down the steps. "Thank you for taking us home," Phoebe said. She could see her mother's silhouette in the drawing-room window, right before the drapes were pulled shut. "It was my pleasure," Lord Needham said, handing her out first, while Doddy hopped down behind her. Her brother nodded briefly at the Viscount, said a warm goodbye to Lucy, and then waited for Phoebe and took her arm in an oddly protective gesture. Phoebe knew it was her imagination, but Doddy seemed to have aged 5 years on the brief carriage ride. Not until they were safely inside the house did he whirl on her. "What in the world did she mean, Phoebe?" She opened her mouth to point out that the middle of the entry hall wasn't the place for such a discussion, but then their mother appeared at the head of the stairs. "What was that all about?" she demanded. "We were at Burton's when it began raining, so his lordship gave us a ride," Doddy said, sounding remarkably grown up. The Countess's eyes narrowed, but she nodded. "Phoebe, your new maid is waiting for you, and Mrs. Debenham is here to make the last fitting to your gown." "Oh, I didn't know she was coming today." Lady Addiscombe heaved a put-upon sigh. "The wedding is in 2 days, Phoebe," she said, as if that explained everything. And as if Phoebe didn't already know that. The Countess turned to her son. "Dauntrey, your father wishes to speak to you in his study." Doddy lost the look of sophistication he'd worn only a moment earlier. "Papa wants to speak to me?" "That is what I said," she retorted. "Now go, please." Doddy gave Phoebe a look that promised her he wasn't finished with the subject by any means, and then turned and clumped up the stairs, earning a chastisement from his mother to walk like a gentleman. Paul was enjoying a glass of port and reading about George Stephenson's recent patent for a steam engine locomotive when Davis entered the dining room. "You've a visitor, my lord." The butler wore the same pained look he had once before when Lady Phoebe had paid her surprise visit. "Well?" Paul demanded. "Who is it?" "It is Lord Bellamy, sir." Paul glanced at the clock and frowned. It was after 10 o'clock. He'd not yet got around to the country habit of dining at 6. Tonight it had only been Paul, Dixon, and Lucy, since Ellen rarely came to meals these days, finding it increasingly difficult to leave her chambers. "Send a tea tray to the library, and I'll see the boy there." "Of course, my lord." Why the devil was Doddy calling at this hour of the night? Surely nothing could be wrong with Phoebe, or her parents would have sent a servant and not their young son. Or had the boy changed his mind about the rodent and hadn't been able to wait until tomorrow to tell him? Paul hoped that wasn't the case, since Lucy had talked of little but Silas throughout dinner. There was a fire in the library, as the room was always damp and cold, and it was Paul's practice to retire there after dinner most nights. He threw another 2 logs onto the glowing embers, and by the time he'd replaced the screen, the door opened and young Doddy, dressed in his dinner clothing, strode into the room. "Good evening, Doddy," Paul said, gesturing to the chairs in front of the fireplace. "Won't you have a seat?" "I don't know if I shall wish to sit with you, sir." Paul's eyebrows shot up at his hostile tone. "Oh? I found out something rather disturbing tonight." So, this wasn't about the squirrel, then. "And what was that?" Paul asked. "Your daughter, Lucy. She is your natural child?" Paul could see by the bright spots of colour streaking Dotty's cheeks that asking such an intimate question was not something he did lightly. "She is." "And her mother lives in this house?" "That is true." Dotty's well-formed jaw moved from side to side, his agitation almost palpable. Paul felt a pang of guilt at being the source of the boy's unhappiness. Dotty shoved a hand through his pale blonde locks, the sort of wavy tresses that poets were supposed to have, turned and strode toward the door. He stopped before he reached it, spun, and came striding back to Paul. He met Paul's gaze directly. "I must tell you, sir, that I confronted my father with what I'd heard today at Burton's. When I expressed my displeasure that he should have allowed Phoebe to become betrothed to a man who would have his mistress living in the very same house as my sister, he told me she knew of the arrangement." "Yes, she knows." Doddy clenched his jaws. "This is... I..." He sucked in a huge breath, and then expelled it noisily. "Have a seat, Doddy," Paul said. Doddy hesitated a second, but then gracelessly collapsed into the chair. "Please tell me there is some explanation for this." "The woman in question is no longer my mistress," Paul said. Doddy didn't look appeased. "And she is dying." The boy opened his mouth, but no words came out. Paul continued, "My options were to leave my daughter with a severely ill woman, take her away from her dying mother, or to bring both here to live with me. Because I am selfish and wish to have Lucy with me, I chose the third option. I am aware it is unorthodox behaviour, but then I am an unorthodox man." Doddy gazed at him, his blue eyes filled with uncertainty. "I understand your reaction," Paul said. "I would have expected your father to take a similar position, but he did not." The boy snorted and shoved his hand through his hair yet again, his fingers trembling slightly this time. "No, Papa would allow nothing to come between himself and his own pleasure." His cheeks went scarlet at that disclosure. "I shouldn't say that," he muttered. "You are only saying what is widely known," Paul said. "More's the pity." As a man who'd grown up with a father bent on his own will to the exclusion of all else, Paul couldn't have agreed more. The library door opened, and a maid entered with a laden tray. Doddy stood. "Stay and have tea with me," Paul said. For a moment he thought the boy would say no, but he sank back down into his chair. "Thank you, Mary," Paul said to the maid. "You may leave the tray and I shall do the honours." He smiled at Doddy's surprised look. "I'm quite a hand at managing a tea tray." Doddy smiled slightly, still visibly ill at ease. Once the maid had gone, Paul went through the familiar ritual of making tea, although it had been some time since he'd last done so. He glanced up at the boy and found him watching. "I dare say you never have to manage for yourself with all those sisters." "No, that is true." "You'll need to become handy at this now that you'll be going away to school and fagging for some demanding sixth-form boy." "Is that how you learned?" Doddy asked. It was indeed. "How do you like it?" "Light with 1 sugar, please." "I shall let you help yourself to my pastry cook's masterpieces," he said when he saw the lad staring yearningly at the pastries. When he took only 2, Paul teased, Come, don't leave them all for me to eat." Finally the boy grinned, the first natural expression he'd exhibited since entering the room. "Where did you go to school, sir?" Doddy asked, brushing his sugar-encrusted fingers on his napkin. I'm a Harrovian, your mortal enemy. Doddy laughed. Well, not for a few months yet. Are you looking forward to it? Paul asked. I always wanted to go, but now, Doddy shrugged. You're worried about your sisters? Yes. It was unnerving how badly he wanted to tell the boy across from him the truth about Ellen and Lucy, but it would be unwise to share the secret, even if it were Paul's to tell, and it was not. Still, he could reassure Doddy, at least to the extent it was possible. I know this is not an ideal arrangement, and regret any embarrassment I may cause or have caused your sister. Short of sending Lucy and her mother away, I shall do everything in my power to ensure that Lady Phoebe and our neighbours are aware of the value I place upon her and our marriage. Doddy nodded, suddenly looking like the uncertain 15-year-old he was. I probably should have spoken to Phoebe before coming to you. He gave a soft snort. She'll be angry with me when she learns I've interfered in her affairs. I doubt that. She'll likely be flattered that you care. My sisters think of me as a little boy to be coddled and sheltered, he said, once again sounding more mature than his years. They think I was never aware of the muddle my father made of things. Their only concern has always been to preserve my birthright. He gave a cynical laugh, as if inheriting Witch House is more important to me than they are. Paul felt a sharp twinge at the lad's words. Before he could speak, although he wasn't sure what to say, Doddy went on. I'm very grateful to you for leasing the house and putting so much care into it. Phoebe explained to me that you are spending far more than most tenants would ever do, and I appreciate it, as I will eventually be the beneficiary. Without you, I doubt there would be a house left, as I'm sure my father would conceive of some way to break it up or sell it. Paul could only nod, the sharp taste of bile flooding his mouth. It was becoming less and less appealing to contemplate taking this charming lad's patrimony from him. But Doddy was right. If Paul didn't take Witch House, the Earl would always find another partner to his crooked deception. Suddenly, that arrangement was no longer good enough to make Paul feel right about what he was doing. You did what? Phoebe demanded. Oh, leave off screeching at me, Phoebe. I know I blundered in and should have talked to you first, but I was just so so mad when I learned what Papa allowed to happen to you. His cheeks streaked with mortification at having to discuss such a subject with a sister. You needn't be angry any more, she assured him, not entirely truthfully. She was still more than a little irked at her father, too. As for Lord Needham, well, she tried not to think about that. I hated being the last to know. Well, you're probably not the last to know, she said lamely. He snorted. So you've known since his call here all those weeks ago? Yes, she admitted. But I think the truth only came out in the village after the ball, when Lucy and her mother arrived at Witch House. His expression turned grim at her admission. And we are going to leave right after the wedding, and leave you to face our neighbours' reactions all by yourself. I don't think it will be as bad as you fear, Doddy. Most of those who might act scandalised would probably have foisted their daughter or sister off on Needham without hesitation. I dare say you're right, he admitted, cutting her a look of concern. For my part, I don't think any the worse of you for marrying him, Phoebe. He heaved a sigh. Dash it, but I like the man for all that he's done such a boggle-headed thing. I like him too, she admitted, surprised to discover it was the truth. Was engaging in trade vulgar? Undoubtedly. Was he abrupt and dismissive of convention? He seemed to revel in it. On the other side of the coin, He could also be thoughtful and kind, as he'd shown with the ball gowns and his handling of Sebastian. And his lack of artifice was, in its own way, charming. And then there was the wildly sensual effect he had on her person. Not that anyone needed to know that. So yes, she liked him. But was that enough to spend her life with him? "Are you sure this is the right decision, Phoebe?" Doddy asked, his brow furrowed with worry. Phoebe forced herself to smile, even though his question was one she asked herself hourly. "It is the perfect decision, Doddy." "Maybe not for me," she might have added, "but for all the people I care about." Chapter 14. Phoebe was well aware that it was highly unorthodox for a groom to arrange a wedding rather than the bride's family, especially when the bride's parents lived only a few miles away. She wasn't sure if Lord Needham had taken charge because the Countess had been determined not to lift a finger, or because he enjoyed exercising control over every part of his life. She suspected it was a bit of both. Rather than be offended that he'd not consulted Phoebe on the arrangements, she was relieved to leave everything in his, or, more accurately, Mr. Dixon's capable hands. Dixon, the youngest son of Viscount Cowper, had worked for Lord Needham for almost 5 years. He'd arrived at Wych House before Needham, and had stayed while his employer travelled around the country on business matters. As a result, Mr. Dixon was quite well known in the village. Not only was Mr. Dixon as handsome as an angel, but he was charming, elegant, and personable. In fact, he was exactly the sort of younger son that Phoebe might have married if her father had not been a gambler. In addition to managing many of his lordship's responsibilities in the House of Lords, such as drafting speeches and researching various legislation, Dixon also oversaw the myriad repairs and improvements taking place in both Wych House and on the tenant properties. He was liked by everyone he met, and was, by all accounts, quite a wizard of organisation. He'd certainly worked magic in the tiny family chapel at Wych House, which gleamed from its ancient flagstone floor to its glowing wooden pews to the glittering stained glass windows. It was also positively bursting with fresh flowers, including Phoebe's personal favourites, peonies. The wedding breakfast also took place at Wych House, and was larger than Phoebe had expected. Besides the bridal couple and Phoebe's family, there were the vicar and his wife, Sir Thomas and Lady Lowry, Dowager Viscountess Daimler and her granddaughter, Lucy, a man named Harold Twickham, who appeared to be an uncle of sorts to Lord Needham, and 4 couples who were long-time acquaintances of her father and who had obviously been invited to lend legitimacy to the proceedings. The guest list was, Phoebe knew, the work of Mr. Dixon. He would have known that a family-only wedding in the middle of the season would have caused suspicion that the couple had something to hide, and so he had asked both Phoebe's parents about other guests they might invite. The Countess had refused to offer any names for the wedding list, a reaction which had made Phoebe so angry that she'd barely been able to speak to her mother for a week. Fortunately, the Earl had been eager to show his approval for the union, and had contacted 4 friends he'd known for years. One of them was the Duke of Westmoreland, and the other 3 were almost equally grandly titled. Their presence, along with their wives, none of whom looked especially pleased to be there, was tacit approval of the marriage. So, if Phoebe and her husband ever went to London, they would probably not receive the cut direct from most of the haute ton, because of a havey-cavey wedding. The ceremony itself passed in a blur, and the wedding breakfast wasn't much clearer. The Duke of Westmoreland sat on Phoebe's right, and the Marquis of Bruff on her left. Both men were polite and kept the conversation moving along, which was just as well, because Phoebe hadn't been able to think about anything or anyone other than the man sitting at the opposite end of the table. Her husband. Every time she'd stolen a glance at him, he'd been watching her while still holding up the conversation he was having with the Duchess of Westmoreland, while Phoebe's mother, on his other side, seemed determined to ignore him. As the day dragged on through toasts and speeches and several hours of lounging and eating, Phoebe was increasingly torn between dreadful anticipation of the evening ahead and a strong desire to run from the house and never return. Try as she might, she couldn't banish the last words her mother had spoken to her that morning before she left Queen's Bower. "As much as it disgusts me, I feel it is my duty to warn you about tonight, Phoebe." Phoebe wished that she could have told her mother that she didn't want to know what would happen, but she could not make herself say the words. After all, who else was there to tell her anything? So instead, she listened with dread and mortification. "Your husband-to-be is a vulgar, base beast." Phoebe had opened her mouth to demur, but her mother hadn't been in the mood to listen. "The mere presence of that vile woman in his house, and that—" Her face had contorted with revulsion as she spat out the next words. "Obscenity of a daughter." "Mamma, she is only a child," Phoebe had murmured, distressed by the direction her mother's conversation had taken. Lady Addiscombe had made a distinctly unladylike sound at that, but at least she had returned to the point. "The deed itself will hurt a great deal, and there will be blood. The first time is the worst, but it is always painful." She'd looked at Phoebe and frowned. "Given your disparate sizes and his immense, bulk, it may be wise to take a drop or two of this." She had pressed a small glass vial into her hand. "But what is—" "Laudanum, my dear. Take it in a glass of wine, perhaps even 2 glasses, and ensure there are no gaps in the drapes that might allow in any stray light." "Why do drapes matter?" "So you don't have to watch him do it," the Countess had hissed. Phoebe had slumped back at that point, unable to do more than listen. "During the act, you must put your mind on other matters." The Countess had brightened a little. "Think about drawing up a linen inventory, which will be one of your most pressing tasks once you've become mistress of which house. That shall make the unpleasantness pass most speedily. If you are fortunate, you shan't be bothered above a few times a year. Just pray for an heir, my dear. Pray hard." That conversation had stayed with her through the wedding, the endless breakfast, and the hours afterward, making her tenser with each minute that passed. Her family had been the last to depart, and it had been tearful, at least on Phoebe and Katie's parts. As they'd said their goodbyes, Doddy and Katie would leave Queen's Bower the next morning, so it was the last time Phoebe would see her siblings for months. Although she'd known that for days, the reality of it struck her painfully hard. Needham had shown her to her chambers and suggested that she rest before supper, which would be served in their chambers. That had been 2 hours ago. Phoebe had bathed, dressed, dismissed her maid for the night, and then paced. She was still pacing. She swallowed down her incipient hysteria, only vaguely aware of the luxurious fabrics and wall hangings that graced the vast suite of rooms. Her chambers had been freshly refurbished in a palette of rose pink, cream, and beige. They were the most elegant, opulent rooms she had ever stepped foot in. Phoebe wondered if her husband had had any hand in the selection of the colours, or if this too was the work of Dixon. Whoever had overseen the decoration had outdone themselves, and the array of silks, satins, and velvets in various shades of pink was sumptuous and soothing. A veritable feast of fruits, nuts, cold meats, and tempting pastries had been laid out in her private sitting room, where a lovely table with crisp linen and sparkling silver and plate was ready and waiting for their supper. None of that was enough to distract Phoebe from what was about to begin in— She glanced at the ormolu clock on the mantel. 3 minutes. She squeezed her hands together to keep them from shaking and walked another circuit of the room, giving herself a mental lecture. You enjoyed all 3 kisses? He has never hurt or frightened you. He has never— The connecting door between the 2 rooms opened, and Lord Needham entered the room. Phoebe knew vaguely that she was staring, open-mouthed, but she could not help herself. He wore only a dull pewter banyan that swathed him from shoulders to mid-calves and made him appear positively monolithic. Naked! He is naked beneath his robe, her mind shrieked, as if she'd not already discerned as much. Phoebe wasn't the only one staring. Lord Needham strode toward her with the loose-limbed grace that always surprised her in a man so large. He didn't stop until he was mere inches away, close enough that she needed to crane her neck. His delicious cologne wafted toward her and tickled her nostrils, and the skin over his jaw was so smooth that he must have just shaved. Although they weren't touching, she felt heat radiating from his body. "Are you frightened?" he asked in a low rumble. Why lie? Yes. His thin, harsh-looking mouth softened with a faint smile. You have nothing to fear from me, Phoebe, especially not in the bedchamber. She swallowed at the sound of her name on his tongue. Why did it sound so much more intimate without the honorific in front of it? So much more naked. Naked. She really needed to stop thinking that word. Phoebe couldn't seem to stop swallowing, nor could she look away from his riveting gaze. She had never known anyone with grey eyes before. Not true grey, like Needham's. The strangely colourless shards reminded her of the slate clouds right before a freezing rain or snowstorm. They stood out in his deeply tanned face and were striking when paired with his dark brown hair and black eyelashes. How had she ever thought he was ugly? True, he was all harsh lines and stark angles, pure masculinity without a touch of softness, but in no way could he rightly be called ugly. Needham tilted his chin toward the food and drink. Did you have a glass of wine or anything to eat? I noticed you had little earlier today. He'd noticed that? The thought of him noticing such a minor, insignificant matter made Phoebe's stomach, already a mess, pinch and clench, as if she were on the bridge of a ship. Why would he notice such a thing? Why did he— Phoebe? She blinked up at him in confusion. Oh, he was waiting for an answer. No, I'm not hungry. Wine? Again she swallowed, as if testing her ability to do so. Yes, she could swallow, but she doubted she could keep anything down. I'd better not. He clucked his tongue. You poor darling. Something about his pity made her bristle. It is not my fault that I know nothing at all about such things. Indeed, I dare say you would be angry if I weren't ignorant, she retorted. There is the slightly acerbic Phoebe I know, he said, a faint curve to his lips. A slightly hysterical laugh bubbled up inside her. You enjoy it when I'm rude to you, don't you? How singular. I like your fire. I liked it that day on the road when you glared up at me. I liked it when you came to this house and told me I had better marry you instead. She gasped. I never did. He grinned, the expression so unexpected it knocked the air from her lungs. "Aye, you know you did." "Well, not in so many words. It was you who offered marriage as a condition, if you'll recall." "Mm-hmm." His gaze, suddenly darker, flicked over her as he stepped close enough that she could feel him. "As to your other comment, that I would be angry if you weren't innocent. I would not have been angry, but I would have been disappointed." His nostrils flared in a way that made her thighs clench. "I will enjoy teaching you about the pleasure your body is capable of experiencing." He paused, his eyes flickering over her, his jaw flexing. "And bestowing." Phoebe glared up at him like a gapeseed, jolting when his big, warm hand slid around her waist. "Shh, love," he murmured, lowering his mouth over hers slowly enough that Phoebe could have backed away if she'd wanted to avoid him. But, as nervous as she was, the last thing she wanted to do was avoid him. Indeed, Phoebe had been dreaming about the feel of his firm lips and slick, clever tongue repeatedly since that day in the woods, wondering what might have happened if Dotty hadn't interrupted them. The touch of hard muscle against her tender flesh was electric, and Phoebe shivered and opened her lips wider for his kiss. Mmm. He hummed against her mouth, sliding his hand around the back of her head, clasping her firmly while he plundered her with increasing heat and passion. Only when they were both breathing heavily did he pull away. "Look at me, Phoebe." Phoebe opened her eyes to find his face only a few inches away, his body almost bent in half. "That looks most uncomfortable." He smiled, and the skin around his eyes crinkled in a way she'd not noticed before. "I must admit, I am no longer as young and limber as I once was." He straightened to his full height, grimacing. By doing so, he put a great deal of distance between them. Had he always been so very, very tall? "How tall are you?" she asked in a breathy voice that irked her. "Perhaps an inch over 6 feet. And you?" 5 feet and 1/2 inch. She pulled a face. "I'd always hoped to grow a little more, but I think the time for that has passed." "I think you are perfect, just as you are." Phoebe's cheeks heated. "You will make me look like a short, squat tomato if you continue to say such things, my lord." "Won't you say my name?" he asked. Paul. It was a short, easily pronounced name, and yet she found she couldn't make her lips form the word. All she could do was stare. He chuckled softly. "Perhaps later." He took her hand and pressed his lips into her palm. Phoebe whimpered at the sensual gesture, and his pupils flared, swallowing the icy grey. "Shall I ring for supper?" he asked a moment later, releasing her hand. The thought of food made her feel bilious. Are you hungry?" "Not for food." Yet again her jaw sagged. "The choice is yours, Phoebe. I can ring for food, or we can go to bed." Her gaze darted to the windows. "Bed?" she asked, her voice a high-pitched squeak. "But it is still daylight." "Yes." The thought of eating or drinking anything made her feel sick, but the thought of bed. Phoebe shook so badly she felt like she was in a carriage travelling down an especially rutted, pitted road. She threaded her trembling fingers together and inhaled deeply before letting it out and saying, "Bed, please." His eyebrows lifted in surprise. "I would like to get it over with," she blurted. His eyes widened slightly, and then he laughed, a deep belly laugh. At her. "No, Don't get angry, he said, catching her upper arm when she would have turned away. Instead, he drew her closer. I wasn't laughing at you, but at the situation and how badly I am managing it. You? Yes, I should be putting you at ease, not making you shake like a leaf in a high wind. He smiled down at her, the expression rueful and kind, and slid a hand behind her neck, which he gently massaged. You are very tense and stiff. His strong fingers worked instant magic on her muscles, and a mortifying half-grunt, half-moan slipped from her mouth as her body turned to jelly. The last thing in the world I want is to just get it over with, he said, stroking her jaw and throat with one hand, continuing his mesmerizing rubbing of her neck and shoulders with the other. I have been looking forward to this night a great deal. Her eyelids fluttered as his words penetrated the haze of bliss. You have? She swallowed. But I am so... So? Phoebe sighed when his massaging fingers still. So ignorant. She blinked up at him, wishing he would step in and save her, but he just waited patiently for her to finish her thought. I know nothing, not what will happen, or anything about... Her breathing became more laboured with every word she spoke, and yet her lungs were oddly starved for air. Shut up, Phoebe. Just shut up, she told herself. But she couldn't stop babbling. I mean, I know what will occur in the most general sense, but when it comes to what to do to please you, or... Shh. He kissed her forehead, and his fingers resumed their caressing. Phoebe bit her lower lip to contain a whimper of pleasure. She never would have believed that even the base of her skull had muscles. You don't need to think about any of that right now. The only thing you need to do is relax. Phoebe made a soft sound of assent, all she could manage at that moment. Needham pulled away and took her hand, leading her toward the massive four-poster bed. Just relax, and let me undress you. The words were like being doused with freezing water. Undress me? She shrieked. He winced. I'm sorry, she said in a more modulated tone. But will you extinguish the candles first? He shook his head. Oh, but why do you need to see me? I don't need to. I want to. I want us to be skin to skin. Skin to skin. There were the wickedest words she had ever heard. He gave her another unexpectedly kind smile. Perhaps I should undress first. Have you seen a naked man before, Phoebe? Phoebe tried to gasp and speak at the same time, and it was not successful. She choked on the word, no, and then kept choking. Lord Needham disappeared for a moment while she struggled to catch her breath. He reappeared holding a glass of water. Here. She snatched the glass and took little sips between coughs. Thank you, she said in a raspy voice several mortifying moments later. Phoebe thrust the empty glass at him. He set it down and then turned to her. I dare say your mother told you I would sneak into your room in darkness, do my business, and then leave? Yes. It will not be that way. He cupped her jaw, an odd, almost soft expression flickering across his face. Without realizing what she was doing, Phoebe nuzzled her cheek into his warm palm. His nostrils flared, and his hand tightened slightly before relaxing again. I want us to be lovers, Phoebe, to enjoy each other's bodies while we make a child. I don't think I am mistaken in believing that you have enjoyed our kisses and like it when we touch. He held her gaze until she nodded. I find you lovely and desirable. He stroked her cheek. And I adore your blushes. Phoebe was so hot she was amazed she didn't melt into a puddle. I would like us to conduct our marriage in a way that will bring the most pleasure to both of us. I know our backgrounds are very different, but I believe we could get along nicely with a little effort. Wouldn't it be better to be lovers than polite strangers? That word again. Lovers. Just hearing it was enough to send disturbing flutters through her entire body. She saw he was waiting for an answer, and nodded. He smiled and caressed her cheek once more before lowering his hand. Phoebe immediately missed him, and it was all she could do not to grab his wrist and yank him back. I take it by your response a moment ago that you have not seen a naked, aroused man before. She shook her head vigorously. No. People fear the unknown, he said. Phoebe knew what he meant and agreed with him, in principle. This, however, was very far from principle. This was real. Phoebe hadn't thought she'd have to see him naked, ever. Well, other than his face and hands. Nor had she expected to show him more than that. There were parts of her own body that Phoebe had never seen. So, no, she'd not expected those things. But she had to admit to a certain twinge of curiosity. Phoebe? Her head jerked up, and she met his gaze. I'm going to undress, Phoebe. She looked up into his patient, questioning eyes and nodded. He pulled the sash and shrugged the heavy silk robe from his shoulders. Phoebe couldn't help it. She squeezed her eyes shut. I'm sorry, she gasped, her voice such a quavering squeak it shamed her. You have nothing to be sorry for. He sounded amused rather than angry. Keep your eyes closed if it helps. I think, maybe, yes, just for a moment. I'm going to undress you now. She gulped and nodded. Although his hands were big, his fingers were nimble and moved with confident haste to unfasten the buttons on her dressing gown. This is a pretty gown, he commented, lifting it from her shoulders to expose the matching night rail beneath. He traced a finger over the open work that bordered the neckline. Is this your needlework? Phoebe forced her eyes open, feeling foolish at hiding from his gaze. She was, after all, a grown woman. The first thing that had confronted her was a broad expanse of chiseled male chest, slabs of muscles liberally dusted with dark hair, and a nipple. A tiny male nipple. She made a mouse-like squeak and craned her head back. His face was turned to the side, his harsh, rather brutal profile toward her as he looked at the dressing gown he'd removed and held in his hands. His profile looked like something one might find on an ancient coin. There was a barbaric appeal in features that were so chiseled and hard. He turned to look at her, and Phoebe realized she'd not answered his question. No. It is Katie's needlework. He cocked an eyebrow at that. That surprises me. Because she is such a hoyden, Phoebe guessed. I wouldn't say hoyden, but she doesn't seem like the sort to sit still enough to stitch anything. It is a challenge to get her to finish her projects, Phoebe admitted. The night rail had come from Katie's own trousseau chest. Her sister had generously offered it up to Phoebe without hesitation, saying, I probably have years, if ever, before I shall need the contents of a wedding chest. Although the gown was pretty, it was fussier than Phoebe liked. Yet the high neck and long sleeves had made it feel like the safest choice for tonight. Lord Needham worked his way down and down. Rather than stop when he reached her waist, at which point she could have stepped out of the gown. He kept going, dropping to his haunches to reach the buttons that ran all the way to the floor. Phoebe clutched the gaping edges of the gown and pulled them close tight around her chest as she stared down at him. But he paid her no mind and continued his labor until he reached the very last button. Only then did he look up at her. Phoebe schooled herself not to look below his face, even though she could see something disturbingly large thrusting and bobbing on the edge of her vision. He parted the two halves of the gown, exposing her from feet to her hips. The sound he made, an almost primitive grunt of desire, sent warmth flooding to her tightly clenched thighs. "You are lovely," he said, his gaze almost reverent as he lightly caressed her legs. His hands closed around her hips, his fingers almost spanning her as he moved her back a step until she was at arm's length, her lower back just touching the high mattress. "Climb up on the bed, Phoebe." She hesitated, and he nodded, as if she'd asked for encouragement. "Go on." She clutched her gown closed and used the elegant griffin-shaped bed ladder to scale the massive bed. Only when she sat on the mattress did she realize how that brought her pelvis almost even with his head. Phoebe gasped, but, thankfully, didn't descend into another coughing fit, and drew her knees tightly together, holding the gown closed with one hand and trying to pull the material over her exposed legs with the other. His hands closed around her ankles like warm manacles, and he lowered slowly from his haunches to his knees, grimacing a little when they hit the carpet. "Relax your legs," he said. Phoebe's brain struggled to comprehend just what he was planning, and questions bounced around inside her head. Why should she relax her legs? Did it hurt his knees to kneel? At least the carpet beside the bed was unusually plush. What was he doing with... He smiled up at her. "If you relax, I promise I shall make it good for you, Phoebe." Her legs turned to water at the confident command in his voice. "Good girl," he murmured, lifting one of her legs and hooking her knee over his shoulder. "Oh!" she gasped. His eyes were no longer a silvery grey, but almost black. His expression was one of hungry anticipation as he positioned her other leg in the same way. Phoebe had never imagined a man would ever look at her with such naked desire. She could scarcely believe that she was sitting on a bed, all but naked, with her thighs on a man's shoulders. This was nothing like what her mother had told her. She felt lightheaded, as if she'd left her body and was watching the shocking events from somebody else's vantage point. And then he leaned forward, and she felt him. The heat of his damp breath on her thighs, which his broad shoulders nudged wider as he pushed closer. Phoebe gave another soft gasp when he looped his arms around her thighs and stroked the tangle of dark curls that covered her sex. His caresses were gentle but firm, and made her intensely aware of the heaviness in her womb and the delicious lethargy that was spreading through the rest of her body. His movements were so certain, so matter-of-fact, that it seemed silly to feel shocked by what had initially seemed to be an outrageous behavior. Perhaps what he was doing wasn't so unusual after all. Although she had touched herself on more than one occasion, certainly more often lately, since that first kiss with Needham, she'd only done so under cover of darkness, her actions quick, guilty, and furtive. Phoebe knew she should have been embarrassed by the way Needham was staring at her in such open admiration, murmuring quiet words of praise like pretty and sweet and soft. But instead of shame, she felt warm and safe and cherished. Even when his big fingers gently parted her lower lips and exposed that most private part of her to his gaze, something even she had never seen before, Phoebe lay relaxed and open. He sucked in a breath, his gaze darkening further. So beautiful and wet. He swallowed convulsively, his face taut as he stroked his fingers through her slickness. Phoebe's own breathing grew ragged as she watched and waited to see what he'd do next. He shrugged his shoulders, and the action pulled her closer still, until his hot breath fanned over the delicate petals of her sex, causing her inner muscles to clench, an action that sent ripples of pleasure cascading through her body. "My God," he muttered, the words sounding as if they'd been forced from his lungs. He spread her wider with his fingers, and then lowered his mouth over her. And that's when Phoebe stopped thinking entirely. Paul knew he was a brute to behave so vulgarly with a virgin, but, hell and damnation, her cunt tasted sweet, and her lush little body was so damned responsive that he hadn't been this excited by a woman in years and years. Staring at her swollen pink petals and tiny bud had almost unhinged him. He wanted to consume her. He'd never had a virgin before, and was startled by the effect it seemed to be having on him. Not just his body, but his brain as well. He was so bloody aroused by the thought of being inside her that he'd had to milk himself twice today, once when he'd woken hard wanting her, and then again barely an hour ago, after his valet had shaved him. And here he was again, as hard as an iron rod after just looking at her. It had been ages since he'd wanted to taste a woman so badly. She was so damn delicious that Paul was beginning to suspect he could bring himself off just by making her orgasm. It would certainly be a pleasure to try. Only once before in his life, when he'd been 16 and fancied himself in love, for the first and only time, had Paul ever bedded a woman who was not a professional. Paul supposed it was possible that he'd been this excited when he'd made love to Catherine, but the memory was almost 2 decades old and too hazy to recall clearly. After Catherine, he'd only ever engaged in sex with his mistresses. Catherine might not have been a professional, but she had taught him plenty, not the least of which was that it was far better to treat bed sport as just another business transaction. Just like in business, Paul had always put a great deal of time into choosing his mistresses, and usually kept them for at least a few years before he tired of them and moved on. He not only made sure they were disease-free and had no delusions of marriage, but he'd wanted a certain compatibility from the women he shared a bed with. While he liked pretty women as much as the next man, a woman's sensuality was far more important to him than her appearance. The last thing Paul wanted was a cold, unemotional bed partner who didn't want to touch him or be touched, no matter how beautiful she might be. Just because Paul paid his lovers did not mean they were lacking passion. In fact, the one thing all his mistresses had had in common was a love of sexual pleasure. Paul had noticed Phoebe's response the first time he'd kissed her, and it had been a big part of his impulsive decision to ask her to marry him. Indeed, her easy acceptance of his mouth between her thighs, an act that would send a great many of her contemporaries running in the opposite direction, told him that his blue-blooded young wife was a sensualist whose lush, womanly body was built for pleasure, and Paul would give her all the pleasure she could take and more. While he wanted nothing more than to bury himself to the hilt in her tight heat, he would use the rest of the evening to relax her, if that was what it took. Tonight was all about Phoebe. Indeed, Every night for the foreseeable future would be dedicated to ensuring his young bride enjoyed herself. While his current behavior was probably shocking her, it was, judging from how wet and engorged her sex was, arousing her as well. Even if she had been ashamed at first, she'd forgotten it and was now as curious as a kitten as she propped herself up on her elbows to watch while he licked and nibbled and teased. Paul cherished her innocent excitement and wanted to keep her sweetly eager and inquisitive rather than terrify her. The best way to do that would be to flood her with so much pleasure that she'd scarcely remember the slight amount of pain he'd eventually bring her. He couldn't have been working her for more than a minute or two when her eyelids drooped and her body began to quiver. She whimpered, using his shoulders for leverage and grinding her pelvis against his mouth, demanding more. Paul gave her what she wanted, sucking her tiny nub between his lips and driving her over the edge into bliss. Her lush thighs, which were surprisingly muscular from all the walking she did, clamped tight around his head and squeezed his face like an erotic vice as she gave in to her orgasm. Her eyelids fluttered shut, her arms gave out, and she slumped back as she came apart beneath his mouth and tongue. When her clitoris became too sensitive for his touch to be pleasurable, Paul moved his attention lower, teasing her entrance with the tip of his tongue, penetrating her gently and shallowly at first. Paul couldn't see her face as she came back to awareness, but he felt the jolt of astonishment that stiffened her body when she realized what he was doing. Her hips, which had naturally begun to pulse, eager to take him deeper, froze. A few seconds later, she pushed up on her elbows, her eyes locking with his as Paul penetrated her as deeply as he was able. Paul revelled in her expression of utter shock, uncaring of the earthy, animalistic noises he was making as he used his tongue to fuck her. He groaned, intoxicated by the taste of her, laving her faster and deeper, greedy for every drop of her sweet nectar. Her shock changed to wonder, then to desire, as her eyes glazed over and her hips began to buck and grind, demanding more, more, more. Soon she was riding his tongue, mouth, and even his chin, chasing her second orgasm with abandon, uncaring of how she looked or sounded. Her body shook and clenched as she came, the waves of her orgasm rippling through her in gradually diminishing spasms, until she was limp. Paul gave her little bud one last hard suck, earning a sweet little whimper, and then stood with a groan, grimacing when his knees popped at the abuse, no matter how thick the rug. He paused a moment to enjoy the sight of starchy Lady Phoebe sprawled out on her back, her open nightgown forgotten, full breasts exposed to his greedy gaze, pale skin flushed and passion-mottled, legs splayed wide, and her pussy slick and swollen. Her eyelids lifted lazily, as if they weighed a stone, and the sated sensual smile she gave him made his balls tighten with anticipation. Paul hooked his hands beneath her knees and pulled her forward until her arse was hanging just over the edge of the extra thick mattress. He'd chosen everything in his wife's chambers, unwilling to leave such an intimate task to Dixon, and he'd taken particular care in the bed he'd selected. Paul was an engineer, so he thought like one. He knew their 1 foot height difference would make some sexual positions challenging, so it had amused him to think of ways that he could service her without permanently damaging his back. Not only was the bed high enough to merit the griffin-shaped stepladder, but he'd purchased an extra thick mattress to bring it up even higher. As for the result of that foresight, he only needed to bend his knees a little to position the head of his cock at her entrance. The view was superlative, and he hesitated a moment to appreciate the sight of his thick, brutish rod pressing against her tiny pink opening. Paul was a big man all over, and it would hurt when he took her. But he was determined to follow the pain with pleasure and leave her eager for the next time. He breached her slowly, pushing only the crown inside her as he kept his gaze riveted to her face. Although he knew it was inevitable, Paul hated it when a spasm of pain chased away her expression of sleepy satiation. "Try to relax your muscles," he urged, penetrating no further. He held her gaze, waiting until her body lost some of its tension before asking, "All right?" Phoebe nodded, the action hesitant and jerky. She was still scared. Paul decided that going slowly was a mistake, and would only prolong the initial unpleasantness. She'd been right about getting it over with quickly, at least when it came to this first part. He clenched his jaws and drove himself deep, intently aware of the fragile barrier he tore through. Phoebe sucked in a breath and let out a little whimper that squeezed his heart. She was tight, gloriously so, but it was hard to take much enjoyment in the sensation when his partner was so obviously miserable. "That was the worst of it," Paul promised her, hoping his words would ease her worries, if not her discomfort. He gently caressed her thighs, hips, and stomach while he waited for her body to adjust. "I don't understand why I can't make myself relax," she said, visibly distressed. Indeed, she was as taut as a board, and her inability to control her body just seemed to make her more tense. "This will relax you." He slid his thumb between her swollen lips and massaged the base of her clitoris. She gasped, stiffening even more at the intimate touch. "Take a few moments to breathe and become accustomed to me." A primitive, possessive joy pulsed through his body as he watched her respond to his erotic stroking. First, her breathing slowed, and then her eyelids dropped a little. Finally, her body went slack, all except her exquisitely tight sheath, which began to swell and throb around him. Beast that he was, Paul savoured the knowledge that he was the first man to claim her in a way as old as humankind. His. She was all his. Keeping up his erotic caressing, Paul reached up with his other hand and brushed back some strands that had become loose from the thick braid. He had to smile. He'd been so desperate to get his mouth on her, he'd not even taken down her glossy chestnut hair. Well, plenty of time for that later. He met her gaze and was pleased that her eyes, while open wide, were no longer fearful. "Are you in pain?" She shook her head and gave him an adorably shy smile. "No, it doesn't hurt any more. It wasn't as bad as what I'd been told to expect." She blushed furiously, talking about the act even while she was spread and pinned beneath him. Paul thought "worn" was probably exactly the word her mother had used. He shuddered to think what the Countess of Addiscombe had told her poor daughter. Not only did Lady Addiscombe hate Paul, but he couldn't imagine she had too much love for the sexual act, given how much she and the Earl despised each other. He would make sure that was never true for Phoebe. Paul intensified his stroking, and this time her orgasm seemed stronger. Her contractions causing them both to gasp, her body squeezing him so hard it was actually painful. The spasms went on, and Paul was shaking with need by the time she went limp. He couldn't last much longer. He slid his hands beneath her thighs and then straightened his knees, standing all the way up. The change in angle lifted her bottom and lower back off the bed, and she gave a breathy laugh as she stared up the length of her body at him. Paul watched the place where they were joined as he withdrew. His thick shaft glistened with her juices, and it amazed him that he could fit inside her. He kept watch for any sign of discomfort, using only the tip of his cock, pulsing gently as he stretched her entrance again and again. Good God, she looked gorgeous taking him. Rather than look apprehensive or pained, her eyes caressed his chest and shoulders and stomach, her expression far more admiring than it ever was when she looked at his face. Well, Paul thought wryly, I am no handsome prince, that is certain. I am pleased there is at least part of me that will give her pleasure to look at. She was staring at him so intently that she obviously hadn't noticed what an erotic picture she made, her full breasts bouncing with each thrust. Paul took full advantage of her distraction to gorge on the sight of her, slowly deepening his thrusts, giving her more with each stroke, until she was taking all of him. Her eyes glazed and her mouth went slack, her thighs flexing as she instinctively raised her hips to take him deeper. She was mesmerizing, and Paul watched greedily as her breathing deepened, her eyes closed, and her back arched violently just before she cried out, the sound a low, animal keening that filled the room. Paul stilled his thrusting to revel in her contractions, her inner muscles squeezing him almost painfully tight. Every muscle in his body was sore and tired from restraining his need, and once the last wave of pleasure eddied from her body, he resumed his thrusting. He rode her deep and hard, far too hard for a first time. Some distant, unheeded part of his mind nagged, almost maddened by the desire to claim and fill her. This is my wife. The word startled him, the simplicity of the thought strangely profound. He'd had a lot of women in his life, but never one the Bible called the flesh of his flesh. His wife. Paul stared down at her as his hips drummed with increasing savagery, giving her every inch with each stroke. She met his gaze squarely, her lips parted and her eyes dark as she watched his descent into passion. Good. Paul wanted her to see him, to know without a doubt that it was Paul Needham, a brutish, ugly, vulgar cit who was inside her. The man she belonged to. Mine. Paul stared into her eyes as he pumped into her body. Even though he was in her as deeply and intimately as a man could invade a woman, she remained as remote and untouchable as the moon. There was no affection or love in her eyes as she looked back at him. Not that Paul had expected any such thing. He was no fool. But she blazed with desire for him, and that was an emotion he could happily settle for. At least for now. Paul angled his thrusting in such a way that she gasped and arched off the bed, her cool eyes losing focus as he repeatedly grazed the most tender part of her. It didn't take long before her body tightened around him, squeezing him like a fist. Yes, he growled, driving himself deeper. Come for me, he ordered. Paul gloried in the small, desperate cry that broke from her pink lips as another orgasm shattered her. He buried himself to the hilt and then surrendered to his need. His balls, aching and full, exploded, and his shaft swelled and thickened, filling her with jet after jet of hot seed. Each spasm was wrenching, and it felt like his spine might snap. She convulsed around him, her own climax milking him of every drop. For the first time in his life, Paul welcomed the possibility of putting a child inside a woman's belly. Not just any woman, but my wife. Another wave of primitive joy pulsed through his body at the thought of Phoebe pregnant and swelling with his baby. He'd known her for such a short time, yet already he wanted her with a fierceness he'd never felt. A familiar, blissful lassitude rolled through him as the last waves of his orgasm eddied through his body. This time, the bliss felt more than just physical. God help him for even thinking such a thought, but the strange euphoria felt almost spiritual. As if Paul had been dead inside, and Phoebe had woken him. A thread of unease wormed its way into the elation. There was no denying that she'd woken some feeling or emotion inside him, but it remained to be seen whether that was something he would feel grateful for as time went on. Chapter 15. The bed was empty when Phoebe woke up the next morning, the sun streaming through one of the drapes, which somebody, her maid perhaps, must have opened. On her nightstand was a cold cup of chocolate, a sight which shocked her. She'd been so heavily asleep that she'd not heard her maid enter the bedchamber. Phoebe never slept so soundly. And then memories of the night before flooded her, and Phoebe glanced down. Yes, she was naked, not wearing even a stitch. "Oh, goodness," she muttered, raising her hands to her hot cheeks, although there was nobody there to see her mortification. But her maid would have seen her when she brought the chocolate. Facing Spragg would be mortifying. She sighed and dropped her hands. There was no point in wallowing in her embarrassment. Her dressing gown was draped across the bottom of the bed, and she quickly slipped out from beneath the covers and slid her arms into the fine white lawn, her thoughts going back to last night when Lord Needham, her husband, had taken it off her. Phoebe glanced into her dressing-table mirror and gaped at her reflection. She'd forgotten that he'd taken her hair down. After they'd consummated their marriage. Phoebe had dozed for a while, awakening when she'd felt gentle hands in her hair. She squeezed her eyes shut at the memory of her husband tenderly undoing her plait and then running his fingers through the heavy tresses before arranging them over her in such a way that they'd covered her bare breasts but left her nipples conspicuously exposed. Then she'd tried to cover them too. He'd taken her hand and held it. "You have lovely hair," he'd said, looking at her in that hungry way he had, "and lovely breasts, which I've neglected terribly." "Neglected? What do you mean?" Then he'd shown her. Phoebe's head became hot at the memory of what he'd done, and especially how she'd reacted. If the things he'd done between her thighs had been a revelation, what he'd done with her breasts had left her speechless. They never felt like that when she touched them. A choked laugh slipped out of her, and she forced her eyes open, studying her reflection. Her hair was a dark curly cloud, and her eyes were greener today and sparkled. And of course her face was flushed and rosy pink. She sighed and strode to the servant pool. Everyone in the house knew what had happened in this room last night, so there was no reason to be missish about it. By the time Spragg opened the door a few minutes later, Phoebe had tamed and plaited her hair into a thick rope, and her flush had subsided. One look at the smiling maid brought the blood flooding back to her cheeks. "His lordship said you'd want a bath, m'lady," Spragg said before Phoebe started babbling. "And there is a breakfast tray on its way up, even as we speak." "Oh!" She blinked at that. Baths at Queen's Bower were once weekly occasions that took place in the kitchen behind a screen. To have one in one's own room, and with breakfast too? What decadence and luxury! She saw the maid was waiting for a response and smiled. "That sounds delightful." Something occurred to her. "Did you bring up the chocolate, Spragg?" "No, it was his lordship." "Oh," she said, too startled to come up with anything better. "You needn't worry that you missed it, my lady. His lordship instructed cook to have a fresh pot on your tray." Why did that make Phoebe feel like crying? Paul and Dixon were going through the accounts for his recently acquired copper mine when there was a light knock on the door. "Come in," Paul called. The door opened, and Phoebe hovered on the threshold. "I hope I'm not interrupting." Paul stood, took off his spectacles, and strode toward her. "Not at all. Come in and have a seat." He turned to Dixon. "This is a good time to take a break. Go ahead and send word that we'll be wanting at least 10 more men at Middleton." "Very good, my lord." Dixon bowed to Phoebe, who, Paul couldn't help noticing, blushed wildly. Paul bit back a smile at her shy, mortified expression. No doubt she was wondering if everyone was looking at her and imagining what had happened last night in her bed. That's certainly what Paul was thinking. In fact, just recalling the prior evening was enough to make him hard. Yes, he was well and truly smitten. Once the door closed behind Dixon, he took the seat nearest Phoebe and asked, "How are you this morning?" She pinkened delightfully and lowered her gaze. "I'm well, thank you. And thank you also for the bath, breakfast in bed, and the chocolate, which Spragg tells me you delivered personally." "I thought you might enjoy a relaxed morning." "That was exceptionally considerate of you. How did you know I adore chocolate?" "Does anyone not adore chocolate?" She laughed. "Well, thank you again." Paul leaned toward her and took her hand, and Phoebe tensed at the gesture. No doubt she believed that any display of affection outside the bedroom was both vulgar and common. Well, that was too bad. She would need to become accustomed to such things, because he felt compelled to touch her, even if it was only her hand. "I hope I am always considerate of your desires. Was there something in particular you wanted to talk about? Or did you just come to thank your considerate husband?" he teased. "No, I wanted to ask something." She withdrew her hand from his. "Yes?" "I rode over to Queen's Bower a little while ago." "Ah, yes. Your father told me yesterday that he, the Countess, and Katie will travel together to Bath while Doddy heads off on a solo journey." Paul had been displeased to discover that the Earl had accepted an invitation to the Regent's house, Oatlands. Apparently, Prinny had been delighted to discover his old card partner was once again back in circulation. Paul could practically hear his father-in-law's gaming debts accumulating. "Did you catch them before they left?" Paul asked. "Yes, but that wasn't why I went over. There were still a few things that needed doing before the housekeeper and her husband left for their holiday." "Doddy said you'd been working yourself to exhaustion taking care of everything." That was something she would no longer be doing, acting as her parents' housekeeper, bailiff, butler, secretary, etc. "Did he?" she asked, looking surprised. "I didn't think my brother ever paid attention to such things." Paul thought the young man gave a great deal of thought to all his sisters and their welfare. "But it was the visit I wished to talk about," she said. "It was that groom, Carthage, I believe his name is. He said you'd instructed him to ride with me." "Yes, that is correct. Carthage is your personal groom, although if he is not available, any of the grooms will accompany you when you ride." Paul's eyes narrowed. "Why do you ask? Was Carthage disrespectful, or—" "No, of course not. He was fine. It's just that I don't need anyone to accompany me on my rides." He smiled faintly. "I may not be up to snuff on my etiquette, my dear, but I know that ladies of quality do not ride unaccompanied. Perhaps that is true in London or elsewhere, but here, where I have lived my entire life, that is hardly necessary. I would prefer you not to ride unaccompanied. Her expressive eyebrows descended. But I would prefer not to have a groom with me. Then I shall be overjoyed to ride with you. She huffed. I would, of course, enjoy riding with you, but you will not be available every time I wish to go. True, and that is why you will take Carthage or one of the others. Paul could practically hear her teeth grinding. He could only imagine her response when she learned his position on going for long walks unattended. But one thing at a time. We none of us used a groom when I lived at Queen's Bower, she said. You didn't have horses, he pointed out gently. Yes, but even when we did, years ago, we didn't always take a groom. I dare say that was more a function of economy rather than desire. In fact, I know it was, because your mother, who made a point to say that she hoped I would curb your solitary excursions. In fact, that had been one of the few things the Countess had said to him. Of course, she'd couched it rather more rudely than Paul had just described it. Phoebe's jaw flexed. She said that? Paul nodded. Phoebe's eyes, usually so cool and clear, looked stormy, and he couldn't tell if that was for him or for her mother. Regardless of what your mother said, I would have insisted on a groom for your own safety, Phoebe, not because I wish to constrain you in any way. Paul was fascinated by the play of emotions that flickered across her face. His Phoebe had enjoyed an unusual degree of liberty for a young, gentle-bred woman, likely due to all the responsibilities she'd shouldered for her family. So this would be a change for her. Paul would never have guessed that something so minor as riding with a groom, which every woman of quality did, would cause such heartburn. He studied her unhappy expression and decided he might as well tell her the other reason for his requirement, although he'd hoped not to have to broach such a grim matter with his brand-new wife on their first day of marriage. Propriety isn't the only reason I want you to ride with a groom. There is something you should know about my business, Paul said, keeping his words and tone mild so as not to terrify her. I have enemies, people who have tried to hurt me. People try to hurt you? She repeated, visibly stunned. Sometimes. Usually they will just cause problems at one of my mines, factories or mills. But recently I've had people who've waited outside my houses or businesses to, engage me. He didn't tell her that one man had tried to engage him with a 6-inch knife. Because you are my wife, you too might become a target for discontent. Her brow furrowed as she struggled to absorb that. But you don't own any business here. Unfortunately, the attacks haven't just happened in places where I own and operate a business. If any stranger came to Little Sissington, they would be noticed immediately. It would be difficult for somebody to attack either one of us here. Paul thought her charmingly naive, but kept that observation to himself. I'm sure that is true, he said. But I will be happier if you have a large groom accompanying you wherever you go. He could see that wasn't the answer she wanted, but he would not be moved from his position. When she merely sat and stewed, Paul changed the subject. Did you see your family before they left today? I already told you that I saw them, she snapped. Her cheeks darkened even more, probably at her rude tone, and she composed her features into a cool, bland smile. Thank you so much for sending Doddy in your post-chaise. He is far more excited about riding behind your slapping team than he is about spending a summer with a crammer. Yes, He told me much the same thing. He was elated that I keep several changes of horses on that road. He will have the enjoyment of my slapping cattle for his entire journey. Do you keep a lot of horses at posting inns? Only on the routes I take frequently. How often do you travel? Once or twice a month, more often when the venture is newer or uncertain. And even more often when there were acts of sabotage to contend with. New ventures? Does that mean you have something other than, ironworks and coal mines? He smiled at both her naive